Chapter 21:10. After collecting the rosefinch seal, Zichen glanced around. A group of servants had already gone up to collect the crystals. The other cultivators, who had witnessed such a shocking battle, didn't care about the attribute-less crystals and took them out in large quantities. Those who didn't have crystals handed over law crystals. I am Wei Xiong, the patriarch of the Wei clan in this star field. Greetings, my lord. Wei Xiong, the patriarch of the Wei clan, came before Zichen and bowed. Zichen nodded as a form of greeting. Immediately after, the other patriarchs also came forward and bowed to Zichen. Wei Xiong cupped his fists and said, "My lord, Luo Chen is dead. The Luo clan is nothing to be afraid of. We will take care of the remaining matters on your behalf. Now, I implore my lord to move to Luo Chen's mansion." "Yes, my lord killed Luo Chen. Everything that Luo Chen had previously belonged to my lord." The other patriarchs immediately nodded. Zichen's gaze swept across the crowd. His cold gaze made their hearts tremble. Zichen said indifferently, "Don't worry, I have no interest in this star field. Now that Luo Chen is dead, I can give up everything else, but I must take the resources in Luo Chen's mansion." He was very clear about the thoughts of these patriarchs, so he spoke directly. When the patriarchs heard this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Wei Xiong cupped his fists and said, "My lord killed Luo Chen, so the resources should belong to my lord. Please wait for a moment. We will quickly gather the resources. In the next few days, we will also issue a high reward for the freedom of all the servants." Zichen nodded, and the patriarchs took their leave. The Luo clan still had many shops in this star field, but Zichen only had so many people. He didn't have the energy to rob them one by one. Moreover, once the news of Luo Chen's death spread, the other cultivators in those shops would definitely flee with the resources. Fortunately, it would have been better for him to give all these resources to the other families. Earlier, the clan heads had given out several tens of thousands of heavenly crystals with no attributes. Actually, there was a hidden meaning behind that. With the death of Luo Chen, the backbone of the Luo family was gone. The morale of the Luo family was also gone. Under the pressure of the other families, the entire Luo family completely collapsed. Among them, there were also some cultivators who used to rely on the Luo family. They rebelled with their subordinates and began to hunt down the cultivators of the Luo family. This star area was in chaos because of Luo Chen's death. The Luo family had received a devastating blow. Zichen descended and took away Luo Chen's spatial ring, as well as the pseudo-saint energy crystal in his body. Zichen had a lot of saint power crystal chips in his hands. If he refined the saint power precepts in them, he might be able to break through to the pseudo-saint realm. However, that was not the path that Zichen wanted to take, so he would not refine them. After the destruction of the Luo family, the other forces had obviously become the real overlords. In just half a day, Luo Chen's mansion was breached. All the resources in it were gathered together. There were people guarding it, waiting for Zichen to collect them. Zichen was not worried about the other forces' tricks because the real good things were in Luo Chen's spatial ring. In addition to the resources, there were even dozens of saint power crystal chips. This was not a small fortune. With more than 300 slaves, Zichen moved into Luo Chen's mansion. He would stay here for a month. During this month, all the family forces guaranteed that all the living slaves in this star area would come here. During this process, Zichen had no time to care about how bloody these families acted. In Luo Chen's mansion, Wei Xiong hesitated for a while and finally asked, "Sir, are you from the Lianyun star area?" "Lianyun star area? Where is that?" Zichen asked with a frown. "Sir, you are not from the Lianyun star area." Looking at Zichen's doubts, Wei Xiong was surprised. He then explained, "It is said that it is a star area made up entirely of outsiders from the life star. Although that star area is relatively small, there has always been a rumor that existences from the life star will be protected and free there. There is such a place. Are there many people from the life star there?" Zichen asked curiously. "It is said that there are a lot of people there. Moreover, there are false sacred realm existences there. At that time, many forces had their eyes on the slaves there. There were also many slave capturing teams that wanted that place. However, after encircling and suppressing them several times, they were all defeated. After a long time, no forces dared to have any ideas about that place. Zichen nodded. He was very curious about that place. Zichen's main goal in the Star Road was to gain experience. If there was such a place, he didn't mind sending all the slaves there to give them true freedom. Many of these slaves came from outside the Reichen Star domain. One day, Zichen called them all together and asked them if they knew about the Lianyun Star area. It should be the Lianyun Star. It is said to be a free planet from the Life Star, said one of the slaves. Bao Wei, do you know that place? Xing Chen, who was not far from them, asked skeptically. The slave named Bao Wei nodded and said, it's a barren star area. The surrounding planets are all ruined. Only a planet called the Lianyun Star has resources. In that star area, only that planet has resources. I used to be there. What? Listening to him, everybody was shocked. If Bao Wei came from there and was now a slave, did that star area have been occupied? Guessing that everybody had misunderstood, Bao Wei explained, I used to be there. However, during a mission, I was ambushed. When I woke up, I was captured. You still need to do missions there? Zichen asked skeptically. It's not really a mission. We just need to rob some resources. Anyway, the resources on the Lianyun Star are limited. Master Zichen, Bao Wei is right. I was severely injured during a mission and was captured. When I woke up, my soul was controlled, said another slave. Then, a few more people in the crowd spoke. It seemed that they were all in the same situation. In the Lianyun Star, there were almost no battles to speak of. Moreover, there were 2 false saints guarding that area. No hunting team dared to enter. The only place where they could be captured was if they encountered a difficult battle when they went out. Master, we have obtained a lot of resources this time. Why don't we go to the Lianyun Star? Although there is freedom there, everyone is short of resources. I think we can provide them with some resources appropriately. This time, not counting the spectator fee, they had obtained a lot of resources from killing the cultivators of the Luo clan. They had also ransacked the underground vault of the battle arena, which contained a lot of lore chips and attributeless crystals. It's rare to find such a place in this star path. Let's go and take a look. If you need help, we will not shirk our duty. If any of you think it's good to stay there, you can also stay there and cultivate. I won't force you. Zichen nodded and said. When the other slaves heard this, they didn't seem to be in high spirits. After witnessing Zichen's strength, they naturally wanted to follow Zichen. With the protection of such a powerhouse, they would have more chances of survival in the star path. I'm sure everyone knows that I've offended the Luo family. Compared to the entire Rakshasa starfield, this region is truly insignificant. My goal is to pass through the Rakshasa starfield. I'm sure everyone can guess how difficult it will be. Thus, following me will be even more dangerous. Master, I, Xinyu, am not afraid of danger or death. After I gained my freedom, I decided to follow you. Xinyu was one of the 2 slaves of Luo Xiao. Master, I was the first to express my intention to follow you. No matter where you go, I am willing to follow you. Huan Kai, who had won 9 consecutive battles, said. Immediately after, some other slaves expressed their opinions. Zichen waved his hand and said, don't worry about this. Wait until we reach the Lianyun Star. Since we have decided to go to the Lianyun Star, take out all the regulation crystals and unused heaven crystals and give them to Xing Chen. Let him exchange them with the other families for some neutral crystals. Everyone nodded. In this starfield, existences from the Life Star would naturally lend a hand if they could. The other families were very efficient. About a month later, more than 400 slaves were sent over. It was said that these were all the slaves in this starfield. These slaves obviously knew what had happened. Currently, the entire Reichen starfield was talking about how Luo Chen was killed by a ruthless man from the Life Star. They also knew that after arriving at Luo Chen's star, they would be free. At this moment, seeing Zichen, they were very excited. Ladies and gentlemen, My name is Zi Chen. Welcome to this place. Of course, you are all free now." Hearing Zi Chen's words, the slaves cheered in unison. They were so excited that some even cried tears of joy. Everyone was experienced, so they didn't laugh at each other. Instead, they showed a kind smile to those people. "Next, we will go to the Lianyun star. If you want to follow us, you can come with us. If you don't want to, you can leave on your own after leaving this star field." Zi Chen didn't force them. However, they knew that following the team would increase their chances of survival. Naturally, they didn't want to leave. After staying here for a month, Zi Chen left with the slaves. When they left, the other families didn't send them off. They had deliberately kept a distance from Zi Chen. Zi Chen had long been aware of this. The reason why those forces were willing to help him and attack the Luo family was so that when the Luo family sent people over in the future, they would have an excuse to push all the blame on Zi Chen. Chapter 21:11. 1 month was the limit of Zi Chen's time in this star domain. News of what happened here must have reached the Luo family through some channels. Even if the news did not reach the Rakshasa star domain, it would spread to the stronger star domains. Soon, there would be experts from the Luo family coming to investigate. Zi Chen stepped into the teleportation formation and left the Reichen star domain. He saw the location of the Lianyun star domain on Luo Chen's star map. Along the way, Dazzling and Xing Chen followed Zi Chen, while the others entered the cauldron space to cultivate. Dazzling's origins were somewhat mysterious. She was clearly very strong, but she was captured by the slave hunters and was almost sold. If Zi Chen did not save her at the crucial moment, the outcome would be unimaginable. Dazzling did not mention anything about herself along the way, and Zi Chen did not ask. As long as she did not have any intention of harming him, any secrets were her own business. After leaving the Reichen star domain, the three of them often encountered some trouble during the teleportation formation. Slaves. I didn't expect that our hunting squad would not find anything after a year of searching. Now that we are preparing to return, we actually encountered slaves. These 3 slaves all seem to be of the highest quality. We are going to strike it rich this time. Such scenes were too common, and Zi Chen was too lazy to continue fighting. Everything was settled by Xing Chen. Needless to say, these hunting servant squads were all very wealthy. Along the way, Constellation had been killing them tirelessly. However, after every battle, Xing Chen seemed to have a lot on his mind. "Something's on your mind?" Zi Chen asked when he saw Xing Chen's excitement after cleaning up the battlefield. "It's not really something. I'm just thinking that our journey this time might not be so smooth," Xing Chen said. "We destroyed the Luo family's star domain. Of course, our journey will not be smooth," Zi Chen laughed. "You are worried because of this? Don't you need to worry? That is the Luo family. They control a huge force in a star domain and can be considered the ruler of a star domain. Don't you have to move forward even if you're worried?" Zi Chen said with a faint smile. The Rakshasa star area was the only way to enter the Saint realm. Zi Chen also wanted to go to the Rakshasa star area to try his luck since he could not find a way to enter the Saint realm. "Since we know that there's danger, why don't we minimize it and do our best to take precautions?" Xing Chen asked again. "What on earth are you trying to say? I'm going to faint if you keep beating around the bush." Zi Chen laughed. "He wants you to take out the Saint Power Crystal. Rather than leaving it in your hands as a useless item, it's better to use it to increase the overall strength of the team." Brilliant, who was sitting quietly at the side, spoke up, his voice still cold. "Saint Energy Crystal Chip." Zi Chen was stunned when he heard this. "The rules are not wrong. Even if I take it out, I can only become a false saint. Wouldn't that be harming others?" Hearing Zi Chen's words, Xing Chen and Brilliant both turned to look at Zi Chen with strange expressions. "What? Did I say something wrong? A false saint is just a heaven realm cultivator who took the wrong path. Once you step into this realm, you can't enter the saint realm for the rest of your life. Isn't that harming others?" Zi Chen said seriously. The two's expressions became even stranger. Brilliant said, "In the entire star path, I'm afraid you're the only one who thinks that a false saint is harming others. There are millions of heaven realms in the star path, but there are only a few false saints. Do you know how many people put in a lot of effort to become a false saint? Xing Chen nodded. Why did Luo Miao target you back then? It's because you have the Saint Energy Crystal chip. It doesn't just represent wealth, but also resources to become a false saint. So many heaven realms break their heads to become a false saint, but you actually think that it's harming others? Isn't it? Fortunately, I'm familiar with you. I know that's what you think, even if it's a very special idea. If it were someone else, they would definitely think that you're saying that because you can't bear to part with the Saint Energy Crystal chip. Xing Chen shook his head. I thought so before. Brilliant said coldly. Seems like it's just my personal opinion. How about this? When we reach Lianyun Star region, I will ask them for their opinion. If they're not worried about affecting their future potential, then I'll give them the Saint Energy Crystal chip. Zi Chen said. It's not that easy to become a true saint without affecting one's potential. Although there are opportunities to become a true saint in the star path, not everyone has that opportunity. Spirit devourers are already rare, and harmonious spirit masters are even rarer. They can only be found in the deepest part of the star path. Countless cultivators have died on the path to becoming a true saint. It's not easy to become a true saint. Becoming a true saint is the goal of most heaven realms. Brilliant said. What's a harmonious spirit master? Zi Chen knew about the spirit devourer that Brilliant was talking about. Xing Chen said that it was a unique existence that could extract the laws of heaven crystals. They were very rare. It's the advanced name of the spirit devourer. They are stronger than the spirit devourer and can fuse the extracted laws together. This time, it was Xing Chen who explained. He obviously knew about this, but he didn't tell Zi Chen half of it. What? There are such existences in the star path? Zi Chen was shocked. Doesn't that mean that as long as one has enough laws, they can fuse the Saint Energy Crystal chip together? That's right. If you have a good relationship with a harmonious spirit master, it's easy to become a true saint. However, the minimum requirement to become a harmonious spirit master is to become a true saint. How many heaven realms have such an opportunity in the star path? Zi Chen was shocked. He didn't expect that there was such a secret in the star path. If that was the case, wouldn't true saints be able to be mass-produced? Where do I get the Saint Energy Crystal chip? Do I have to kill a true saint? Zi Chen asked. That's one way. The other way is to find the Saint Energy Crystal. It's a unique thing that can only be found in a different time and space. Of course, if you're lucky enough to find a piece of Saint Energy Crystal that matches your own laws, then congratulations. Zi Chen's expression was full of shock. He didn't expect that there was such a secret in the star path. If there were enough resources, true saints could be mass-produced. Not only true saints could be mass-produced, but true saints could also be mass-produced. If these existences attacked the Zhonwu continent, it would be a disaster for the Zhonwu continent. Looking at Zi Chen's changing expression, Xing Chen knew what Zi Chen was thinking. He said, "You don't have to worry too much. True saints are very rare. They're not the kind that can be found on the streets. Even if there are enough resources, the success rate will be greatly reduced due to various laws. I'm telling you this to tell you that it's not easy to become a true saint." Xing Chen's words eased the shocked Zi Chen's mood. This kind of heaven-defying existence shouldn't exist. It was reasonable for the success rate to be greatly reduced. He then asked, "What are the requirements to become a spirit devourer?" "Don't even think about it. The prerequisite is to be a member of a different race. Obviously, you don't have this condition." Xing Chen's words completely dispelled Zi Chen's thoughts. With a certain understanding of becoming a true saint, Zi Chen was also carefully thinking about the Saint Energy Crystal chip. During this time, Zi Chen was slightly distracted. His mind was fantasizing about catching a harmonious spirit master one day, controlling his soul and making him work for him. This way, he would be able to take the initiative and mass-produce true saints. However, this was just a thought. He believed that with such an existence, even if it was the lowest-level true saint, he would be surrounded by followers. With a wave of his hand, he would be able to find many existences that would work for him. Damn it! How can there be such a heaven-defying existence in the star path? The three of them followed the map in the star path. After a month, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Lianyun star field. However, there were no detailed records on the map. Zi Chen had to find everything by himself. Moreover, this area was clearly marked on Luo Chen's map. However, Zi Chen still didn't understand what the mark meant. When they arrived at the void, they saw planets all around them. However, it was difficult to distinguish which one was a ruined planet from the outside. Zi Chen called Bao Wei out. He had been here before. Zi Chen asked him to lead the way. I also don't know where exactly it is. Bao Wei scratched his head and said awkwardly. When he came here before, he accidentally found an existence from a life star. After that, he was led to Lianyun star by that existence. What about when you left? Didn't you all follow the same path? Zi Chen asked. When we left, I think there was. However, my memory is blurry. I can't remember it. Bao Wei said embarrassedly. Then, Zi Chen called out those people. However, the answers he got were almost the same. No one knew where Lianyun star was. Even their memory of when they left was very blurry. What is that place? Zi Chen was even more curious about that planet. Seeing their embarrassed expressions, Zi Chen waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. Since we are here, we will definitely have a way to find Lianyun star. You guys go in first." They cupped their fists at Zi Chen and entered the cauldron. Looks like we need to try our luck. Zi Chen smiled and the three of them flew towards Lianyun star field. During this time, the three of them entered one planet after another. They saw that these planets were all ruined and there were no signs of life. Just like this, the three of them traveled for about half a year. Finally, they detected signs of life. Who are you? Chapter 21:12. These people all came from underground. There were 8 of them and they looked at them cautiously. We are from the Reichen star domain. This is the Lianyun star, Zi Chen said as he descended. How do you know this is the Lianyun star? These cultivators who also came from the Life Star were even more cautious because Zi Chen was not talking about the Lianyun star domain. The other party was too cautious, which surprised the three. Zi Chen waved his hand and Bao Wei and 2 other people who came from the Lianyun star appeared. Xiao Wang, it's you. Bao Wei appeared and looked surprised when he saw the middle-aged man. You are Bao Wei. Aren't you in the Lianyun star? Why are you here? The middle-aged man was also surprised when he saw Bao Wei. Sigh, don't mention it. Once, when I was out on a mission, I was accidentally ambushed. In the end, I was enslaved. Luckily, this lord came to my aid and killed my master, freeing me. Look, the 2 of them are the same. Bao Wei shook his head and said. Mission? What mission? Xiao Wang frowned. Don't you know? Because of the lack of resources on the Lianyun star, we need to go out and do missions. These 2 were captured because they failed their missions. Seeing Bao Wei's tone and expression, he did not seem to be lying. Xiao Wang shook his head and said, I don't know. His face immediately turned cold and said, however, there are many people who want to sneak into the Lianyun star. They will set up signs along the way to lure the alien race to attack the Lianyun star. Xiao Wang, are you suspecting me too? Bao Wei stared and said, we were enslaved and lived a life worse than death. How could we send our own people to hell? It's just that my memory has some problems and I forgot the exact location of the Lianyun star. Do you know the exact location? Xiao Wang looked at the 6 people and hesitated for a while before saying, of course I remember. It's rare for you to be free. Come with me. I'll take them there. You guys continue to guard here. They nodded and Xiao Wang took them into a cave. There was a teleportation formation there. He's too cautious. Don't tell him that we still have a lot of people. Zi Chen, who was following behind, transmitted his voice to the 3 people in front of him. Zi Chen could understand the other party's vigilance. After all, this was the only place of freedom. Naturally, they had to be careful. As for everyone's vague memories, Zi Chen guessed that there was an existence here who was proficient in soul magic that affected their memories. Because of Zi Chen's instructions, Bao Wei lost the opportunity to brag about how powerful Zichen was. He only gave a brief introduction of the journey and did not mention the specific details. After stepping on the underground transmission array, the group appeared in a desolate place again. Elder Xiu released his spiritual sense, and after exploring the surroundings, he led the group forward and saw another transmission array in a hidden cave. While moving forward, Elder Xiu was very careful. During this time, Zichen also used his spiritual sense to explore the surroundings. However, he did not find anything unusual. His memories were very clear. However, he could not go back because those transmission arrays were one-way. The other party was more cautious than he had imagined. Therefore, he did not talk to Elder Xiu. Moreover, as he released his spiritual sense, Zichen was sure that the other party was deliberately leading them around. Finally, after a week, they arrived at a planet with life aura after another long-distance transmission. Finally, we're here. This is the aura. Bao Wei let out a sigh of relief, his face full of excitement. You guys follow me. Let's go see the master first, said Elder Xiu. Is it Master Yi Chen? Asked Bao Wei. Yes. There were many buildings on this planet. These buildings were spread widely. Occasionally, when they passed by the buildings, some cultivators from the Life Star would come out and greet Elder Xiu in a friendly manner. Hey, Elder Xiu, you brought people again. Not bad, there are so many people this time. Among the cultivators who walked out, after their gazes swept past Zichen and the others, they would deliberately pause on Brilliant for a moment. However, the latter had a look that said he did not want strangers to come close. Naturally, he did not care about the gazes that were deliberately directed at him. Uncle Xiu and the others stopped in front of a two-story building. He bowed to the front and said respectfully, Sir, this time we accidentally discovered 6 outsiders, but among them. An indifferent voice came from the room. Then, the door opened and a middle-aged man wearing a black robe walked out. His gaze swept past Elder Xiu. After seeing Bao Wei and the other two, his expression suddenly changed and he exclaimed, It's you guys. Greetings, Master. Bao Wei and the other two bowed to the middle-aged man in black robe. Why are you guys here? The middle-aged man's expression changed. When we were captured, we were saved by Master Zichen. Bao Wei said, This time, it was also Master Zichen who brought us here. Hearing Bao Wei's words, the middle-aged man's eyes moved again. When he saw Brilliant, a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. However, he suppressed it very well. In the end, he looked at Zichen and said, It was you who saved them. Zichen nodded. Thank you very much. My name is Yichen. Welcome to the Lianyun planet. In the future, this place will be your land of freedom. Yichen said with a smile. Thank you. Zichen cupped his fists. You're welcome. Elder Xiu, arrange a place for them to stay. You guys have worked hard along the way. Rest well for a few days. Yichen ordered. They thanked him again and left with Elder Xiu. Yichen stood in front of the door and looked at the 6 people leaving. To be precise, he was looking at Brilliant. His eyes flashed with surprise. With Brilliant's appearance, he would be the center of attention wherever he went. This was something he had long been accustomed to. Greetings, Master. From now on, we're on the same side. On this planet, there are 2 saints. You've seen Master Yi Chen just now. The other one is Master Jiyu Jin. He's always in seclusion and rarely comes out. Even the Lianyun planet is protected by these 2 saints. They've repelled many invaders. It can be said that the freedom here is given by these 2 saints. Elder Xiu's attitude became much better. He also became more talkative. Obviously, he had approved of these people. He arranged a place for the 6 of them to stay next to each other. After that, he bid farewell and left. Master, should we let them all come out? After Elder Xiu left, Bao Wei said impatiently. Obviously, he wanted the others to see this land of freedom. There's no hurry. I keep feeling that there's something strange about this place. Zichen shook his head. Strange. Now that you mention it, I feel the same way. I vaguely remember that the last time I came here, we stayed here. However, Elder Xiu didn't know that I was out on a mission. In other words, he shouldn't know that there's no one here. However, he brought us here naturally. Bao Wei scratched his head and said doubtfully, "There's nothing strange about this. The false saint just now has a very strong soul. He should be someone who specializes in soul techniques. Everyone in this star field will subconsciously follow his soul guidance. When Elder Xiao brought us here, his expression was very natural. It was as if he knew everything here. He should be guided by his soul." Brilliant said faintly, "Soul guidance." Zi Chen was startled. It was the first time he heard this term. Bao Wei and the other two were even more confused. On the contrary, Xing Chen's expression changed. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He said, "It's said that it's a method of using soul power. It can subconsciously change a person's memory. I didn't expect to encounter it here." Bao Wei and the others didn't know the way back and the details of their departure. Their memories are blurry. It should be because they were guided by their soul that their memories became blurry. Why did he do that? Bao Wei asked. It should be a kind of self-protection. It makes the cultivators who go out, even if they are caught, unable to follow their memory and bring others here. So that's how it is. Is this the source of my strange feeling? Zi Chen frowned. If we follow our subconscious, wouldn't we be under the control of the other's soul? Wouldn't we lose our freedom? You can't say that he doesn't have freedom, because the soul guidance won't interfere with anything. Acting according to one's subconscious will also make all kinds of things orderly. This is like Wang Xiu. He subconsciously knew that we were placed here, so he continued to go out and protect us. This doesn't affect his thoughts or actions, Xing Chen explained. This is also good. We don't need to think too much. We don't need to give orders. We can do whatever we want. Bao Wei said. The two beside him nodded. Perhaps this is indeed good, but I don't like the feeling of being subconsciously controlled. True freedom doesn't need to be controlled by others. Zi Chen shook his head. What Sir said makes sense. If Sir doesn't want to stay here, then we will leave with Sir. The two beside Bao Wei nodded again. Don't worry. We just got here. Let's take a look first. Zi Chen waved his hand. That's good. We can go out and see if there's anyone else we know. Bao Wei and the other two left the room. Looking at the three leaving, Brilliant said with certainty, "There's something wrong with that Yi Chen." What's the problem? Xing Chen looked at him in confusion. I can't say. I just feel like there's something wrong. Brilliant said. You can't be talking about how all his attention fell on you in the end, right? A great beauty like you has attracted people's attention for a long time. On the way, even Elder Xiao, who was hostile to us, secretly looked at you from time to time. Xing Chen joked with a smile. This is different. I don't know what's wrong with him, but I have an intuition. This intuition told me that there was something wrong with him the first time I saw him. Perhaps it's because his soul is too strong, giving you a misconception. Perhaps. Anyway, we have to be careful. Zi Chen nodded and said, we do have to be careful. I also feel that Yi Chen is very strange. Since the two said so, Xing Chen could only nod. Chapter 21:13. Yi Chen's arrival surprised Zi Chen and the other two. They quickly went up to greet him. They behaved just like normal Heaven Realm warriors. Yi Chen had a kind smile on his face. He waved at the three of them and said, you don't have to be so polite. We're all friends here. I'm just here on official business to understand your situation and tell you some things about this place. Oh, you're Zi Chen, right? I heard from Bao Wei that you saved them. Thank you. Sir, you're too polite. It's just a small matter. I just came to Star Road and am not familiar with this place. I saw an alien race commanding Bao Wei to kill me. Naturally, I had to attack the alien race first. But I didn't expect Bao Wei to be controlled by an alien race, Zi Chen explained. Bao Wei is not weak. You can go around him and kill his master. You're not weak either. Yi Chen smiled. He didn't doubt this at all because this world was like this. I'm just fast. It's just luck. Yi Chen nodded. He then looked at Brilliant and asked curiously, who are these two? This is a friend I met on the way. His name is Xing Chen. She's brilliant, Zi Chen introduced. Xing Chen, brilliant. What a unique name. Yi Chen looked at Brilliant and nodded. The smile on his face didn't fade. Xing Chen smiled. Brilliant was still expressionless. She didn't even look at him. Sir, please don't mind her. She's a bit cold and doesn't like to talk. Only such a personality is worthy of such a beauty. Her personality is unique. Oh, I almost forgot why I'm here. This is your first time here. Here's a gift for you. Each of you will get 10 attribute-less crystals. While speaking, Yi Chen took out 30 attribute-less crystals. Sir, we can't accept this. It's our first time here. Zi Chen quickly waved his hand. He was flattered. This is Lianyun planet's rule. You have to accept it. Yi Chen's face was stern. Then I'll accept it. Zi Chen nodded, and then took the 30 attribute-less crystals, which made Yi Chen slightly stunned. Shouldn't he only take 10 yuan? After receiving the 30 crystals, Zi Chen divided them into 3 portions, giving one to Xing Chen and one to Brilliant. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but when Zi Chen gave the Brilliant heavenly crystal, he touched Brilliant's hand. Brilliant moved his hand away as if he had been electrocuted, his expression unnatural. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Zi Chen, who had put away the heaven crystal, immediately cupped his fists and thanked Yi Chen. Thank you, my lord. If you need us to do anything in the future, please let me know. There are no special instructions. It's just that after coming here for a period of time, we will go out to do some missions. But don't worry, we don't need to go out for a period of time. Yi Chen's expression had already returned to normal. Zi Chen nodded and thanked him again. This conversation ended amidst Zi Chen's constant politeness and thanks. After which, Yi Chen bid farewell and left. After leaving the room, Yi Chen recalled the scene where Zi Chen touched Brilliant's hand and snorted softly. At this moment, the 3 of them had already gathered together. Zi Chen said, "It seems that guy came for Brilliant." Previously, his spiritual sense had been lingering around Brilliant. Yi Chen relied on his powerful spiritual sense to unscrupulously probe Brilliant. Little did he know that there was a possessor of perfect spiritual sense standing in front of him. His actions, which he thought were subtle, were seen by Zi Chen without batting an eyelid. A hint of disgust flashed through Brilliant's beautiful eyes. This kind of person is very hypocritical. Fortunately, we don't plan to continue staying here. It's really tiring to deal with this kind of guy. Yi Chen didn't know that the meeting he thought was a good one didn't leave a good impression on the 3 of them. Instead, it made them feel disgusted. When Bao Wei returned, he told Zi Chen that he met 2 acquaintances. The 2 of them were quite lucky. They went out on 4 missions and returned alive. We don't have any missions for now. You have to keep the others a secret for now. When you chat, ask more about the details of the battle. Don't reveal that you're deliberately trying to find out, ordered Zi Chen. What's wrong, master? I keep feeling that there's something wrong. Don't reveal any flaws. The 3 of them nodded solemnly, indicating that they understood. 3 days passed quickly. Bao Wei and the others didn't find any other problems. As for the details of the battle, those people talked about it with great interest. In fact, there was no need to deliberately find out. When a group of cultivators gathered together, they were deliberately bragging about their glorious deeds. Could it be that we're thinking too much? 3 days later, Yi Chen, who hadn't appeared before, appeared again. This time, other than chatting, he also intentionally got to know Brilliant more. Brilliant was currently only in the pseudo-heaven realm. When they chatted, Yi Chen also wanted to help Brilliant break through to the heaven realm. Unfortunately, Brilliant wasn't keen on this. Zi Chen and Xing Chen looked down on him. Brilliant's current battle strength wasn't weaker than a heaven realm expert. The reason he hadn't broken through was because he was waiting for the right time. He wasn't thinking of using other resources to break through. This guy is really patient. Watching Yi Chen leave, Xing Chen smiled coldly. Half a month had passed. Yi Chen came here almost every day. The surrounding cultivators also knew that Saint Yi Chen had taken a liking to Brilliant. For a moment, they all looked at Brilliant with envy. Obviously, To be able to gain the favor of a saint here was undoubtedly a great fortune. After Yi Chen left, Brilliant said without hesitation, "There is indeed something wrong with this guy. These days, he has been deliberately using his soul to guide me, trying to change my memory." Zi Chen didn't know Brilliant's origin, but he knew that he was very good at using souls. A mere pseudo-heaven realm expert was able to control the soul contract between a foreign race and a servant. He could also deceive the heavenly Tao. Yi Chen wanted to use his soul to guide Brilliant, but he chose the wrong person. Time passed, and another half a month passed. This time, Yi Chen came again. As soon as he came in, he ignored Zi Chen and Xing Chen and said to Brilliant, "Brilliant, let me tell you a piece of good news. Saint Jiyu Jin will come out of seclusion today. When he heard that you were here, he also wanted to come and visit you." Saint Jiyu Jin. Zi Chen and Xing Chen also became alert. This was the second pseudo-saint here. It was said that he had been in seclusion for a long time. This day, Yi Chen didn't stay for long. However, his soul was even more restless today. He was very manic and proud. He wantonly turned into his human form and wandered around Brilliant, his eyes filled with greed. Could it be that he wants to join forces with Saint Jiyu Jin to do something to Brilliant? Looking at Yi Chen's leaving figure, Zi Chen frowned. When it was almost evening, Yi Chen came with a strong man. The man was half-naked, his muscles bulging. Between his movements, he emitted an oppressive aura. Seeing him, Zi Chen felt as if he saw a ferocious beast pouncing on him. He felt a trace of pressure in his heart. Obviously, this was a pseudo-saint. It should be Jiyu Jin. "Come, Brilliant, let me introduce you. This is Saint Jiyu Jin." Yi Chen ignored the two of them again. It seemed that since the day they met, the two of them had been in a state of being ignored. No matter how arrogant Brilliant was, after seeing Jiyu Jin, he still had to bow. Zi Chen and Xing Chen also went up and bowed. As expected of the beauty that Yi Chen likes. This kind of beauty is definitely unique in this world. Jiyu Jin nodded at Brilliant and said in a low muffled voice. Hearing Jiyu Jin's words, Brilliant was expressionless and did not make any response. Zi Chen saw a trace of disappointment on Yi Chen's face. Beside him, Yi Chen's soul face revealed a strong sense of greed. "You two little guys, did you come with Brilliant?" Jiyu Jin turned his head and looked at Zi Chen and Xing Chen. "Yes, my lord." Xing Chen nodded and said, "Coming here is equivalent to coming home. In the future, get along well with everyone. When the time comes, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Come, this is a small thing that I carved out when I was bored. It's a gift for you. You can look at it every day." In Jiyu Jin's hand, a statue that was half the height of a person appeared. The statue had a human silhouette. Looking at the rough appearance, it was somewhat similar to Jiyu Jin, but the carving skills were not worthy of praise. Xing Chen took it and was obviously flattered. He immediately said that he would place it in the most conspicuous place and worship it every day. Jiyu Jin nodded with satisfaction, then continued to ignore the two of them. After chatting with Brilliant for a while, the two of them bid farewell and left. The three of them personally went out to see them off. Seeing this scene, the cultivators in the distance revealed looks of envy. To be able to make two great saints personally visit them, it was obvious that the three of them would have a very high status here in the future. Taking in the expressions of these people, Xing Chen shook his head and sighed. They've been here for too long and have long gotten used to this kind of life. They've long lost their courage. They can still survive here, but once they go out and face the foreign races, they'll definitely die. The purpose of coming to the Star Road is to gain experience. This place can erase one's unyielding character. Obviously, we can't stay here for too long. I think this is not the freedom they want. After a few days, we'll find a suitable opportunity to leave with the others, Zi Chen said. These are the three people you mentioned. They don't look like much. I even wasted a carefully carved statue. On the way back, Jiyu Jin was a little dissatisfied. Don't be careless. The three guys who came back admire Zi Chen a lot. I believe that he should have some tricks up his sleeves. Yi Chen said. So what if he has tricks up his sleeves? He's just a heaven realm cultivator. I say, you're too careful. Brilliant is a peerless beauty in the human world. Nothing can go wrong. As long as we can get her, a mere statue is nothing. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a lustful light. That woman is indeed not bad, but let's make it clear in advance. If we catch her, don't just enjoy it alone. Ji Jin said in a low voice. Don't worry. Let me enjoy it for a while. When the time comes, I won't forget about you. All right then. When do we make our move? 3 days later. Zichen originally thought that there would be some abnormalities that night. He didn't expect that after staying alert for the whole night, nothing would happen. It was the same the next day. Chapter 21:14. The light emitted from the statue was actually a kind of materialized energy. It dispersed like smoke and dust, spreading in all directions. This energy was silent and did not cause any ripples. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, did not notice anything strange. Xing Chen and Guang Yarrow were the same. This energy smoke quickly filled the entire room. The aura it emitted made Zichen feel drowsy. After the entire room was filled with this energy spread to the outside world and then spread to the other rooms. In another room, Bao Wei and the other two who were meditating felt dizzy. After a while, they fell down and fainted. The same scene played out in other places. Wherever the energy smoke passed, the cultivators nearby all fell unconscious. The outside world was silent. The energy smoke continued to spread. After about 2 hours, the smoke began to dissipate. Everything returned to normal. It was so quiet that it was almost dead. I thought they had some tricks up their sleeves. So this is it. Ji Jin, who had been standing outside Zichen's room, snorted. Hee, beauty, I'm coming. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with lust. When the smoke dissipated, the two of them went straight to Zichen's room. At this moment, it was quiet. There was no sound at all. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Everything in the room was reflected in the eyes of the two of them. Looking in front, their pupils shrank. Yi Chen said involuntarily, "You." In front of the two of them stood Zichen and the other two. At this moment, their faces were filled with coldness. So this is the reason why Lianyun planet exists. Looking at the two of them, Zichen said coldly. The two of them were shocked. The scene in front of them was far beyond their expectations. Ji Jin said in disbelief, "My soul fog and Yi Chen's soul power can perfectly control all the heavenly realms. How did you? There is no free place in this world. I was confused before. How could there be a free starfield in a place controlled by the foreign races? Now I understand." Zichen walked forward. Xing Chen and Guang Yarrow followed beside him. When Ji Jin and Yi Chen met Zichen's cold gaze, their hearts trembled for some reason and they subconsciously retreated. The two of them left the room and Zichen walked out. Bao Wei and the others' memories are blurry. It's not because you're worried that they'll reveal this place when they go out on a mission. There's no mission here at all. The so-called mission is just something you guys made up and then forced into their memories. Bao Wei has never gone out to do a mission. They were previously unconscious like this, and then their soul memories were changed to create the illusion that they were captured during a mission. Who are you? Who are you? Yi Chen's face was filled with shock. This was their secret, no one should know. Those whose souls and memories have been altered have all been sent outside to become slaves. Or, you can inform the outsiders who are in cahoots with you to come and take them away. Zichen looked up at the dusky sky and said indifferently, "This area has been sealed. All the cultivators here should be your targets this time. As for the next day, you will use your soul to guide the cultivators in other areas and make them think that we're all out on a mission." Zichen stared at Yi Chen and said word by word, "There's no mission here, and no freedom. Everyone is living in your fabricated memories. Even the energy they consume is fabricated by your memories." Ji Jin and Yi Chen were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. At this time, a clapping sound came from the side. A figure appeared from the darkness. "Although I don't know who you are, you're right. Yi Chen, Ji Jin, it seems that you two have miscalculated today." The person who walked out from the shadows was a member of a foreign race. His eyes swept past Zi Chen, and when he saw Brilliant beside him, his eyes suddenly smiled. He then said sarcastically, "I was wondering why the two of you would send a message when it's not time yet. So it turns out that you've found such a good thing. Mitch, looking at the two of you before, you must be thinking of taking her for yourself." Yi Chen and Ji Jin's expressions turned ugly. Originally, the two of them were going to attack Brilliant directly after entering. They would hide him and then hand over Zi Chen, Xing Chen, and the others to him. But at this moment, their plans were completely disrupted. Their hidden thoughts were discovered by that guy. "You're not free at all. You're someone's slaves. But you're different from other slaves. You promised your master that you would harm your own people in exchange for your freedom." Zi Chen glanced at the two of them and then looked at the smiling member of another race. He said, "As for you, I don't think you're from a hunting team. Even if you are, you should be the largest hunting team in the Rakshasa starfield. How should I address you? You're a fake saint from the Luo family." Zi Chen emphasized the last two words. "It seems that I have underestimated you. Your intelligence is almost monstrous." The member of another race sneered at Zi Chen. "My name is Luo Yi. I'm indeed from the Luo family. But even if you've guessed it, what can you do? We have 3 saints here, and the 3 of you are barely equivalent to the heaven realm." Hearing Luo Yi's words, Zi Chen sneered. He said, "You're just a fake saint. So what if you're a fake saint? Do you think the 3 of you can leave here alive?" "Oh, she can. I'll take her back and give her to my master. As for the 2 of you, you're not even qualified to be slaves," Luo Yi said coldly. "Besides, we don't need to do it ourselves to deal with the 3 of you." While speaking, Luo Yi clapped his hands again. There were footsteps, and then a group of cultivators of another race walked out of the darkness. They were all in the heaven realm, and there were more than 20 of them. "What do you think? You have extraordinary intelligence. Not only can it not help you, but it can also make you die faster. If you pretend that nothing happened, you might be lucky enough to survive. Although you'll become a slave, with your intelligence, you might still have a day of freedom. But now that you've revealed the truth, you'll only end up dead." The more than 20 foreign races were already closing in. Ji Jin and Yi Chen retreated, their faces extremely pale. Just as Zi Chen had said before, the two of them did not have freedom. They were slaves to others and had their own masters. They had used the method of trapping their compatriots in exchange for their freedom. But this time, the plan had been exposed. Whether the two of them still had freedom depended on how Luo Yi would report it to his master. When they looked at Zi Chen again, their eyes were full of resentment. This guy thought he was smart and got them killed, and now he was implicating the two of them. Seeing the resentment in their eyes, Zi Chen glanced at Luo Yi and the approaching foreign races. He sneered. "Are you competing with me to see who has more people? So what if I am?" Luo Yi mocked. However, his smile froze shortly after. Ji Jin and Yi Chen were bewildered, looking at the scene in front of them. Zi Chen swung his sleeves. A halo of energy shot out. Right after that, more than 300 Heaven Realm warriors with intimidating auras appeared in the area. The more than 20 Heaven Realm aliens were now surrounded by more than 300 Heaven Realm warriors from the Life Star. Feeling the oppressive, murderous auras from these people, the foreign races, who had been smiling fiendishly, changed their countenances. They had all heard the previous conversation. At this moment, their murderous auras diffused crazily from their bodies. On this star passage, the existences from the Life Star were always dangerous. As their compatriots, it was okay that they didn't help each other. However, they had used such a method to deceive and harm others. Compared to the alien races, this kind of existence deserved to die more. "Why do you have so many people with you?" Yi Chen was astounded, looking at the scene. "These people were saved by me from the alien race. Many of them came from Lianyun planet. After regaining their freedom, they were still thinking about their compatriots here. Knowing that they weren't living a good life, they decided to come and give you some resources so that the people here wouldn't be enslaved when they go out. Unfortunately, before I could give you the resources, you took action first. What I didn't expect was that all this was a scam. How could you save so many alien races alone? Ji Jin couldn't believe it. Don't worry about that. You don't have to worry about this. Now, it's time to decide who will live or die. But then again, the two of you are really disappointing. I originally thought that since we came to this star road, we should be able to rely on each other and trust each other. But after seeing the two of you, I realized how naive this idea was. The two of you can indeed be called scum. I rarely have strong killing intent towards others, but my killing intent towards the two of you is even stronger than the killing intent towards Gao Wei. Zi Chen looked at Ji Jin and Yi Chen. You two aren't from the Zhonwu continent or the Heaven Martial continent, right? If you're from these two places, I will destroy your entire clans when I get back. It's also to seek justice for the other compatriots you've harmed. Shameless boasting. You think you can do that? Yi Chen shouted coldly. Energy surged around Zi Chen's body. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. He turned into an electric light, dashing toward Yi Chen. You're courting death, shouted Ji Jin. His saint force surged as he punched toward Zi Chen. Zi Chen clenched his fist. Blazing energy burst out of his fist. This wasn't just heaven-defying energy. It was heaven-defying energy with the yang lightning attribute. Boom. The two fists collided, and the energy vibrated. The golden power of thunder exploded, and a powerful force erupted. Ji Jin's body was directly thrown back. In a head-on clash, Zi Chen, who had used the yang lightning energy, had beaten Ji Jin back. Boom. After that punch, Zi Chen kicked out. Blazing golden light flashed, and golden lightning danced. Yi Chen was sent flying with a horrified expression. Damn it, how is this guy so strong? Luo Yi, who had been waiting to watch a good show, was shocked when he saw this scene. Chapter 21:15. Zi Chen's attribute was thunder, and he was a thunder martial artist. The energy in his body was heaven-defying energy, which could also be called heaven-defying thunder. Usually, Zi Chen used the heaven-defying thunder to attack. In fact, in his body, the heaven-defying thunder could be transformed into two energy forms, the heaven-defying yang thunder and the heaven-defying yin thunder. This was also the ultimate form of Zi Chen's energy. At this moment, Zi Chen was using the heaven-defying yang thunder, which had the blazing yang attribute and was more violent than the heaven-defying thunder. Its power was naturally stronger. In a head-on confrontation, Ji Jin and Yi Chen retreated. Using extreme speed, Zi Chen came in front of Luo Yi and punched him in the face before he could use the Heavenly Path technique. Boom! The heaven-defying yang thunder energy contained in the fist light exploded, instantly drowning Luo Yi. The latter screamed and retreated awkwardly. With three powerful strikes, Zi Chen won with an absolute advantage. The three false saints looked at Zi Chen with shock in their eyes. In this confrontation, in terms of energy, Zi Chen's heavenly realm energy was not weaker than the saint energy in their bodies. Die! Of course, the three who retreated would not continue to underestimate Zi Chen. At this moment, they looked at each other and immediately rushed forward. The three of them teamed up. Swoosh! On Zi Chen's back, the heavenly thunder wings flashed, showing extreme speed, moving between the three of them. During this period of time, the terrifying heaven-defying yang thunder exploded, forming a destructive force that spread in all directions. Take the others and retreat first. Looking at the battle in the sky and recalling the battle between Zi Chen and Luo Chen, Xing Chen shouted and motioned for everyone to retreat. Some of the cultivators immediately rushed into the other rooms and brought out the unconscious people, including Bao Wei and the other two. After they were brought out, everyone began to retreat. Of course, the 20 foreign races also retreated, but they were forced to retreat. Zi Chen's body glowed with golden light. His powerful physical body ensured that he could contend against false saints. Coupled with the layer of heaven-defying yang thunder around him, Zi Chen was able to quickly move between the three false saints. At this moment, Zi Chen was fighting 1 against 3, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. Just as he had said in the battle with Luo Chen, a false saint was nothing more than this. Among the people he knew, there were more than 10 who could block Luo Chen's strongest attack, and there were at least 10 people who could kill him, even more than that. Energy continued to collide in the sky, and terrifying fluctuations spread out. Chen was like a god of war in golden armor, attacking the three false saints again and again. Many of the cultivators who came with Chen had seen the battle between Chen and Luo Chen. Although they were also shocked, their expressions were relatively less exaggerated. Those who had not seen Chen in action, after seeing this scene from afar, were so shocked that they were almost petrified. It was already heaven-defying for a heaven realm expert to fight against a false saint. They did not expect Chen to be able to fight 1 against 3, and he even took the initiative to attack. Looking at Chen, who was not at a disadvantage at all, Luo Yi's face was full of horror. He really could not understand why this heaven realm expert was so powerful. After the attack, he took advantage of the momentum to retreat. At this moment, his right arm was faintly aching, which was caused by the energy rebound. Divine flame. After retreating, he shouted and used the heavenly path technique. The void distorted, and a thick Teng snake appeared behind Luo Yi. This Teng snake also exuded the aura of a false saint. As soon as it appeared, it caused the void to distort, and the seal that sealed this area also began to distort because it could not withstand this terrifying energy. Waves of energy spread out in all directions. In the dark night, this wave of energy awakened many cultivators of Lianyun planet. They opened their eyes from their cross-legged state, walked out of their rooms, and looked in the direction of the energy wave. What happened? Where did the energy wave come from? Judging from the energy wave, it should be from the area ahead. There seems to be a few newcomers there, and one of them is a stunning beauty. Could there be a battle there? These cultivators who walked out of their rooms flew towards the place where the energy wave came from. However, when they arrived, they did not see the building, but only a distorted space. It's a seal. This place is shrouded by a seal. Judging from the aura, it should be a saint-level seal. Could it be that an alien race has invaded? Don't tell me they're the aliens brought by those newcomers. The people outside were discussing animatedly, and their words were full of complaints about Chen and the others. In the seal, the Teng snake that appeared spat out a large amount of divine flame at Chen. This was a false saint-level flame, which was very terrifying. Rosefinch's soul seal had transformed with this flame. Although this flame was different from the heavenly flame, it could still melt a heavenly weapon. In other words, if Chen's powerful body was exposed to this flame for a long time, it could also melt. Swoosh. Looking at the spreading flames, Chen's eyes flashed coldly. After forcing Yi Chen back with a punch, he showed his speed and rushed into the divine flame with his double defense. This is a pure sacred flame. Even if you have a powerful body, you will still be destroyed in this sacred flame. Seeing this, Luo Yi sneered. However, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that Chen's body had passed through the divine flame unscathed and arrived in front of the Teng snake. How is this possible? Luo Yi's expression changed drastically. He could not imagine how Chen had done it. In fact, it was very simple. He just had to keep using energy to maintain his defense. Although the energy consumption was very high, Chen was not afraid of it at all with the support of a world. Looking at the human in front of it, the Teng snake's eyes flashed coldly. Once again, it spat out a large amount of divine flame. Waves of fire swept over. Chen's body suddenly rose. After dodging the flames, he instantly arrived in front of the Teng snake. Hum. Inside his body, his bones trembled as his tendons and bones hummed. His heart beat faster as golden blood spread throughout his body. The powerful strength of his perfect body erupted. The Teng snake's open mouth was forcefully closed by Chen's powerful body and the energy of the heaven-defying yang lightning. Following that, Chen hugged the Teng snake's closed mouth and used all his strength to do a backflip. Boom! The Teng snake's winding body instantly straightened under this immense force. Then, it smashed into the void, shattering a large area of space. The Teng snake was in pain as its body contorted. Its thick snake body wanted to sweep towards Chen. Ha! Chen roared and exerted his strength again. His body began to spin as the Teng snake's strength went out of control once again. The snake's body was straight like a flaming rod as it began to dance in the sky. Peng! The snake's body swept past. Yi Chen couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the huge force. He coughed out blood and flew backward. Peng! Peng! At the same time, Jiyu Jin and Luo Chen were unable to withstand the huge force and were sent retreating. Everyone below looked at the scene in the sky in horror. At that moment, Zi Chen was like a celestial god as he displayed the strength of a celestial god. The huge tongue snake was like a toy in front of him as it was thrown around. At that moment, the tongue snake completely lost control of its body. It could only allow Zi Chen to throw its body around. The sky kept shaking as large areas of space shattered. Is he still human? Luo Yi looked up at this scene in horror. He turned back to look at the two. What kind of existence did the two of you provoke? Yi Chen and Jiyu Jin complained in their hearts. He was clearly only at the heaven realm, so they couldn't figure out why he had such terrifying strength. The distorted space directly caused a large area of space to collapse. The restrictions that enveloped the area also distorted more and more violently. Finally, under the constant destruction of the Teng snake, it collapsed with a bang. The restrictions were broken and the area that had disappeared before reappeared. However, the area was almost destroyed and many buildings were shattered. The cultivators outside were also shocked when they saw the scene in the field. It's that newcomer. I think his name is Zi Chen. He's waving a big snake. The two saints are also here. Hey, there's also an alien race. What's going on? That's an alien race saint. He must have been brought here by those newcomers. It doesn't seem right. Look over there. Why are there so many people? That's right. There are hundreds of people. Their auras are the same as ours, but there are dozens of alien races in the middle. What happened here? Why are there so many people? The restrictions were broken. When the cultivators outside saw this scene, they were shocked and puzzled. Boom! At that moment, they heard an explosion in the void. It was Zi Chen using the Teng snake as a weapon again and smashing it at the three pseudo-saints. However, the three of them were prepared and dodged in an instant. With so many people here, Yi Chen and Jiyu Jin's plan had been completely exposed. If they wanted to make up for it in time, they could only kill Zi Chen and forcefully change those people's memories. However, Zi Chen was not so easy to kill. After attacking with the Teng snake several times in a row but to no avail, Zi Chen let go of the Teng snake. He clenched his right fist and the energy of the heaven-defying young thunder accumulated in his fist. Suddenly freed, the Teng snake was still a little dizzy. Its body swayed in the sky. As soon as it regained control of its body, it felt a dangerous aura. Boom! Zi Chen's punch directly hit the Teng snake's head. The violent energy poured into the Teng snake's body through its head and then exploded with a loud bang. The Teng snake's head shattered. The soul inside wanted to escape, but it was caught by Zi Chen and put away after sealing it. Fart! The Teng snake exploded and turned into energy and dissipated. Luo Yi suffered a backlash and coughed up blood. He looked at Zi Chen in the sky in horror. Standing in the sky, Zi Chen looked at the three of them and said coldly, "It's still a little difficult to kill the three of you in one fell swoop with my current strength. Fortunately, I'll end this quickly." After using the heaven-defying young thunder, Zi Chen was confident that he could defeat or even kill a pseudo-saint. However, there were three of them here. If they joined forces, it would be quite troublesome, so Zi Chen could only use some of his trump cards. Chapter 21:16. Many people were stunned by this battle, and at the same time, they were also stunned. The cultivators from Lianyun planet had no idea what was going on. Why did the newcomer they thought was fighting against the foreign tribes they had recruited? Moreover, not only was he fighting against the foreign tribes, but he was also fighting against the two saints. Could there be some disagreement in the middle and the benefits were not distributed equally? But no matter how they looked at it, the other party did not look like he was enslaved. How could such a powerful being, comparable to a saint, be enslaved? But what was going on in front of them? They could not understand, nor could they figure it out. I admit that you have some tricks up your sleeves, but you must be dreaming if you want to kill the three of us together. After fighting for so long, You must have consumed a lot of your energy, but we are not injured at all. Luo Yi snorted coldly, and the saint power around him began to transform into flames. Zi Chen had already recognized that the other party was preparing to use the Armageddon fist. As for Jiyu Jin and Yi Chen, their auras began to rise, and their killing intent surged wildly. At this moment, only the three saints' auras were left in the entire world. These auras covered the entire Lianyun planet. And at this moment, the cultivators who were previously puzzled seemed to understand what was going on. The three saints were in a group, and they wanted to fight this newcomer. And the hundreds of cultivators who suddenly appeared should be in cahoots with the newcomer. However, they still did not understand why the two saints were in cahoots with the foreign tribes. Or rather, they had some guesses in their hearts, but they still did not dare to believe it. Can a heaven realm cultivator like him stop the three saints? Everyone could not help but begin to worry for Zi Chen. This kind of worry was without reason. If they had to find a reason, it would be that one of the three saints was from a foreign tribe, which made them very uncomfortable. The oppressive aura filled the entire Lianyun planet, and at this moment, only the three saints' auras were left on the planet. Among them, Luo Yi's aura was like a flame, occupying a direction. Yi Chen's oppressive soul aura also occupied a corner of the sky. Jiyu Jin's aura was violent, and he was good at using power. The three of them did not use any weapons, but their auras were enough to make many people unable to stand. Zi Chen, who was standing in the air, was surrounded by a golden light. This golden light could only go 2 meters away from his body before it was suppressed by the false saint aura and could no longer dissipate. From afar, Zi Chen looked like he was in the middle of a golden lightning ball. He gripped the scabbard tightly in his hand. His expression was calm as he stared at the three people in front of him. "Do it!" Luo Yi shouted. The saint power of flame in his body formed a fist in front of him. This was the fist of destruction. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding space shattered. This flaming fist was completely floating in the shattered void. Roar! A tyrannical roar rang out as a huge black beast appeared in front of Yi Chen. This huge beast was completely formed from soul force. Its pitch-black eyes seemed to have a soul-sucking effect. When one looked at it, they would feel a sense of dizziness. Jiyu Jin's body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant. The muscles on his body bulged, filled with explosive power. The already oppressive atmosphere became even more oppressive because of the three saints using their full strength. The surrounding cultivators had to retreat again in the face of this oppressive aura. Xing Chen and Guang Yarrow looked at Zi Chen nervously from afar. When they saw that Zi Chen's expression was still calm, they gradually relaxed. It seemed that Zi Chen's calm expression gave them great confidence. Die! Their roars resounded through the world as the three saints launched their attacks. The fist of destruction carried a black hole in the void and rushed towards Zi Chen. Jiyu Jin shattered the space and rushed towards Zi Chen. The huge beast roared again and flew towards Zi Chen from another direction, launching a soul attack at Zi Chen. Looking at the three powerful attacks, Zi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised the scabbard in his left hand and placed it horizontally in front of his chest. His right hand rested on the scabbard. In his body, the energy of the heaven-defying young thunder was continuously injected into the scabbard through the scabbard. The originally black scabbard gradually turned golden with the injection of the energy. The golden light emitted a scorching and violent aura. Streaks of lightning began to flash on the scabbard. The three attacks were approaching. Zi Chen smiled faintly. The veins on his right hand bulged as he pulled the scabbard with force. Whoosh! The broken scabbard was unsheathed, shining with golden light. A golden scabbard appeared in front of Zi Chen and slashed forward. The scabbard was in a semi-arc shape. As it flew forward, it kept expanding. When the scabbard met the fist of destruction, it did not stop at all. It swept past the fist and continued forward. When it met the huge black beast, it also did not stop and swept past in an instant. Then it met Jiyu Jin, who had transformed into a giant, and slashed through his body. At this moment, the scabbard had expanded to hundreds of meters and was heading toward Yi Chen and Luo Yi. Whoosh! This was the speed of light. It was very fast. In an instant, It swept past the two of them. They had no time to make an effective counterattack. After that, the scabbard seemed to have reached its energy limit and disappeared in mid-air. After the scabbard dissipated, the oppressive aura between heaven and earth disappeared quickly like a receding tide. The terrifying energy contained in the fist of destruction also dissipated in an instant. Along with the scabbard disappeared into the sky. The huge black beast let out a roar and dispersed into the air. Ji Jin, who had transformed into a giant, was split into two. After that, the terrifying energy dissipated. His two halves returned to normal and fell to the ground. In the distance, Yi Chen and Luo Yi's bodies were also split in the middle. The surging vitality disappeared in an instant. Their bodies fell to the ground. Zi Chen was still standing in the sky. His left hand was holding the scabbard. The scabbard was still in the scabbard. His expression was still as calm as before. It was as if he had done nothing. In the eyes of the crowd, the scene just now seemed like an illusion. But no one would think that it was an illusion. Because the bodies of the three saints had been completely separated and their vitality was gone. Killing three saints with one scabbard. The surroundings were silent. It could even be said that it was dead silent. Everyone stood on the spot and looked up at the sky. They were motionless. It was as if they had been petrified. The people who came with Zi Chen were extremely excited. Such a powerful existence was worthy of them following to their deaths. Destroy their physical bodies. Leave their souls for me. In the silent world, Zi Chen's indifferent voice sounded. Yes. A loud roar sounded. These heaven realm cultivators could no longer wait. There were more than 700 of them against a mere 20 foreign races. There was no way to separate them. There were only those who attacked first. Boom. 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 The energy instantly went berserk. Because everyone was fighting to attack, 5 of the foreign races' souls were destroyed. The remaining souls were left behind according to Zi Chen's instructions. Before the petrified Lianyun planet cultivators could react, the battle had already ended. 2 saints had been killed, and this land of freedom seemed to have lost its freedom. After recovering from the shock, they were all at a loss. Now that the saints were dead, where should they go? This is not a land of freedom. It's a scam. Now, think of a way to inform the cultivators guarding the starfield and get them to come back as soon as possible. Looking at the bewildered cultivators, Zi Chen instructed. After witnessing Zi Chen's strength and hearing Zi Chen's instructions, they nodded subconsciously. Those cultivators who had fainted earlier had already been woken up by Xing Chen and the rest. When they woke up, they were also at a loss. They did not know what had happened. After Xing Chen and the others told them everything, their expressions became extremely ugly. Their hearts were filled with lingering fear, and they began to curse loudly. A scam. So everything was a scam. Those so-called missions were all fake. They were only living in Yi Chen's fabricated memories. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They were sent away time and time again when there were enough people. It was a pity that they were still complacent, thinking that they were in a land of freedom. The corpses of the 3 false saints were still there, but their resources had all been taken away by Zi Chen. After killing the 3 people, Zi Chen was not happy at all. This star field had existed for a long time. Those 2 guys had killed countless people. The other cultivators of the Lianyun planet also knew what had happened, but they found it hard to accept. Some of them were too emotional and even clamored that this was Zi Chen's scheme. Their only land of freedom had been destroyed. Their bodies and minds had suffered a big blow. Zi Chen did not care about such people. They did not have the heart to move forward. In this star path that was full of dangers, such people could only die. In this world, there was no such thing as true freedom. Even the Zhongwu continent and the Tianwu continent would face danger for a certain period of time, not to mention the star path that obviously rejected cultivators from the life star. As for the other cultivators, they quickly moved to inform the others. The others were furious and kept spitting at Yi Chen and Ji Jin's corpses. After Bao Wei found out that his memories were fake, he kept cursing. He did not stop until the sky brightened. When the sky brightened up, The first wave of cultivators guarding outside had already returned. What was surprising was that it was Wang Xiu and his group of 8. One must know that when the other party brought them here, they had to walk for a full week. Lord Xiu Wang and the others came before Zi Chen with a complicated expression. Back then, he was very wary of these people. Who would have thought that the ones he should be wary of were the 2 saints? Find a way to inform the others as soon as possible. Tell them to come back quickly. We can't stay here any longer. Zi Chen ordered. Yes. Xiu Wang cupped his fists and left with the others. Chapter 21:17. Let me go if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. From now on, there will be no place for you in the entire Luoshostar area. When Zi Chen took out a sealed soul, Zi Chen heard such a threatening voice. Ignoring the other party, Zi Chen sank into his spiritual senses and started to search his soul. Damn it! How dare you search the soul of a member of the Luo family? Do you know who we are? Who is in charge of us? Do you know who my boss is? Let me go if you know what's good for you. You. Spare me. Spare me. Zi Chen's method of soul searching was brutal. As the memories of the alien were being read, the soul was also disappearing. Sensing that the soul was disappearing, the other party started to beg for mercy in fear. But it was useless. Zi Chen was unmoved. From the memories of the other party, he had seen what the other party had done to the cultivators on the life stars. It was enough to kill them dozens of times. After reading half of the memories, the other party's soul couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed. Then, Zi Chen took out the second one. He didn't care if the other party was begging for mercy or threatening him. He just sank into his spiritual senses and searched his soul. To those souls, this could be considered a rather cruel torture. Spare me. Spare me. What do you want to know? I'll tell you. In the end, no soul dared to threaten Zi Chen anymore. As soon as they appeared, they started to beg for mercy. It was useless. Deep in their souls, there were even crueler memories. Many people had begged them, but what they got in return were crazier and more ferocious smiles and inhumane tortures. At this moment, Zi Chen didn't torture them. He just searched their souls indifferently. This was already very kind of him. After all the souls had been killed by the soul-searching method, a cold light flashed in Zi Chen's emotionless eyes. Luo family, as the masters of the Star Road, you are very decisive in your actions. I like it. The corners of Zi Chen's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Now, he finally understood the significance of the Lianyun planet's unique marking on the star map in Luo Chen's hand. It meant that the Lianyun planet belonged to a special faction. Over the long years, these marked forces had continuously sent slaves to the Rakshasa starfield. There were a total of 5 places like Lianyun planet in the Rakshasa starfield. This star area had so many squads that specialized in capturing slaves. Also, there was a place that deceived people in the name of freedom. They wanted to kill all the cultivators who came out of the life stars. They wanted them to walk on the path of death without any hope. 5 days later, Wang Xiu managed to summon everyone in this star field back. When they saw the corpses of the 2 saints and the other foreign races and learned about the situation, their expressions became very complicated. They hated Yi Chen and Ji Yujin's actions, but at the same time, they were at a loss for the future. The total number of cultivators here was just over 100, which was not a large number. However, according to the memories that Zi Chen obtained from the soul search, the number of slaves sent out of Lianyun Star had already reached several thousand. That was several thousand Heaven Realm cultivators, but they were killed by Yi Chen and Ji Yujin for their own selfish reasons. After gathering these people who had lost their will to fight, Zi Chen looked at them and said, "Everyone, this place has been destroyed. True freedom does not exist. You should know the reason why this place has not been attacked all these years. Now, we are going to go deeper into the Rakshasa starfield. If you want to go with me, you can follow me. If you don't want to, I won't force you." After hearing Zi Chen's words, the eyes of these gloomy cultivators lit up. Some of them looked at Zi Chen with gratitude and dependence. Taking in the expressions of these people, Zi Chen said again, "Let me say this first. Although I have a magic treasure that can store all of you inside, I don't have the strength to guarantee everyone's freedom. Everyone who chooses to follow me will have to participate in a battle when we go deeper. It will be a real battle of life and death, not a battle made up in your memories." Many cultivators heard this and their expressions changed. Many of them had lived here for a long time and were used to this. Their battle instincts had deteriorated a lot. "Lord, I, Xiao Wang, am willing to follow you into battle." Xiao Wang stepped out and bowed respectfully. "We are also willing to follow you to kill the enemy." 7 more people stepped out. They were the 7 people who followed Xiao Wang. They had been responsible for guarding the outside world. Although they had not participated in any battles, they were still vigilant and had the will to fight. Looking at these 8 people, Zichen nodded and said, "Very good. Those who want to follow me, wait here in half a month. We will go together." With that, Zichen turned and left, leaving behind a group of cultivators with complicated expressions. The reason why he chose to leave in half a month was because Guang Yarou had entered seclusion and was preparing to break through to the heaven realm. Zichen estimated that it would take half a month. As for the 200 or so people, Zichen really didn't have the patience to explain the dangers of the star path to them one by one. Survival was the most important thing. Many of them had been free in Yi Chen's memories for hundreds of years. It was simply unrealistic to use words to incite their fighting spirit. Moreover, there were quite a few amongst these people whose minds had become slightly warped due to the long period of freedom they'd enjoyed, and they were quite critical of him for killing the 2 saints. In their subconscious minds, since Yi Chen and Jiyu Jin hadn't made a move against them, then they would never make a move against them. So long as the 2 of them didn't die, then they would always be free. There were many people who had such thoughts. These people had the same mentality as Yi Chen and Jiyu Jin. They were extremely confident existences. Zichen did not have any hope for these people. "Prepare some resources for those who are willing to stay behind when the time comes, or those who intend to find another way out," Zichen said without turning his head. Behind him, Xing Chen nodded. In the room, Guang Yarou sat cross-legged. Her body emitted a blazing aura. This aura was similar to the yang lightning aura Zichen displayed. However, it was not as violent as the yang lightning aura. Instead, it was hotter. Guang Yarou's breakthrough did not cause too much of a commotion. It was just that the temperature within a few miles had risen a little. For the past few days, Zichen had been staying next to Guang Yarou's room. It could be considered as guarding this mysterious woman. In fact, Zichen could vaguely guess where she came from. However, Guang Yarou had never taken the initiative to mention it. Zichen did not ask too much. As long as she had no intention of harming him, she would naturally tell him when she wanted to. After 7 days, the surrounding temperature rose out of nowhere. Even ordinary heaven realm cultivators would feel their hearts palpitate when they sensed the blazing heat. The surrounding space began to become extremely unstable, and with the passage of time, the surrounding temperature began to rise. On the 11th day, these buildings that had existed for God knows how many years finally could not hold on any longer. They began to deform, melt, and turn into liquid. All the cultivators retreated far away. Only Zichen and Xing Chen remained to guard Guang Yarou. Whether it was Guang Yarou or Xing Chen, they were undoubtedly powerful. They were not weaker than Zichen's friends. Xing Chen had an extraordinary background. His soul was somewhat related to the Star Clan. Guang Yarou was also extraordinary. Previously, when Jiyu Jin and Yi Chen worked together to create a smoke energy attack, it did not make Guang Yarou faint. 2 days later, the surrounding buildings no longer existed. A golden light barrier appeared where Guang Yarou was sitting cross-legged. Above the light barrier, blazing energy spread out. A few meters away from the light barrier, Zichen sat cross-legged. The terrifying heat released by Guang Yarou did not affect him at all. In the distance, Huan Kai and the others were shocked at this scene. They had all seen Guang Yarou's massacre and knew that he was very strong. At this moment, the other party had only broken through to the heaven realm. However, the aura that surged out from his body made their hearts tremble. They did not dare to casually approach. Another 2 days later, Guang Yarou's aura completely erupted. The blazing heat made even Chen frown. This aura flashed and the light barrier around him disappeared. Guang Yarrow, dressed in purple, stood up. His entire body was shining. The aura of the heaven realm was emitted. It took Guang Yarrow 14 days to break through. Looking at Chen and Chen who were protecting him, Guang Yarrow only nodded and did not say anything. Guang Yarrow was the least talkative girl Chen had ever met. She always had an aura that kept people at a distance. Usually, she would still talk to Chen and Chen. As for the others, he completely ignored them. Since you have broken through, we will depart tomorrow. Chen said indifferently. He stood up and left. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Chen smiled. Compared to Chen and Guang Yarrow's cold personality, he was much more amiable. Thank you. Guang Yarrow said indifferently. After that, there was silence. The next day, everyone gathered here. After half a month of consideration, these 200 people finally understood their situation. Although following Chen was dangerous, there was also a chance of survival. However, if they left on their own, they knew from Huan Kai and the others that this world was truly cruel. They knew that there was no chance of survival. Everyone, since you've already made your choice, let's go. Huan Kai, Xin Yu, Bao Wei, you guys properly entertain these newcomers. Let them have an early understanding of the cruel world outside. Other than not being allowed to kill, do as you wish. Chen ordered indifferently. Since everyone had made their choice, he had to take responsibility for the people who followed him. He had to do his best to ensure their survival. Don't worry, my lord. We will definitely let them know how cruel this world is. We will definitely let them adapt to the outside world as fast as possible. Bao Wei laughed. His eyes revealed a cold light. I will leave this matter to you guys. Next, we will go to the next star field. In a flash of light, Chen put the others into the cauldron, leaving behind Chen, Guang Yarrow, and Xiu Wang. The latter was responsible for leading the way. Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Chapter 21:18. The Rakshasa star area was very big, including many small star areas. Each of these star areas had one or several false saints in charge. This was the foundation of the Luo family in this star area. Once all the false saints were gathered, there would be more than 100 of them. What really made the Luo family stand tall in the Rakshasa star area for thousands of years was the saint of the Luo family. The saint here referred to a true saint, a perfect saint, not a false saint as was commonly known. Saint Luo Fei was the strongest existence in the Luo family after the disappearance of Saint Teng Shi. With him in charge, the Luo family was still the ruler of this star area. The souls he used to control had disappeared in recent years, which made Saint Luo Fei uneasy. He had to come out of seclusion because of this. Luo Lin, come and see me quickly. Saint Luo Fei walked out of seclusion and headed to the main hall of the family. Greetings, sir. After a while, a middle-aged false saint wearing a long robe came to the main hall. Has anything happened recently? Asked Luo Fei in a low voice. A cultivator from the star path named Chen has been wantonly slaughtering the people of the Luo family in the star area under our control. Among them, 15 false saints have been killed, including the former servants of Milord. Some of the places where we raised slaves have also been destroyed. Really? What's his background? What's his realm? Luo Fei couldn't help but frown. It's said that he comes from a life star. His realm should be the heaven realm. He has many capable warriors with him. He can even kill false saints 2 realms higher than him. We've been looking for him all these years. We've sent out many experts of the family. However, they appear and disappear mysteriously. It's hard to track them down. Luo Lin sounded helpless. Since the incident in the Reichen star domain and the Lianyun star domain, they had been paying close attention to Chen. However, the other party seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, and there was no trace of him at all. When he reappeared, he was bound to bring a fatal blow to the Luo family. Several years had passed, and the Luo family had suffered heavy losses. However, the reinforcements had never encountered the enemy. They were always one step too late. Crossing two realms to kill a fake saint. Seems like this Zi Chen has a high position on this life star. Perhaps he came from the original world. Luo Fei's eyes sparkled with a cold light. Luo Lin hesitated for a moment before saying, "Well, we also guessed that the other party came from the original world. In recent years, there has been a rumor circulating in our Rakshasa star region." "What news?" "It's just a rumor. However, it has spread everywhere. People say that Zi Chen, the one who has been targeting the Luo family, uses the same energy as that man from many years ago." Speaking of that man, Luo Lin's eyes sparkled with respect. "What? That man?" Luo Fei's pupils shrank. The aura of the saint realm burst out from his body. In the history of the Rakshasa star area, there was only one person who dared to call himself that man. That man used to use his bare hands to defeat the old ancestor of the Luo family, Flying Serpent. He had killed 3 saints of the Luo family. The number of false saints and half-saints was immeasurable. At that time, the Luo family was at its most glorious time. Under the leadership of Flying Serpent Ancestor, they were confident that they could march deep into the star area. However, after that man came, the Luo family, which had been at its peak, couldn't kill that man. Instead, they were pushed down from their peak to the lowest level. At that time, the Luo family almost couldn't keep their position as the overlord of the Star Road. Luo Fei had broken through at the critical moment, suppressing all the rebellions and keeping the Luo family's position as the overlord of the Star Road. However, after that, the old ancestor of the Luo family, Flying Serpent Ancestor, had disappeared. Many forces started to suppress the Luo family. After that, the Luo family had never risen again. However, it was still a rare thing to ensure that they didn't decline. After that, that existence entered the depths of the Star Road. It had been a very long time since then, and that person's name had become a taboo in the Star Road. Everyone would use that person's name in private conversations, and no one dared to call that person's name directly. The battle had been so long ago that it could be calculated in terms of 100,000 years. However, every time Luo Fei thought about it, it was as vivid as if it had happened yesterday. When he recalled the unstoppable light of that man and how powerful and terrifying he was, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. "Is it you?" "Of course not. If it were you, you wouldn't be so secretive. Could it be that he's your successor?" "Why? Did he target the Luo family under your instructions? Does he also want to make a big splash?" Luo Fei's eyes flashed with light. His expression became ferocious, and his saint aura became unstable. "It doesn't matter if it's him or not. Since he's brought back my memories, then don't even think about leaving the Rakshasa star field. Luckily, that guy is still in the heaven realm and hasn't grown up yet. He's not as scary as you were back then. Tell me more about him. I don't believe that in the Rakshasa star field, within the Luo family's territory, we can't catch a mere heaven realm warrior. According to our calculations, he might appear at the Fort Gang trading ground. I've already arranged for people to wait there. If they go, I guarantee that they won't be able to return." Luo Lin couldn't resist the saint aura that had gone out of control. His tone was a bit hurried. "The Fort Gang trading ground? That place is second only to the Rakshasa trading ground. Since you've already made arrangements, then we'll do as you say. Right, you should also go there and take a look. Don't let anything happen. That's the biggest slave trading ground." Luo Fei gradually calmed down and withdrew his saint aura. "Sir, you're not coming with me. No, it's just a mere heaven realm warrior. If I make a move, the other forces will laugh at the Luo family. Yes, I'll do it right away. I guarantee that I'll bring back that guy's head." It had been 8 years since the destruction of Lianyun's star. In these 8 years, Zi Chen's team of less than 1,000 people had grown to 1,500 people. This didn't even include the hundreds of people who died in the battles. Of the more than 200 cultivators who came from Lianyun's star, less than a fifth of them had survived in these 8 years. In the cruel battles, even though Zi Chen had trained them in advance, most of them were still unable to survive the fierce battles. And in these 8 years, their results were also good. They killed more than 10 false saints, annihilated thousands of Luo family heaven realm warriors, destroyed dozens of Luo family shops, and several trading grounds. Among them, the areas with special markings were all destroyed. Zi Chen saved a lot of slaves, but unfortunately, most of them couldn't adapt to the cruel battles and were killed in the battle. But the remaining 1,500 people were undoubtedly the real warriors. In these 8 years, not only did they develop their own combat strength to the limit, but they also honed their joint methods to fight the enemy. When they had nothing to do, they would study how to kill the enemy as much as possible. In the past 8 years, they had plundered countless resources, but the amount of resources they had consumed was also astronomical. Fortunately, Zi Chen only targeted the Luo family and did not care about the other smaller forces. So in the battle, he indirectly received a lot of help from these forces. For example, he exchanged the resources he obtained for attribute-less crystals at a good price. In addition, it was also worth mentioning that in these 8 years, Xing Chen's physical body condensed with saint power finally merged perfectly with his soul, causing his realm to rise again and become a semi-saint. Zi Chen fought along the way and distributed all the saint power crystal chips he obtained to the people in the team, so that these people could have a chance to break through to become a false saint. However, when Zi Chen gave it to him, he was very selective. For example, Huan Kai had comprehended 8 types of precepts, and one of them was fire. Zi Chen gave him the saint power crystal of fire, and let him refine it. Although this still had a big impact on his talent, it was much better than those who did not conform to the precepts. At the very least, when Huan Kai encountered an opportunity, there was still hope for him to enter the saint realm. In addition, there were too many people following Zi Chen, and there were people who comprehended all kinds of rules, so Zi Chen didn't worry about the situation where the rules didn't conform to the rules. In these 8 years, the saint power crystal chips that the ancestor of the stars left to Zi Chen and the ones obtained from the battles along the way allowed Zi Chen to successfully create 5 false saints. These 5 people were Zi Chen's secret weapons, and had never appeared in front of the world. "My lord, where are we going next?" On an abandoned planet, Darren came to the front of Zi Chen, who was deep in thought, and asked. In these 8 years, Darren had become the only alien race that everyone recognized, and his attitude towards him was also good. In addition to his role as steward, Darren also played the role of master to Zi Chen. After all, Zi Chen had over 1,000 formidable existences that killed without batting an eyelid under his command, yet he was able to call himself Zi Chen's master in front of others, and merely thinking about it caused him to feel extremely comfortable in his heart. Our next destination is the Fort Gang Trading Center. Zi Chen stared at the star map in front of him and said, "This may be the last battle before we enter the Rakshasa galaxy. If I'm not wrong, this battle won't be so smooth. I've done some research. It's the biggest trading center outside the Luosha star zone. It's even better than the Luosha star zone in some aspects. Many things that can't be sold there are sold there. It's widely accepted that the biggest slave trading center in the entire Luosha star zone is there, and there are many fake saints there." As the steward, Darren had collected a lot of information before. Zi Chen nodded and said, "We'll rest for a few days, and then go directly to the Fort Gang Trading Center." 5 days later, the injuries and energy of the previous battle were all recovered. Zi Chen and Darren left the abandoned planet. After changing their appearances, the two entered the Fort Gang Trading Center. Because of what happened in the past 8 years, the cultivators of the Luo family had become very cautious, and this huge trading center was also heavily guarded. However, no one checked the group of slaves like Darren and Zi Chen, because there were too many of them here. Most of the cultivators who came here were here for the sake of slaves. Even if the Luo family guessed that Zi Chen was hiding among these people, they couldn't check them one by one. They could only wait for Zi Chen to show himself. Chapter 21:19. Apart from the Luo family's shops, there were also shops owned by other families. However, the most prosperous areas were all occupied by the Luo family. Zi Chen's goal this time was to open up a path to the slave trading area. For 8 years, the Luo family had witnessed how powerful a slave could be after losing control. Therefore, when something unexpected happened, their masters would instantly extinguish the slave's soul. Such a scene had happened many times, and Zi Chen had suffered a lot during this period. Therefore, before taking action, Zi Chen had to find out everything about this place to minimize the loss of slaves. It was unknown whether it was because of Zi Chen's constant attacks on the Luo family over the past 8 years or because he had been rescuing slaves, but many of the slave trading centers opened by the families had closed down and switched to other businesses. Master, I've already asked around. There's only one slave trading area left, and it's in front of us. It's under the control of the Luo family. Darren secretly transmitted to Zi Chen through voice transmission. Zi Chen didn't respond. At this moment, his eyes were dull, and his appearance was ordinary. He didn't look any different from the other slaves, except that he was a little sloppy. After saying that, Darren led Zi Chen into the depths of the trading area. Hey, friend, please wait a moment. Your slave has an extraordinary temperament. How about we fight? 100 law crystals. Friend, why don't we have a battle of slaves? Friend, please wait. 100 law crystals for a slave battle. If you think it's too little, we can increase the number. Along the way, Darren looked very excited as if he had just obtained a new slave. He stopped everyone he saw and said that he wanted a slave battle. The cultivators who came here were naturally people of status. Although their slaves also had dull eyes, at least they were dressed very well. Zi Chen, on the other hand, looked a lot more sloppy. He had messy hair and a dirty face. He looked very miserable. It had to be said that in order to save these slaves, Zi Chen had put in a lot of effort. You're new, aren't you? Scram to the side. How can such a trashy servant want to fight with my servant? It's 100 crystal battle. Go play on the side. Those with good tempers would directly reject Darren, while those with bad tempers would scold him and chase him away. It's fine if you don't want to gamble, but you dare to look down on the servant that this young master spent a large sum of money to buy? Turning to look at Zi Chen, Darren murmured, but such a servant is indeed a little unpresentable. I still have 10,000 rule chips anyway. At worst, I'll just buy another one. 10,000 rule crystals could be exchanged for 1,000 non-elemental rule crystals. In the outer starfields, that was a huge sum of money, but in the Fortress of Steel, it was ridiculous. As soon as Darren's words left his mouth, it caused a burst of laughter. I say, brother, with your wealth, you should go to one of the smaller trading areas and try your luck. Not only are the slaves here good, but they're also very strong. They're worth at least 5,000 non-elemental rule crystals, a kind cultivator reminded him. What? 5,000 non-elemental rule crystals? That's so expensive. Darren was clearly shocked by this number. 5,000 is the lowest price. Also, there are all kinds of slaves here. Men, women, handsome, pretty, you name it, the kind cultivator said again. The others laughed again, wondering where this country bumpkin came from, daring to come to the Fortress of Steel with just 10,000 rule crystals. It's all that damned Zi Chen's fault. If he hadn't destroyed the other trading areas, this young master wouldn't have come here. This young master is rich in the outer starfields, Darren murmured unhappily, then walked deeper into the trading area. Everyone could still vaguely hear Darren murmur, this young master can't afford it, so am I supposed to look down on it? I don't believe that there's a fee to look at this place. Darren with his slaves was only a joke here, so naturally, no one paid any attention to him. The topic was drawn to the damned Zi Chen that Darren had mentioned. Almost everyone in the Rakshasa Star region was familiar with this name, because in just a few years, he had dealt a huge blow to the Luo family. He had destroyed many of the Luo family's external forces, allowing the families that were usually suppressed to have some leeway. After talking about Zi Chen, these people had a lot to say. Some even mysteriously compared Zi Chen to that person from many years ago. Zi Chen and Darren didn't know about this. The two of them went straight to the deepest part of the trading area. Wherever they passed, Darren sensibly stopped looking for trouble, but his expression was very awkward. When some Luo family cultivators noticed this, they couldn't help but sneer. Their superiors had already instructed them to pay attention to unfamiliar faces with their slaves. It was possible that Zi Chen had sneaked in. But from their point of view, these two guys had nothing to do with the rumored existence who could kill a false saint as a Heaven Realm expert. At the center of the trading area was a square. There were many large iron cages on the square, all of which had rune seals on them. Inside the cages, there were servants who were trapped alone. These slaves' souls were controlled, but they weren't completely numb. Some of them were covered in wounds, and when they looked at the people around them, their eyes were filled with hatred. There were more than 500 such slaves in the square, and they were placed there casually for outsiders to see. Zi Chen, who was pretending to be numb, scanned the floor with his spiritual sense and sensed the exact number of slaves here. There were 536 of them, and more than half of them were ferocious, and they were all male. These cultivators who entered the square deliberately exuded their auras. Basically, they were all half-saints. Even those who were at the peak of the heaven realm looked very arrogant. As soon as they appeared, some attendants came forward to lead them into the depths of the square. There was a 3-story castle there, and the attendants brought them into the castle. When Darren and Zi Chen entered the square, they were ignored by the attendants. Some of them even deliberately bypassed Darren to receive the newcomers. What's the meaning of this? Are you looking down on me? Darren frowned with dissatisfaction. A fake fairy passed by Darren and glanced at Darren with her narrow eyes. She said disdainfully, "We only receive those who are qualified to trade here. As for you, it's already very merciful that you weren't kicked out directly. Damn it, how do you know I'm not qualified to trade?" DeLuan was enraged. He had followed Zi Chen for 8 years, and although he had never killed a single person, he had seen countless members of the Luo family being killed. At this moment, the woman's attitude completely enraged him. "What, you still want to cause trouble?" The woman looked coldly at Darren and said, "Believe it or not, you'll become a corpse in an instant. You're dreaming if you think you can come here to trade with just 10,000 law chips." Darren stared deeply at her and suppressed his anger. Zi Chen couldn't do anything now, and he didn't have the strength to fight against the Luo family. He could only swallow his anger. "Chimph, you win. I'll go see for myself." Darren turned and left, attracting even more disdainful gazes. A young man several hundred meters in front of Darren turned back and smiled mockingly at Darren. "Damn it, it's this guy." Darren cursed. He finally understood why he wasn't welcomed. It must be because the other party had told them that he only had 10,000 law chips. "Isn't it just letting your servants fight? How dare you expose me in front of them? Just you wait, I'll remember you," Darren said fiercely. "So what if you remember? That's young Master Bu Chang. His mother is a member of the Luo family. He can kill 10 or 8 of you with just a flick of his finger. What do you have to compare with young Master Bu Chang?" Another woman said as she looked at DeLuan with disdain. "Damn it, I'm so unlucky." Darren's expression changed, but he didn't say anything else and walked away resentfully. Although no one was there to receive him, no one stopped DeLon as he walked forward. However, some of the service staff pointed at DeLon and mocked him with mocking expressions on their faces. "Damn it, aren't you just relying on your Luo family? Even the attendants are so arrogant. Wait until your grandpa brings Zi Chen's servants to sweep through this place. Let's see if you can still laugh then," Darren said fiercely in his heart. The castle was decorated in a grand manner. After Darren entered, he saw all kinds of gems emitting light, illuminating the whole place. Seeing this scene, Darren's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. On the first floor, there were also servants, but the quality of these servants was undoubtedly much higher. They were no longer in cages, but in crystal glass display cabinets. Their hands and feet were shackled, and they were open for others to see. Seeing the introduction of these servants, Darren couldn't help but cry out, "Heavens, these are servants who can fight against half-step saints. Each one of them has mastered a powerful heavenly Dao technique." Darren's cry attracted a lot of attention. The atmosphere here was relatively quiet. Darren's cry was like noise. "Country bumpkin, you've seen the world." The youth from before looked back at Darren and sneered. He then turned and walked towards the second floor. Could it be that the second floor is also filled with servants? The servants here are comparable to half-step saints. Then what about the second floor? It was worthy of being called the largest slave trading center in the Rakshasa starfield. At this moment, Darren was deeply shocked. However, he didn't hurry to go to the second floor. Instead, he walked around the first floor. It was as if his eyes weren't enough. Every time he looked at a servant, he would exclaim in surprise. At the same time, he looked at the unkempt Zi Chen behind him and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't pay attention to Darren and let him walk around like a clown. After walking around, Darren reluctantly came to the staircase of the second floor. At this moment, Zi Chen had already counted. There were 49 servants here. Each of them was an extraordinary existence. They were worth saving. Chapter 21:20. As soon as they arrived at this floor, Zi Chen smelled the fragrance in the air. Darren, who was walking in front of him, halted, his eyes gazing at the scene in front of him. His eyes were filled with astonishment. As far as the eye could see, there were female cultivators everywhere. Each of them had a beautiful face and an extraordinary aura. My God, the second floor is full of female cultivators and servants. As he had been mocked before, Darren didn't cry out in surprise. However, he couldn't conceal the astonishment on his face. Zi Chen, who had used his spiritual consciousness, was also astounded when he saw this scene. The number of female cultivators on this star passage was small, and the number of female cultivators from the life stars was even smaller. However, on this second floor, all the female cultivators were everywhere. There were beautiful waitresses and maids with marked prices. Moreover, their appearances were all above average. From this floor, Shi Yang could see the real foundation of the Luo family. At this moment, the young man who had just arrived had chosen the maids he wanted to buy. He turned around and saw Darren, mocking him. What's wrong? Are you scared, silly? You feel ashamed of your inferiority. You can't even afford a maid's clothes with your money. Bah, your father will be scared, silly. Darren pretended to be tough, stepping forward. However, looking at so many beautifully dressed maids, he wiped his saliva discreetly. If he had enough crystal stones, this kind of life was unimaginable. Darren envied this kind of life from the bottom of his heart. However, he soon felt sad for that man. No matter how much he had enjoyed his life and how carefree he had been, his life was destined to end today. You bought 2 maids and brought 2 slaves. Altogether, you have 4 people. It's enough for you to die 4 times. Darren smiled coldly, praying for the other in his heart. Just like before, he began to wander around this floor. However, he didn't dare to touch the maids like that young man because Zi Chen was following him. These maids were all beautifully dressed, but their faces were dull. However, the existences who came here to trade didn't mind. As long as they got the other's soul mark, they could do whatever they wanted when they got back. There were also 49 people on this floor. Then, Darren looked at the third floor. There were 2 practitioners guarding it. Judging from their surging auras, they were at least half sages. It seemed that not everyone could enter it. Darren pursed his lips and looked up at the third floor with a hesitant expression. After sensing the other party's intentions, the 2 cultivators lowered their heads to look at Darren, warning looks in their eyes. Darren had no choice but to give up on the idea of going up to the third floor. Continue to walk around this place, then retreat. Zi Chen's voice rang out in Darren's mind. The scale of this place was completely out of Zi Chen's expectations. When it came to trading slaves, the Luo family obviously took the high-quality route. Zi Chen believed that in addition to the slaves on the surface, the other party should have other slaves, and there should be a lot of them. Once Zi Chen chose to attack here, regardless of whether he could save the slaves here, the best result for the remaining slaves would be to be transferred, and the worst result would be to directly kill them. This was not a scene that Zi Chen wanted to see. Fortunately, he decided to retreat first. Facing such a large-scale trading place, Zi Chen felt that his strength was so weak for the first time. Darren followed Zi Chen's instructions. After wandering around, he reluctantly left. During this time, he met the young man again. The latter naturally ridiculed Darren, but Darren could only endure it. I'm a regular here. I hope you can also become a regular here. Looking at the unwilling Darren, the young man smiled. HMPH. With a cold snort, Darren left helplessly. He directly walked out of the trading place and found an inn on another planet to stay. In the room, Xing Chen and Brilliant appeared. After listening to Darren's story, The two of them also felt that the situation was more troublesome. Under normal circumstances, all the slaves in the trading place that they destroyed were gathered together. Some of their souls were even in the hands of a single person. As long as they killed the other party, all the problems would be solved. It's actually divided into several levels. We don't even know what the third level is like. What should we do now? Brilliant and Xing Chen were also in a difficult situation. Because this kind of thing required strength, not numbers. If they couldn't kill the other party by force, then by the time the other party reacted, they could rely on the rules to kill all the slaves with a thought. Zi Chen's purpose was to save people, not to harm them. There's no other way. The most important thing now is to seek cooperation. Zi Chen said in a deep voice. Cooperation? Who would be willing to cooperate with us? Xing Chen's face was full of surprise. This star field is so big, and there are many families. I believe that in these years, there will be forces that are not convinced by the Luo family's rule. Zi Chen said. There definitely are such forces, but they're all trading with us in private. There's definitely no force that dares to go against the Luo family openly. Let's go and find out. Even if it's just some private help, it's fine. The matter of going out to find out was naturally left to Darren. As a member of a different race, he was very good at hiding his identity here. A week later, after sifting through many forces, a suitable clan finally appeared. The Chen family was a family that had once produced a true sage. Unfortunately, not long after the sage appeared, he was destroyed by the powerful Luo family. After that, the Chen family was driven out of the Rakshasa starfield, and their forces could only develop outside of the Rakshasa starfield. After that incident, the Luo family only had one sage, and they could no longer take care of other families. Therefore, the Chen family had developed very well in these years. If Zi Chen needed to find someone to cooperate with, the Chen family was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. They have a lot of enmity with the Luo family, and their forces are not weak. Then I'll find this Chen family. Now, take me to the Chen family. The Chen family occupied a planet by themselves, and the two of them went straight to this planet. At this moment, the head of the Chen family was sitting in the living room, thinking about the current situation in the Rakshasa starfield. In addition to the giant Luo family, there were many other families here, and two of them could compete with the Chen family. However, the Chen family did not care about these two families. Many years ago, the Luo family was very glorious and had a chance to rush into the depths of the star path. At that time, the Chen family happened to have a sage. Once the Luo family entered the depths of the star path, the Chen family would undoubtedly become the well-deserved overlord force here. Chen Kuan would never forget the scene that year. The soaring serpent ancestor ordered someone to summon the current head of the Chen family, but the head of the saint family never returned after leaving. A few days later, news came that the head of the Chen family wanted to assassinate the soaring serpent ancestor and was killed on the spot. This news shocked the entire Chen family. Obviously, no one would believe it, but the head of the saint family was dead, and the Chen family could only accept this reality. After that, the Chen family was driven out. In fact, they were not just driven out. Chen Kuan knew very well that the Luo family's real intention was to destroy the Chen family, but unfortunately, that person happened to appear at that time. For some reason, the two sides had a conflict, and a battle broke out. The result of this battle was beyond everyone's expectations. At the peak of the Luo family, all the strong cultivators of the family went out, but they were no match for one person. 3 saints died in battle, and the whereabouts of the soaring serpent ancestor were unknown. The Luo family declined and was suppressed by other forces. The Chen family of the past was indirectly preserved. They chose to lie low and did not attack the Luo family. As expected, not long after, Luo Fei became a saint and suppressed the rebellion. In that battle, because the Chen family lay low, they did not suffer any losses. From that time until now, the Chen family's only loss was the head of the saint family. Although their power had been growing over the years, there was not a single saint. This time, the Luo family, which had been quiet for many years, was once again in danger. Although this crisis did not affect the foundation of the Luo family for the time being, If Zi Chen was really related to that person, he might be a big threat to the Luo family. Chen Kuan, who was deep in thought, suddenly saw another person in the hall from the corner of his eye. His expression changed slightly, and he turned his head to look at the other person. It was a young man, dressed in a black robe, with a kind smile on his face. He was looking at him quietly. "How long have you been here?" Chen Kuan asked. His voice was calm, as if he was not surprised. "Not long ago. I just saw that you were thinking about something, so I didn't want to disturb you." The young man in the black robe chuckled. "If I'm not wrong, you should be Zi Chen." Chen Kuan looked at him and said, "Zi Chen is honored to be recognized by the head of the family." Zi Chen smiled. "So it is you. The Luo family is looking for you everywhere. How dare you come here? Aren't you afraid that I'll inform the Luo family?" Chen Kuan said sternly. Looking at the stern head of the family, Zi Chen smiled and said, "I'm not here to play games with you today. I need the Chen family's help. I want to know some clues about the trading place of Fort Gang." "Your goal is indeed there." Chen Kuan's pupils shrank, and then he said, "Why are you so sure that I'll help you?" "I'm just here to try my luck. I'm not sure. And I believe that even if you don't help me, you won't betray me. If it's just some clues, then it's not a problem. The trading place of Fort Gang is the biggest trading center. There are many strong cultivators of the Luo family guarding it. Because of you, the number of strong cultivators of the Luo family has increased. The slave trading place in the center is divided into 3 levels. Since you came to find me, you must have been to the first 2 levels. The 3rd level also has slaves, but they are at the level of saint. There aren't many of them, only 3. Hearing Chen Kuan's words, Zi Chen's expression changed. He didn't expect that the slaves on the 3rd level would be saint. "This is the information I can give you. It's free," Chen Kuan said. Chapter 21:21. In order to obtain something, one naturally had to pay a price first. Unexpectedly, after Zi Chen asked this question, Chen Kuan shook his head and said, "I can give you the information, but I won't help you." "Is there no possibility?" Zi Chen asked with a serious expression. "I think it should be impossible." Chen Kuan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head again. If the Chen family was not willing to help, Zi Chen would not be able to find a second family in this starfield that was willing to help him. If Zi Chen wanted to save the slaves as much as possible, he had to get the support of the Chen family. "My main goal is the slave trading center. I need you to help me find the location of the thing that controls the souls of the slaves." "You can tell me what price you need to pay," Zi Chen said again. He had no intention of giving up. This time, Chen Kuan hesitated for a long time. After a while, he shook his head again and said, "If I help you this time, I will definitely offend the Luo family on the surface. This is not what I want to see. The Chen family has been in hiding for so long. They don't want all the family assets they have accumulated to be destroyed in my hands. Moreover, as long as you offend the Luo family, you will have to face Luo Fei head-on. He is a saint. Even if we use the power of our family, we won't be able to fight against him. Unless you can fight against Saint Luo Fei." After saying that, Chen Kuan looked at Zi Chen with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to hear something impossible from him. Zi Chen knew very well that the Luo family had Saint Luo Fei. When he had searched the souls of the Luo family members in Lianyun planet, he had known this. Jiyu Jin and Yi Chen's master was the other party. With his current strength at the peak of the heavenly realm, it would not be a problem for him to fight a false saint. He could even defeat a false saint in a one-on-one battle without using the knife draw technique. However, Zi Chen did not have the slightest bit of confidence in fighting a true saint. No one from the Zhanwu continent had reached the half-saint realm. Xing Chen was just an accident. He could barely be called a half-saint realm cultivator. The other heavenly realm cultivators were either heavenly realm cultivators or false saints. Even if they worked together, they probably wouldn't be able to kill a true saint. This time, it was Zi Chen's turn to shake his head. "I'm sorry. Looks like it's impossible for us to work together. It's too difficult for me to fight a saint with my current strength, and it's undoubtedly equivalent to giving my life away. Zi Chen didn't expect this to be Chen Kuan's request, but he could understand the other party. After all, if Luo Fei didn't die, then the other party would help him destroy the Luo family's biggest trading ground, and would inevitably suffer from Luo Fei's bitter revenge. Zi Chen wanted to think of another way, but Chen Kuan didn't want to give up this opportunity. He stood up and asked again, "What if it's an injured saint?" "What do you mean?" Zi Chen was slightly taken aback. "If Luo Fei is injured, can you kill him?" Chen Kuan asked. "If it's a minor injury, it's impossible. If it's a serious injury, there seems to be a chance," Zi Chen said after careful consideration. "Looking at the time, it's about time." Chen Kuan's eyes flickered as he looked at Zi Chen and said, "If you dare to fight a seriously injured Luo Fei to the death, there's a possibility of us working together. How can you guarantee that Luo Fei will be seriously injured? Do you have the strength?" Zi Chen asked. Chen Kuan smiled bitterly and said, "If we had the strength, we wouldn't have waited until now. This problem started a long time ago. In that era, Teng Shi Saint was in charge of the Luo family. Luo Fei was only a Heaven Realm expert with potential at that time and hadn't broken through to become a saint. Besides Teng Shi Saint, there were 3 other saints in the Luo family." Looking at Zi Chen's shocked expression, Chen Kuan said, "Yes, there were 4 saints in one family. At that time, the Luo family was already planning to enter the depths of the Star Road. However, at that time, a man came to this star area. He claimed to be from the Life Star and had a conflict with the Luo family. Later, the conflict evolved into a battle." Chen Kuan looked at the sky with fear in his eyes. Now that he recalled that battle, he was still shocked from the depths of his soul. "Although I was a bystander in that battle, I still don't want to recall it. That man faced the siege of 4 saints calmly. Not only did he kill 3 saints, but he also seriously injured Teng Shi Saint, causing the latter's whereabouts to be unknown. He hasn't shown up until now. The number of false saints and half-saints who died in that battle was countless. Because of that man's appearance, the Luo family declined from its peak. Many forces nibbled at it. Seeing that the Luo family was about to be destroyed, Luo Fei suddenly broke through without any warning and saved the Luo family that was in danger. Although the Luo family was saved, it was too powerful and threatened some aristocratic families in the depths of the Star Road. To prevent this from happening again, the aristocratic families in the depths of the Star Road would go out every 1,000 years. They said that they wanted to compete with Luo Fei, but in fact, the existences that came were very powerful. They could seriously injure Luo Fei every time. So much time has passed since that battle, but Luo Fei has been constantly recuperating. This time, 1,000 years have passed. His injuries should have recovered, but the powerful existences in the depths of the Star Road will appear again according to the agreement. If nothing unexpected happens, Luo Fei will still be seriously injured this time." Chen Kuan's words shocked Zi Chen. He didn't expect that there would be such a struggle in the Star Road. Luo Fei, a saint, was actually under the control of others. If he continued to be seriously injured and recuperated, then there would be no time for a breakthrough. The Luo family would never be able to recover to its former peak. However, what Zi Chen really cared about was not the calculations between the forces, but the person that Chen Kuan mentioned. Even if he didn't know such a strong person, he would have heard of him. He asked nervously, "Do you know the name of the person who single-handedly destroyed the peak of the Luo family?" Chen Kuan looked at Zi Chen with a strange expression. "That person's name has become a taboo in the Star Road. Perhaps many people have forgotten it, but I saw it with my own eyes that year. How could I forget it? The energy he uses is somewhat similar to yours, but much more powerful. His name is Wuji. It's him." Zi Chen didn't expect this at all. At this moment, when he suddenly heard this, his expression changed. The energy he used was the same as Wuji's. They were both yin and yang energy. However, his energy had the attribute of thunder. Strictly speaking, Wuji was his master, a master that he had never seen before. Whether it was in the Zhanwu continent or the Tianwu continent, the word Wuji represented strength. The Wuji sect, which was founded by him, was once a glorious existence. Unfortunately, after Wuji disappeared, the Wuji sect declined. Now, it had lost its fundamental inheritance in the Zhanwu continent. On the contrary, in the Wuji sect of the Qianwu continent, Zi Chen left behind the yin and yang inheritances. In the Star Road, he has become a taboo existence. Zi Chen muttered to himself. As expected, cultivators of this level would not be buried no matter where they went. They would always have a great reputation. Seeing Zi Chen's absent-minded appearance, Chen Kuan completely confirmed his guess. The Zi Chen in front of him was related to Wuji. He asked with some expectation, "Do you know him?" Zi Chen nodded and said, "Strictly speaking, he can be considered as my master." As expected. Chen Kuan exclaimed in admiration. Back then, Wu Jiji displayed great battle prowess. After entering the depths of the Star Road, he performed a series of magnificent feats and became a taboo existence in the Star Road. Zi Chen, as Wu Jiji's disciple, I believe that you will also be able to make a grand impact in this Star Road. Zi Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hadn't entered the saint realm yet. How could he make a great impact? Let alone a group of saints, even if he fought one-on-one, he would only be able to seriously injure them. Moreover, he didn't have full confidence in winning. When will the power you mentioned in the depths of the Star Road come? No matter how powerful Wuji was, he couldn't appear at this moment. Zi Chen still had to face the situation in front of him. The topic returned to the main topic. There's no specific time, but it shouldn't be more than half a year. Half a year. That's not too long. How about this? When they appear and the battle starts, we'll attack the Fort Gang trading ground. During this time, I need to know more about the Fort Gang trading ground. Don't worry. If you decide to attack Luo Fei, then the Chen family will do our best to help you. Not only will we provide you with information, but we will also provide you with false saints. We'll destroy the entire Fort Gang trading ground and help you rescue the slaves. After a pause, Chen Kuan said, moreover, we'll exchange the 3 false saint slaves back at some point. That's the Chen family's sincerity. Great. I'll leave the information to you. During this time, I'll make arrangements carefully. At the same time, I'll go to the Luosha Star Zone to check the situation. Zi Chen nodded and said. The deal between the two of them was concluded just like that. It seemed too simple and too unreliable. With a flash, Zi Chen disappeared. Chen Kuan looked at the outside world. Light flashed in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. You trust him? After coming back, Xing Chen asked after hearing the conversation between the two sides. I trust his ambition. I trust that he won't betray me. As for Luo Fei's injuries, we'll know when we go to the Luosha Star Zone. But I always feel that this kind of trust came too inexplicably. Why would he believe that you could kill the heavily injured Luo Fei? Isn't he worried that you wouldn't be able to kill Luo Fei and would be killed instead? Then the Chen family would be destroyed because of this. Guang Yaro's beautiful eyes were similarly filled with confusion. Chapter 21-22. Hearing Zi Chen's explanation, Brilliant also completely understood. He said sarcastically, the Luo family suffered a great loss when the Gangberg trading center was lost. Without any evidence, the Luo family will definitely not do anything. Or, what if you really killed the seriously injured Luo Fei? That old guy is really calculating. He won't lose out no matter what. Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, it's normal for an existence who has lived for so many years to have such calculations. But I'm surprised that he offered to help us bring back the 3 false saints. Humph, to put it bluntly, he's sending you to your death. That guy will never believe that you can kill a saint. Xing Chen smiled bitterly and said, not to mention that old guy, even I don't quite believe it. Zi Chen is a saint, a real saint. Are you sure you can kill him? I've never fought with a saint, so I'm not sure. But the opportunity is right in front of me, so I should fight for it. Moreover, I have a feeling that maybe I can't kill Luo Fei, but it won't be easy for him to kill me either. If there's no other way, we'll run away. Xing Chen and Brilliant couldn't help but smile bitterly. If they really couldn't win, how could they run away? It's too early to say this. Before that, the most important thing is that a powerful existence really came out and seriously injured Luo Fei. After a pause, Zichen said, "Tomorrow, Darren will go to the Rakshasa Star with me. Hihi, I've been wanting to go there for a long time. When we get there, you'll be able to see the legendary spirit devourer. If you're lucky, you can even catch one. In this way, we won't have to worry about not having enough attributeless heavenly crystals." Darren smiled, but secretly muttered in his heart, "It should be you, Zichen, who will follow me to the Rakshasa Star." Although Zichen knew that the slaves in the trading center were suffering, he didn't have a way to save them at the moment. The most important thing now was to make sure that Luo Fei was seriously injured by the saint in the depths. The next day, after Darren and Zichen changed their appearances again, they embarked on their journey to the Rakshasa Star. Xing Chen and the others were all in Zichen's universal origin cauldron. This time, Zichen's outfit was much more presentable. Darren was also wearing a luxurious robe that was specially made, giving him the appearance of a young master from an aristocratic family. The Rakshasa Star occupied the largest planet in the star field. It was the headquarters of the Luo family and a huge trading center. Naturally, it was also the most prosperous period. It was said that even Saint Power crystal chips could be traded here, but the forbidden slaves were still placed in the trading center of Fort Harcourt. There were so many cultivators here that even Zichen and Darren had to line up outside the teleportation array. After a quarter of an hour, the two finally arrived. After paying the law crystal chips, the two entered the Rakshasa Star. The place where they appeared was the trading center of the Rakshasa Star. It was very large, and in addition to trading, it also provided accommodation. "Why are there so many people here?" Darren, who had been very puzzled along the way, finally couldn't suppress the doubts in his heart and muttered in a low voice. At this moment, the sound of chatting came from afar, attracting Zichen's attention. "1,000 years have passed again. I wonder when the saint in the depths will come." "Yeah, a battle between saints that can only be seen once every 1,000 years. Last time, the two of them fought for 30 moves. I wonder how long Saint Luo Fei can last this time." There was no need to deliberately inquire at all. The two of them heard about the battle of 1,000 years. It was almost time, so there were too many powerhouses gathered here. Zichen planned to stay here and look around, so he motioned Darren to find a place to stay first. As soon as they walked into an inn, the two of them heard an angry voice from inside. It meant that the accommodation fee had increased, and the price had increased by a lot. "This Luo Fei is really interesting. He has been suppressed for so long, causing the Luo family to be unable to develop quickly. Not only does he not have any resentment in his heart, he even used this matter as a stepping stone to maximize his benefits." Zichen shook his head secretly. Darren had a lot of resources on him. Although he was a little surprised by the accommodation fee here, he could still afford it. After booking a place in advance, the two of them left the inn and stepped into the trading area one more time. There were many kinds of things here. There were many strange objects, and even some gadgets for Heaven Realm experts. Among them, there was a statue like the one Jiu Jin had taken out. This statue could also release smoke, but it wasn't used to knock people out. It was used to confuse the soul. In other words, it was something that could be used for flirting. There were quite a number of similar items in the trading ground. It could be seen that the alien tribes in the Star Passage didn't care about the experience as much as the enjoyment. Relatively speaking, it was much more difficult for the existences from the life stars to live here compared to the alien tribes. "Move. Get lost. Get lost. Don't you have eyes? Motherf **K. Get out of my way." While the two of them were casually checking the items in the trading area, they heard angry shouts followed by the sound of people falling down. For the time being, the bustling street became chaotic. Zichen didn't need to look to know that it was a young master of the Luo family crossing the street. They were making a commotion as if they wanted the whole world to know about it. However, Zichen didn't have time to care about this. However, he soon discovered to his astonishment that he had actually guessed wrongly. The existences that were constantly shouting furiously were not some lackey-level characters, but some real young masters. However, the one standing in the middle of these young masters was not a young master with an even greater background, but an old man whose strength could not be considered very strong. Those young masters were ferocious to other people, but when they were talking to the old man, they were very respectful. Unexpectedly, there was an acquaintance among those young masters. It was the young man who had bought 2 maids in the trading area of the gang fort. At the same time, he had mocked Darren at the same time. However, at this moment, this young man showed a respectful face in front of the old man. Who's this old man? Is he their grandfather? Why are they so respectful? Chen sent his voice to him. I don't think so. These people don't seem to be so respectful to their grandfather. Darren replied. Get lost. Can't you see that the spirit devourer is here? Get lost. If you dare to offend the Lord, I will take your life. Mother **K. Get lost. I am going to the fragrance wine house. If you delay my journey, I will kill your whole family. These young masters' expressions had changed extremely quickly. In just a moment, their fawning expressions had turned into fiendish fiends. As for their final words, they made Chen think of a certain silk pants from the Marshall Heaven continent. It seemed that every time they opened their mouths, they would exterminate their entire family. Hearing the name of the spirit devourer, the surrounding people were shocked and immediately retreated. The spirit devourer was an existence that could extract the heavenly crystal lore. Each of them was blessed by the heavens and had a very high status in the Star Road. Although most of the spirit devourers had no hope of becoming a harmonious spirit master, each of them had the possibility to become a harmonious spirit master. Therefore, no one dared to offend a harmonious spirit master who might become a harmonious spirit master in the future. This is the spirit devourer. Chen's spiritual sense fell on the old man's body, but he couldn't feel the unique chi of the old man. He seemed to be no different from an ordinary alien race. My lord, this is the spirit devourer. If you have a good relationship with him now, you will be rich when he becomes a harmonious spirit master in the future. Darren transmitted his voice. His words were full of envy. Everyone retreated. They didn't feel that the old man was rude and unreasonable. Each of their faces showed the same expression as Darren. The spirit devourer was a high and mighty figure. The old man seemed to enjoy the scene. He deliberately tidied up his clothes and released his chi. As soon as the unique chi appeared, the surrounding people's eyes became more respectful. However, after Chen sensed the chi of the old man, he was dumbfounded. This is the chi of a spirit devourer. This is the chi of a spirit devourer. Chen couldn't be blamed for losing his composure because he was too familiar with this chi. He was so familiar with it that he couldn't be more familiar with it. This aura was actually the same as the perfect domain seed he'd obtained when he'd broken through into the domain realm and established his own domain world. It contained a foreign race's law that could fuse the laws of heaven and earth together and form a world. When he was in the Zhonwu continent, Chen could easily sense that his opponent was an alien race because of this chi of an alien race. However, after coming to the Star Passage, he didn't need to deliberately sense it to know whether the old man in front of him was an alien race or not. Therefore, he ignored the chi of an alien race. If he didn't sense the change in the old man's chi at this moment, he still wouldn't have remembered the chi of an alien race in Chen's world rule. His chi was somewhat similar to the old man's chi, but it was purer. If the old man's chi was compared to a drop of pure water, then Chen's chi was a crystal formed by the compression of many pure water droplets. The two were not on the same level at all. It should be known that the chi of an alien race on Chen's body could fuse the laws of heaven and earth of the Zhonwu continent and give birth to the perfect world seed. The old man walked past Chen very proudly and didn't even look at Chen in disdain. He also didn't sense that Chen's spiritual sense was constantly chasing after him, sensing the changes in his chi and despising the purity of his chi. Let's go back to the inn. Chen transmitted his voice to Darren, who was still in a daze. The latter obviously hadn't reacted yet and was still in a daze. Let's go back to the inn first. Hurry up. Chen's words were a little harsh, and Darren reacted. Although he didn't know what happened, he had to take Chen back. Of course, on the way back, he was a little proud. He thought that without him, Chen wouldn't be able to move an inch here. After walking back to the inn and returning to the room, Darren asked in confusion, "My lord, what happened?" Chen looked at Darren and smiled faintly, and the chi around him changed. Chapter 21-23. Listening to Darren, Chen smiled faintly and said, "Then tell me who I am." "No, the aura isn't right. It has the aura of a life star." "What? What's going on?" Darren was frightened. Chen was still Chen. The aura of a life star was moving around his body. However, there was another aura that belonged to a spirit devourer. Swoosh. The smile on Chen's face didn't diminish. He waved his big sleeve, and Brilliant and Xing Chen appeared. As soon as they appeared, they could feel the strange situation on Chen's body. They couldn't hide the fear on their faces. "What's going on? Why do you have the aura of a spirit devourer? Is it made of energy?" asked Xing Chen suspiciously. At this moment, after he had summoned that unique aura, Chen's world had an inexplicable change. In his eyes, besides the dazzling energy, there were some more visible rules in this world. Not only could he see those rules, but Chen could also feel them. As long as he had a thought in his mind, he could use those rules. Chen, who had been doubtful about the existence of a spirit devourer, felt his confusion disappear after he had summoned this aura. He felt a feeling of control. It was the feeling given to him by the rules of heaven and earth. It was like his innate supernatural ability. He didn't answer Xing Chen. His mind flickered, and a heaven pellet appeared in Chen's hand. It was a heterogeneous heaven pellet. There were some rules in it, so it couldn't be absorbed directly. "What's he doing? Could it be?" the others guessed, and they all looked frightened. Chen held the heaven pellet in his right hand, and the unique rule of a spirit devourer appeared in his left hand. Chen touched the heaven pellet, and a thin line of energy pierced through the heaven pellet, entering it. In the next moment, as if a fish had been hooked, Chen lifted his finger, and a pure rule was pulled out by the thin line of energy. The law that appeared was like a spirit snake that kept twisting and turning. It looked very lifelike. Chen tapped with his finger again, and pure energy surged out from his body, landing on the strand of law. The strand of law began to condense on the surface of the strand of law. In the end, it sealed the strand of law, forming a law crystal. Looking at the universal currency of the star passage, the three of them stood there in a daze, as if they had been petrified. Chen pointed his finger again, and streams of energy entered the heaven pellet. Then, he extracted the laws and turned them into universal currency. In the end, what was left was a piece of heaven crystal with no attributes, which was also a heaven pellet with no attributes. All of this was very easy, so easy that it only required a single thought. Only a spirit devourer can do this. Chen. When did you become a spirit devourer? Xing Chen looked at Chen in shock. It's a long story. It started a long time ago. It was rare for Chen to crack a joke. This is too amazing. My lord, do you feel any discomfort after extracting so many precepts? I heard that many spirit devourers consume a lot of energy when extracting precepts. They are very weak, Delon asked. I don't feel anything. It's very easy. As for the other spirit devourers you mentioned, do they include that old man? That old man's control of laws is not complete. He can barely be considered a spirit devourer. He won't be qualified to become a harmonious spirit master in his lifetime. After using the spirit devourer's laws, his mind naturally gained a lot of knowledge. Therefore, he knew very well that the old man had no hope of becoming a harmonious spirit master. Although they were born to be favored by the heavens, they were also divided into strong and weak. Those who could fuse with the laws of heaven and earth were naturally the top laws in the world. They were also the most complete laws. Compared to the old man's laws, their grades were much higher. Chen felt that all of this was very interesting. He once again took out 3 heaven pills and extracted the laws from them. It was very easy for him. He didn't consume any energy at all. It's a pity. Although Master has become a spirit devourer, he can't hide his aura from the life star. Otherwise, he would be able to go out on his own. Darren said with some regret. However, he felt a little proud in his heart. In this way, Chen still couldn't leave him. That's not necessarily true. Chen smiled mysteriously. Then, his aura changed again. The aura of the life star disappeared and was replaced by the pure aura of an alien race. This aura was holy and gentle, but also domineering and sharp. It was an extremely rare alien race's law. What's going on? The aura has completely changed. Xing Chen felt that his brain wasn't enough, even though he had the memories and knowledge of the star ancestor in his sea of consciousness. This was the pure alien aura from the holy fairy Ling Shuang. Zi Chen had once received an opportunity from Ling Shuang. Besides Ling Shuang's holy power, it also contained the existence of the alien race's law that Zi Chen had called the top alien race's law. However, this law had been completely devoured by the heaven-defying law, so Zi Chen had completely forgotten about its existence. However, after activating the Spirit Devourer's law, Zi Chen could clearly feel the alien race's law that he had received from Ling Shuang. Thus, Zi Chen, who had displayed these two laws, had completely become an alien race's spirit devourer. Xing Chen and Brilliant looked at Zi Chen in astonishment. If all of this could be used for a long time, it meant that Zi Chen had another alien identity. He didn't need to use Darren to conceal his identity. This law belongs to me. It's not something that I just created. Zi Chen's answer made the other two happy. However, when Darren heard that, his face was filled with fear. He immediately kneeled on the ground and begged for mercy. "Sir, please spare my life. Sir, I've always been loyal. Please spare my life. Spare Darren's lowly life." Apparently, after Zi Chen had the alien identity, he didn't need Darren anymore. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen to the worthless Darren. "Darren, what do you mean by this?" Looking at Darren's frightened appearance, Zi Chen was puzzled. "Sir, please spare my life. Please spare my life." Darren's body trembled with fear. This wasn't an act, but a real fear. "What do you mean by spare your life? Hurry up and get up. You've been with me for so long. Don't you know who I am? Although you're an alien race, we've already treated you as a friend over the years." Zi Chen quickly helped Darren up. The latter's action surprised him. He was usually very kind to others, and he treated Darren the same. The latter shouldn't be so afraid. "Sir, you treat me as a friend. Sir, you're willing to treat me as a friend." Darren was startled. He had always thought that he was Zi Chen's tool. He had always acted according to Zi Chen's will. At the same time, he had also carried out Zi Chen's orders. However, he had never dared to hope to become friends with an existence like Zi Chen. "We've seen everything you've done over the years. Of course, we treat you as a friend," Xing Chen said with a smile. Even Brilliant, who had always been indifferent, nodded at Darren in a friendly manner. De Luan was a little flattered, and he was touched. "All right, don't let your imagination run wild." Zi Chen patted Darren's shoulder and comforted him. Speaking of which, this time, he had inexplicably become a spirit devourer after coming to the Rakshasa star. The harvest was really not small. With this unexpected harvest, Zi Chen naturally chose to go out alone when he went out. It just so happened that he could take a good look at the Rakshasa star. The Rakshasa star was very big, and there was a wide range of things to trade. However, there were not many things that caught Zi Chen's eye. Because the Great Saint War that occurred once in 1,000 years was approaching, more and more foreign races were arriving here. After 7 days, Zi Chen finally received news from the Chen family. This news clearly stated that the saint who had fought with Luo Fei had arrived. Zi Chen, who was on the Rakshasa star, had not heard any news yet, but the Chen family had already received the news. This gave him some understanding of the Chen family's methods. After receiving the news, Zi Chen signaled that it was time for everyone to leave. Since the saint had appeared, this battle was unavoidable. Next, Zi Chen had to discuss with Chen Kuan and Chen Kuan the details of how to destroy the Fort Gang trading ground. After leaving the Rakshasa starfield, Zi Chen followed Darren and went straight to the previous starfield. Still using Darren's identity as a disguise, Zi Chen quietly arrived at the Chen family's main hall. Chen Kuan had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw Zi Chen, he said, "You're much faster than I expected. Is your information reliable?" Zi Chen asked directly. "It's very reliable. It's the same saint from before. Our people have already detected the other party's movements. If there are no accidents, they should be in contact with the other party. Chen Kuan said. In contact with the saint. The saint is also a person, and they can be moved by benefits. It's obviously impossible to kill Luo Fei directly, but it shouldn't be a problem to make his injuries more serious than usual. Chen Kuan said with a face full of confidence. Zi Chen nodded and stopped thinking about it. How's the information about the gang fort trading ground? Yes, there's no problem. Those slaves in the square are placed on the first floor together with the 49 slaves who can fight semisage experts. If one person suddenly enters the square and is caught off guard, he will be able to gain control of those slaves. Those slaves on the second floor are placed somewhere on the second floor. It shouldn't be difficult to find them. In addition to those displayed on the outside, there's another place behind the castle which is specially used to imprison slaves. It just so happens that one of my Chen family's people works there. Perhaps he can provide some help. Chen Kuan continued, as for the 3 pseudo-saint level slaves, I will exchange them back after the date of the battle is set. But for the time being, I can't do that because Luo Fei is watching everything that happens at the Fort Gang Trading Center. That's good. Zi Chen nodded. Next, the two discussed some details. The time of the battle had not been set yet. Chapter 21-24. In the inn, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A middle-aged man's voice sounded. A tall and thin young man walked in from outside the door. His expression was very respectful. After pushing the door open and entering, he bowed deeply to the middle-aged man. You are. The middle-aged man looked at him in confusion. Chen Fei greets the saint. The young man bowed again. When he got up, there were 4 saint crystals in his hand. Interesting. How did you recognize me? Looking at the young man's actions, the middle-aged man chuckled but didn't deny it. I have a talent that allows me to distinguish the strong and weak auras hidden. The young man replied respectfully. Did you come here today to ask me to kill Luo Fei? The middle-aged man looked at the 4 saint crystals and said indifferently. He was the saint who came to challenge Luo Fei. I don't dare. I just hope that you can stay here for a while and increase your strength when you attack. The next day, Zi Chen received accurate news from Chen Kuan that the Battle of the Saints would begin in 2 months. This news hadn't been announced to the public yet. Even the cultivators of the Luo family didn't know that the saint had arrived. Now the Luo family's attention was still on the Gangberg Trading Center. For them, Zi Chen was a bigger threat. As for the saint, it was just a competition and wouldn't cause any trouble. But at Luo Fei's request, the Luo family still sent some people to pay close attention to the transmission arrays. Once there was news of the saint, they would immediately report it. On the 3rd day, there was suddenly a rumor that the saint had arrived in the Rakshasa star field ahead of time and was said to be somewhere. As soon as this news came out, it caused a lot of commotion. Many cultivators began to move out, wanting to see the saint. Since he's here, why didn't he show up? After hearing the news, Luo Fei frowned. After so many years, as long as the battle hadn't stopped, the Luo family's surveillance hadn't ended. This time, the saint had appeared but didn't show up directly, which made Luo Fei suspicious. Send someone to look for them. Regardless of whether this news was true or false, Luo Fei had to send people to look for it. He couldn't let any uncertain factors appear. At the same time, he guessed that the saint hadn't appeared yet. Could it be that he was secretly observing the current scale of his Luo family? The Luo family's attention was originally focused on the Gangberg Trading Center, but because of the news of the saint's appearance, the attention of the Luo family was shifted. It was also at this time that the Chen family began to quietly move into the Gunberg Trading Center. 2 months later. Is this news reliable? In the inn, after hearing Zi Chen's words, Xing Chen asked in confusion. Chen Kuan said it with certainty. The information should be reliable. Recalling Chen Kuan's expression, Zi Chen said. But until now, no one has seen the saint. Chen Kuan dares to say that the battle will start in 2 months. Could it be that he has already seen the saint in advance and asked about the time of the battle? Xing Chen still couldn't understand. Zi Chen also had doubts about this. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "The possibility of this is not high. The saint wouldn't tell the other party the time of the battle for no reason. The Chen family can't go out, so the news must have been heard in this star field. Therefore, it can be assumed that the saint has already arrived. His purpose should be the battle, so the sooner the better. How could it be set for 2 months later?" Zi Chen's expression changed. He remembered what Chen Kuan had said before. Unless, all of this was arranged by the Chen family. They used some benefits to deliberately delay the time of the battle. I believe that, but why would the Chen family do this? If they let the saint delay the time, they must have paid a heavy price. What's the point of doing this? Xing Chen asked in confusion. Zi Chen said in a deep voice, "The Steel Fort trading ground. The Chen family's target is that trading ground." He used 2 months to prepare, and then destroyed that trading ground in one fell swoop. He did it to the point where no one noticed. When Xing Chen heard this, he was a little shocked. That guy sure has some tricks up his sleeve. Even if he used 2 months to prepare, he might be able to hide it for a while, but he won't be able to hide it for a lifetime. The Chen family doesn't have to worry about the Luo family's revenge. This is no longer a problem for us to worry about. Now, we should plan how to save our people who are being controlled. The Luo family's attention was completely diverted from the Fort Gang trading ground with the news of the saint's appearance. And the Chen family, with their many years of power, began to infiltrate the Fort Gang trading ground bit by bit. A month later, the saint's trace was finally discovered. Saint Luo Fei also went to the saint's location immediately. But unlike before, the saint announced that the battle would be delayed for a month, and the location of the battle would still be on the Luo Shostar, on the huge battle platform. That battle platform was specially built by Luo Fei for large-scale battles, and every battle of the saints was also held there. Since Brother Gang wants to delay, then let's do it. But this place is simple and crude. Can Brother Gang move to the Luo family so that Luo Fei can be a good host? Luo Fei said with a fist salute. No need. This place is good. The saint from the Gang family said. He had fought with Luo Fei 5 times, and each time, Luo Fei was seriously injured, which was also his goal. But over the years, Luo Fei's intention to befriend him was very obvious. If it wasn't for the fact that he belonged to a force, he wouldn't mind being friends with Luo Fei. A long time had passed since the battle, but some people in the family were still brooding over it. Just when the Luo family was at its peak, the Geng family happened to encounter a crisis, and their status as an overlord force was no longer stable. The most direct challenger was the Luo family, which had the flying serpent old ancestor. But suddenly, a powerhouse appeared and beat the Luo family from the peak to the bottom, which indirectly protected the Geng family's status. After that, they sent people to suppress the Luo family. In addition to the strongest combat power, they also did the same in several other aspects. Until today, the Luo family had never risen. It was reasonable to say that after such a long time, the Geng family should have been strong enough to not be afraid of the Luo family, which only had one saint. But the family still didn't give up the opportunity to suppress the other party. When the Battle of a Millennium was about to start, naturally, someone would remind them. Luo Fei knew Gang Lan's personality well, so he stopped persuading her and left with cupped fists. But when he saw Gang Lan in person, he still felt uneasy, especially when Gang Lan looked at him at the end. There seemed to be a different emotion in her eyes. Is he going to kill me? Luo Fei shook his head. If the other party wanted to destroy the Luo family, he would have done it long ago. And there were rules in the Star Path. It wasn't so easy to start a war between overlords. With doubts and puzzlement, Luo Fei returned to the family, and the news about the battle between saints was spread everywhere. The time was set to be 1 month later. More and more cultivators gathered in the Luo Shostar field, and the Gang fort trading ground outside the Luo Shostar field was less popular. Another month passed in anticipation. The Luo Shostar field was already overcrowded. All the cultivators were paying attention to this once-in-a-millennium battle between saints. The day before the battle, a secret message came from the Gang fort trading ground and was handed to Luo Fei. Looking at this news, Luo Fei smiled coldly. Every time this happens, This family will definitely make some small moves. The message clearly stated that the 3 false saint slaves on the 3rd floor were secretly bought by the Chen family. Luo Fei was used to this scene. All these years, the Chen family had been secretly strengthening their strength, but it was useless. As long as he was in charge of the Luo family, they would never be destroyed, and he would never give the Chen family a chance to make a comeback. In addition, since Luo Fei dared to sell the 3 false saints, the resources he got were enough to cultivate 6 false saints. He also hoped that the Chen family would trade more and not be so timid. He didn't care about this and just ordered, "Take 3 more out." The subordinate hesitated. "But there are only 3 false saint slaves left in the family. Don't worry about it. Sell 6 this time, and we'll have 12 by then." "Yes." The next day, Luo Fei came to the field early and quietly waited for Geng Lan to bring him. At about noon, Geng Lan arrived late. On the way to the field, Geng Lan nodded to Luo Fei and then closed his eyes in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this scene. They all wondered if Geng Lan was going to release a big move or something as soon as he came up. Even Luo Fei's expression became much more serious. However, there was no aura fluctuation on Geng Lan's body. At the same time, in the Chen family, Zi Chen and Chen Kuan walked out of the hall hand in hand. They had stayed in the hall for 3 days and explained the details of the battle in detail. The two of them had just walked out of the hall when a person hurriedly arrived in front of Chen Kuan and reported a matter that caused Chen Kuan's expression to be slightly stunned. "What's the matter?" Zi Chen looked at him. "I just got the news that 3 false saint slaves have appeared on the 3rd floor," Chen Kuan said. "How many resources do you need?" "I can give you." "I also want the 3 false saint slaves," Zi Chen said. Chen Kuan waved his hand and said, "No need. Anyway, the resources will be ours in the end. I'll send someone to trade first." Zi Chen nodded. His purpose this time was only to rescue the slaves. After successfully rescuing them, he would also make the Luo family suffer heavy losses. As for the Chen family's purpose, he didn't care. When they walked out of the Chen family's mansion, there were already 2 Heaven Realm experts waiting there. These 2 people would take the identities of Xing Chen and Brilliant and lead them to the trade site. When Xing Chen and Brilliant appeared, the 2 aliens' eyes shone with a strange light when they saw Brilliant. Dazzling's appearance quickly changed to that of an ordinary female slave. "Let's go." Looking at the 2 in a daze, Zi Chen said indifferently. Hearing Zi Chen's voice, the 2 reacted and walked toward the Luo family's teleportation array. Chapter 21-25. With a flash of brilliance, Zi Chen and the others arrived at the Fort Gang Trading Center. Because the Great Sage Battle was today, there weren't many cultivators in the trading center. Zi Chen's arrival attracted some attention, but that was all. Darren walked in front with Zi Chen. Today, he was dressed luxuriously, and Zi Chen, who was following behind him, was also dressed very decently. The group didn't deliberately walk together, as if they were strangers. The owner of Brilliant was Chen Fei, the existence who went to trade with the saints. After coming to the center of the square, he ignored the servants outside and directly entered the castle, and went straight to the 2nd floor. Xing Chen's master, on the other hand, brought Xing Chen out for a few rounds and picked out 3 fierce-looking servants who were relatively cheap. After that, he went to the 1st floor, and after careful selection, he picked 2 more servants. The attendant who followed him was so happy that he couldn't wait to lean on him. Buying 5 servants at once was undoubtedly a big customer. After Darren and Zi Chen arrived, they were personally received by a manager of the Luo family. After chatting for a while in a separate room, the manager directly led the 2 to the back. According to Chen Kuan's arrangement, the manager would take Zi Chen to the place where the servants were imprisoned. After they went in, a foreign race came quickly. The other party went up to the 3rd floor at the fastest speed, and then bought the 3 false saints. Everything was going according to plan. Xing Chen's temporary master took Xing Chen to pay the bill. Chen Fei quickly selected a few beautiful female servants and took Brilliant to pay the bill. Under the manager's lead, Zi Chen and Darren followed him, and went straight to the largest place where the servants were imprisoned. "The servants are imprisoned in front." The manager pointed to a building in front and said. Hurry up and lead the way, Darren said in a deep voice. Raleigh, what are you doing? Under the other party's lead, just as they were about to push open the door and enter, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded from nearby. Raleigh greets my lord. Raleigh followed the voice and hurriedly saluted the dignified man. What are you doing here? The dignified man stared at Raleigh. Sir, this is a big client. He wants more servants, so. Cold sweat appeared on Raleigh's forehead. He seemed very nervous. The dignified man said coldly, so you brought him here. Did you forget our rules? Raleigh was so scared that he didn't say a word. The other party was one of the people in charge of this place. Normally, he wouldn't appear here at all. What rules are you talking about? I'm here to buy a servant. Can't I look down on those in front? Do you think I can't afford them? Or are you here to disgust me? Darren said coldly. What did you say? The dignified man glared at Darren with a cold glint in his eyes. Damn it, how dare a mere false saint look at me like that? Do you want to die? The other party's cold gaze directly infuriated Darren. He said with a gloomy face, do you believe that I can turn your lousy trading place into ruins with just one word from me? The dignified man's expression became even colder, but the look in his eyes changed. Damn it, how dare you scare me? Do you believe that if you dare to lay a finger on me, I can annihilate your Luo family in minutes? Even that Luo Fei won't have a good end. Darren was full of momentum. He raised his head slightly, just like an arrogant playboy from an aristocratic family. If it were any other time, the other party certainly wouldn't believe Darren's nonsense. In this area, the Luo family was the real overlord. Who dared to threaten to annihilate the Luo family? But recently, the Geng family's saint had come, so it was hard to jump to conclusions. No one could say for sure whether the expert from the Geng family had come alone or with other aristocratic families' disciples. How may I address you, friend? Are you from? The dignified man's expression eased slightly. He cupped his fists, but before he could finish, Darren said angrily, Get lost, who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk to me? And what right do you have to know where I'm from? Damn it, is this a slave trading place? Can't I buy a few slaves? As he spoke, a few crystals shining with saint power appeared in Darren's hand. He played with the crystals in his hand and said sarcastically, Open your dog eyes and look carefully. Each of these crystals is equivalent to your life. Get lost if you have nothing to do. Don't be a frog in the well and think that a false saint is so great. You're just a heaven realm expert who has taken the wrong path. How dare you shout in front of me? After that, without waiting for the false saint to react, Darren pushed the door open and entered. Chen followed, leaving behind the stunned manager and the false saint who had been scolded for being stupid. The manager knew the identity of the two and knew that they didn't have a strong background. He was ashamed of Darren's arrogance. He really didn't understand where the other party's confidence came from. Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and lead the way. Damn it, why is this place so broken? Even slaves should have human rights. Live in a decent place. Just as Luo Li was stunned, Darren's voice sounded from inside. Then, Sir. Luo Li looked at the false saint hesitantly. Why are you looking at me? Are those people I brought? The false saint glared at Luo Li coldly, turned around, and left. Letting out a sigh of relief, Luo Li turned around and entered the door, closing it from the inside. At this moment, De Luan was wantonly sizing up the trapped slaves with an extremely arrogant expression. As for those slaves, they were either standing or sitting. Not a single one of them looked at De Luan. Instead, some of their gazes landed on Chen. Humph, you're dressed like a human, but you're still a dog. A cold snort came from a room. It was a man with scars on his body. He said coldly to Chen, Get lost. A foreign race guard shot out a beam of energy and directly sent the other party flying. This wasn't to help Chen out, but because he was afraid of offending the guests. The other slaves around stood up and looked at the three with cold eyes. In this regard, the three of them were indifferent and continued to move forward. During this time, Chen kept his spiritual sense in a state. He remembered the number of people here and sensed their soul auras. This place was like a prison. It was divided into several areas. Chen was now looking at the most disobedient and also the lowest slave area. There were nearly 500 slaves here. After walking through this area, there were some slaves who had long been numb and no longer resisted. There were more than 200 of them. These existences were easier to deal with. After that, Chen saw some slaves whose combat strength was comparable to that of a half-sage, as well as some female cultivators who were imprisoned. In fact, at the heaven realm level, appearance was no longer important. The most important thing was temperament. There was no doubt that these women were very beautiful, but they weren't dressed as well as those in the outside world. After that, the prison was empty. Luo Li explained, this place used to be filled with false saint slaves. Unfortunately, they've all been taken care of recently. Darren nodded and said in front of the guards, where are the soul control imprints of these people? I want to choose some. Sir, please follow me. Luo Li bowed and led Darren to the other side. As for Chen, who was following behind them, he was ignored. After walking for a while, this place was much more heavily guarded. Along the way, they met at least a dozen heaven realm cultivators and even 2 half-sages. Outside a room, Luo Li knocked on the door and led Darren in. Sir, this buyer has taken a fancy to many of our slaves and wants to see their soul imprints, said Luo Li. This was an office. There was only one person in charge. This person was only a half-sage. At this moment, his eyes were closed and his feet were high on the table. He was recalling the scene of him enjoying the female slaves just now. Luo Li's sudden entrance made him look dissatisfied. However, after seeing the crystal in Darren's hand that was emitting holy power, his eyes suddenly lit up. He sat up instantly and said, which ones do you like? After Chen entered, he used his spiritual sense to explore the entire room. He found that there were some obvious spatial fluctuations in a corner. From the fluctuations, he sensed a strong surge of soul power. He guessed that the soul imprints of the slaves should be there. However, it was a spatial lock. It needed the correct method to unlock it. Once an external force was used to forcibly unlock the lock, it would cause the space to be destroyed. All the soul crystals would dissipate and all the slaves would die. Take them out and let me see, said Darren indifferently as he played with the saint power crystals in his hand. Wait a moment. The half-sage got up and went to the corner. With his back facing them, he unlocked the lock with a complicated method. He did not show any vigilance. This was the territory of the Luo family, and Luo Li was one of them. In the entire history of this place, nothing had ever happened here. Everyone's vigilance had long been wiped out. The spatial lock was unlocked. Rows of soul crystals appeared, emitting strong soul fluctuations. His spiritual sense swept across these crystals with soul imprints. Chen transmitted his voice to Darren, the number is wrong. Darren furrowed his brows, and a look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. What do you think? The half-sage looked back at Darren. Do you know why I'm here? It's because the goods outside are not good. Hurry up and take out all the good stuff you have. Don't be afraid that I can't afford it. Let me tell you, my family can buy the entire Luo family. Darren's words stunned the half-sage. He turned his head and saw Luo Li's bitter smile. He knew that he was not joking. A family with such wealth was undoubtedly a family from the depths of the Luo family. He didn't hesitate any longer. He made a hand seal again, but this time, he opened a lock within a lock, and then opened another spatial lock. After unlocking 3 layers, all the soul imprints appeared. The number was the same as the number of slaves that Chen sensed in the outside world. What do you think? All the good stuff is here. Pick whatever you want. The price will be reasonable. The half-sage waved his hand. All the soul crystals in the 3 layers of the spatial lock appeared. They floated densely in the air, each with a human figure. Chapter 21-26. Looking at the floating spirit crystals, Darren nodded in satisfaction and said, not bad at all. Then you can choose carefully. Do you need me to introduce you to some good stuff? Don't worry, you'll definitely be satisfied. The half-saint had unknowingly used honorifics because he had vaguely guessed the other party's background. Darren patted the half-saint's shoulder and said, "Your performance was very good. In order to reward you, I'll let you die a quick death." Ah! The half-saint was stunned, not understanding what the other party meant. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger, and his expression changed greatly. "Your reaction is too slow." A faint voice rang out from his sea of consciousness. A powerful destructive force vibrated in his sea of consciousness. The soul that was said to be immortal and indestructible did not have the slightest room to resist this energy vibration. It was annihilated in an instant. A powerful half-saint died in front of him just like that. Raleigh's face was full of shock. He could not understand how the other party, who was only in the heaven realm, could have such powerful battle strength. Zichen waved his hand, and the nearly 1,000 spirit crystals were all collected by him. "All right, it's time for us to go," Zichen said. "Wait, see if there's anything good here." Darren began to search the room for anything valuable. After a while, Raleigh led the two out of the room. The experts outside the room were still guarding, and they did not sense anything unusual. As they walked past the crowd, the misty light formed by the saber spirit swept past the people's foreheads. The souls of the heaven realm experts were destroyed, and their corpses were collected by Zichen. Just like that, they moved forward, quietly killing the heaven realm experts along the way. In the prison area, the servant who had insulted Zichen was being punished by the two guards. Waves of energy fell on the servant's body, and the pain caused the servant to scream uncontrollably. "Hee, keep screaming. You're too quiet. You servants deserve to be tortured. If I can't find the maids to vent my pleasure, can't I find you to vent my anger?" The two guards laughed sinisterly. Right at this moment, the misty light swept past the two men's foreheads. Their hideous smiles suddenly froze, and their surging vitality disappeared in an instant. Then, their heads tilted, and they fell dead. What's going on? Not only were the tormented servants puzzled, but the other servants were also puzzled and stuck their heads out one after another. Right at this time, they saw the guards fall one after another, losing their life force and dying. What happened? They didn't see anything. They only saw the guards dying one after another. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with confusion. "You are free." At this moment, a voice rang out from one side of the passageway. 3 people walked out, and the one in the lead was none other than the servant they had looked down on earlier. What's going on? They were stunned, not knowing what was going on. But in the next moment, when they saw what Zichen took out, their eyes immediately widened and their expressions changed drastically. Zichen was holding their soul crystals. It was because of this that they had no choice but to be controlled. "From today onwards, you are free. But if you want to leave this place alive, you have to listen to my arrangements." "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zichen." In front of Zichen, the soul crystals scattered, and the sealed soul power rushed towards him. "Zichen, you're Zichen, the one who destroyed many of the Luo family's transactions." A cry of alarm rang out. Clearly, even the servants had heard of Zichen's name. "You're that Zichen." The burly man who had insulted Zichen before looked at Zichen in a daze. He didn't even notice that his soul had completely returned to his body. Of course, he knew of Zichen's existence. He admired such an existence very much, so even if he was captured, he still didn't give in. But he didn't expect that he had just insulted the existence he admired the most. "If you are unfortunate enough to die in the following battle, then our grudges will be written off. If you are lucky enough to survive, then I will let you experience my prowess." Zichen smiled faintly at his opponent. "I won't die in battle. I want to fight with you," the burly man shouted, looking very excited. All the servants here were saved. After being saved, Zichen took them into the cauldron. Now was not the time for them to appear. After that, Raleigh continued to lead the two of them out. He was one of the people in charge of the slave castle, and had a feeling that something was amiss. Therefore, he decided to come back and see how many slaves Yang Qi had purchased, and why he had to come all the way here to see what kind of slave he had purchased. Seeing that there were no other servants behind the 3 of them, the false saint said, "Where are the servants you bought?" "They're here." A faint voice rang out. The false saint subconsciously turned around and saw a bright blade light. His pupils suddenly shrank, and the bright blade light disappeared in front of his eyes. Zichen quickly took away the false saint's body and even cleaned up the blood around it. Raleigh was completely stunned. That was a false saint, an existence second only to a saint, but he died just like that. Let's go and see how the others are doing. Time was tight. Zichen dragged the dazed Raleigh to the castle in front of them. As soon as they entered the castle, the three of them saw many servants standing in the castle. As for the foreign races, they had all been dealt with. How is it? In front of these servants, Xing Chen and Brilliant looked at Zichen. Zichen nodded. Great, we can send the message. Chen Fei, who was next to Brilliant, showed a touch of excitement on his face. Then, he took out an energy ball and directly crushed it. Zichen looked at the servants. At this moment, the servants were also looking at Zichen curiously. They were sizing up this existence that brought a lot of trouble to the Luo family. Zichen said in a deep voice, "You guys hide for a while. When the battle starts later, I'll let you out." With that, Zichen opened the cauldron and put all the servants inside. According to your instructions, all the servants outside are free. To avoid alerting the enemy, we haven't let them out yet. Xing Chen said. Okay, let's go out now. Zichen led everyone out. The matter of the servants was perfectly solved. Next was the slaughter. When they walked out of the castle, there was no life left in this 3-story castle. All the resources had been plundered. In the square outside, more than 500 servants were free. At this moment, these servants all looked back in the direction of the castle. When they saw Zichen and the others coming out, a ray of hope appeared in their eyes. Whoosh! A misty light flashed, and the sword spirit cut off the shining runes on the iron chains. The servants regained their true freedom one by one. Swoosh! Then, Zichen waved his sleeve and a large amount of energy swept across. The servants disappeared one by one and entered the cauldron without any resistance. After doing all this, pillars of light suddenly appeared in the surroundings of the trading ground. These pillars of light flew diagonally into the sky. The pillars of light met above the trading ground and then merged into a huge light shield. Under the stunned expressions of everyone, the light shield completely opened up like a big bowl, covering the entire trading ground. What's going on? Why did the array of the trading ground open by itself? Exclamations sounded from all directions, but no one could give an explanation. At this moment, outside the array, groups of Chen family cultivators appeared. They sealed off all the teleportation arrays. Anyone who tried to teleport or come here would be killed immediately. Zichen led the group out of the square. There didn't seem to be any abnormalities. But just as he walked past a strange race person with a servant, the strange race person's expression suddenly froze. Then, without any warning, he fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. As for the servant, after feeling the freedom of his soul, he was stunned. His eyes were filled with confusion. He didn't understand what was going on. Just then, a beam of light landed on the servant's body. This beam of light had an irresistible suction force. It had a familiar aura. Without any hostility, the servant's body disappeared in the light. Zichen continued forward. Just like the scene from before the battle fully erupted, Zichen had to rescue more servants. Just like this, after rescuing about 10 servants, there were finally shouts of killing. The Chen family had begun to kill the Luo family cultivators in the trading ground. Hearing these shouts, Chen Fei and the others behind him revealed cold killing intent in their eyes. After so many years of waiting, the time has finally come. The aura around him surged as he left the team and charged forward. Let's start the slaughter. Zichen stopped and waved his sleeve. A large beam of light fell, and an army of about 3,000 servants appeared. Their auras surged, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Not far away, those who were still strolling around the trading ground suddenly saw this army of servants. Their faces turned pale, and they almost collapsed to the ground. Kill! Explosive roars resounded through the sky. The group of servants began to scatter and kill. Among them, the Luo family was the main target. The other forces were secondary. Those who had the bloodline of the Chen family voluntarily gave up. Remember, save your compatriots first. Seeing the situation go out of control, Zi Chen had to transmit his voice again. Then, he joined in the slaughter. Darren also appeared. Because his battle strength was too limited, he could only follow closely behind Zi Chen. Even though he was used to killing in the past 8 years, he still felt a little scared when he heard the shouts of killing all around him. If all the servants at the false saint realm attacked together, they could completely slaughter the other heavenly realm cultivators. The 6 false saint slaves that the Chen family traded also came here to meet with Zi Chen. Then, they began to kill the other races around them. They had just looted the trading ground. Next, Zi Chen's target was the other large shops of the Luo family. Chapter 21-27. Gang Lan closed her eyes. Luo Fei's expression became solemn. All the spectators' expressions became excited. They thought that Gang Lan was going to make a big move, but in the end, she closed her eyes for an entire day and night. There was silence all around, and all the cultivators did not understand what he meant. Normally, he would fight immediately, and after dozens of moves, the winner would be decided, and then he would turn and leave. But what was going on this time? It had already been a day and a night. Why was he not making a move? When the sky brightened the next day, seeing that his opponent still did not open his eyes, Luo Fei, who was also puzzled, called out, "Brother Gang." Gang Lan opened his eyes, looked at the puzzled Luo Fei opposite him, and said, "Oh, I've been a little tired recently, so I just rested for a while." There was an uproar all around, obviously not expecting this to be the reason, but a saint would really feel tired and need to rest. Then the battle. Luo Fei asked again, feeling that something was wrong. "Let's start, we've wasted a lot of time this time, so it's better to end it quickly." Speaking of the battle, Gang Lan's expression was much more serious. "Let's save those useless probing moves, and directly use the strongest means. Just let me see how much you've improved over the years." "Alright, in the last battle, I had some inspiration, and it's a good opportunity to learn from Brother Gang's moves." Luo Fei smiled. On the battle platform, the formation to prevent the dissipation of energy had been activated. After hearing the conversation between the two sides, the foreign races outside became more and more excited. Obviously the battle between the saints was about to be decided. On Gang Lan's body, light surged, and the power of a saint spread. His whole person was like a dazzling ball of holy light, and as he released his aura, the light shield of the formation trembled slightly. Feeling the change in Gang Lan's aura, the smile on Luo Fei's face had disappeared. He could see that Gang Lan really did not intend to hold back this time. It should be known that in the previous battles, Gang Lan's aura was not so strong. "Last time, you were defeated by the first yuan of the triple yuan destruction, and this time I'll use the first yuan as the starting move." Gang Lan's voice sounded, and his body slowly rose into the air, opening his arms as if hugging the sky. Pure saint force surged within his body, forming a huge ball of light above his head. This ball was completely composed of saint force, exuding a terrifying aura. The light barrier around them began to distort. Luo Fei's expression became increasingly solemn. He was confident that he could block this attack, and even destroy it. Compared to 1,000 years ago, he had undoubtedly become much stronger. But for some reason, he felt that Gang Lan was a little different today. Compared to her usual battles, she seemed to be a little more overbearing and a little too serious. Usually, after he was injured, the battle would end. But today, it seemed that something was off. Considering the sharp intuition in his heart, he gave up the idea of taking the initiative to attack and chose to defend. Streaks of saint power energy formed a barrier in front of them. Runes flashed on the barrier. Boom! Gang Lan's attack fell from the sky with an unstoppable aura. The cluster of holy power exploded upon contact with the barrier, and the terrifying energy began to wreak havoc. The runes on the barrier sparkled, and Gang Lan's attack was continuously consumed by the barrier. The light barrier around them began to distort crazily, and waves of energy continued to wreak havoc. Gang Lan stood in the sky, silently looking down at her energy attack that was gradually dissipating. She had already begun to accumulate power for the second attack. Two clusters of light appeared above her head, one on the left and one on the right. Pure saint force revolved around them, and an even more terrifying aura erupted. These two clusters of light, after accumulating power to a certain extent, began to revolve around each other, stirring up layers of ripples. Wherever the ripples passed, the space of the formation was distorted to the point of collapse. The triple primary force destroyed the second primary force. Luo Fei had just blocked the first attack when he saw the second attack coming. The two attacks were continuous, and did not give him much time to breathe. But these methods obviously could not take the life of a saint. Luo Fei roared, and the energy around him surged. The barrier that had just dimmed became bright again, and the runes within it also emitted a dazzling light. Boom! The two rotating clusters of light intertwined and landed on the barrier, and the destructive energy contained in them completely exploded. A glaring light radiated from the fighting stage. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes as they were unable to withstand the glaring light. The destructive energy continued to spread, and the surrounding formation finally reached its limit under the raging energy, and exploded with a boom. An invisible force spread out, and wherever it passed, all the Heaven Realm cultivators were sent flying, coughing up blood. Since the battle platform was built, this was the first time the formation had collapsed. Even further away, the cultivators who were watching the battle were all in a daze when they saw this scene. They felt that it was extremely unbelievable. The violent energy lasted for a long time, and the dazzling light also dissipated after a long time. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battle platform. Ganglan's figure appeared, and he was still standing in the air, his expression indifferent. Below, cracks had appeared on the battle platform beneath Luo Fei's feet. Luo Fei was coughing up blood continuously. It was obvious that he had been injured. After two attacks, Luo Fei was defeated. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and cupped his fists at Ganglan above. "Brother Gang, I admit defeat in this battle." Clearly, Luo Fei had admitted defeat. Over the years, every time Luo Fei admitted defeat, Ganglan would cup his fists in response, and then disappear. But this time, Ganglan shook his head and said, "The battle isn't over yet, and I haven't used my third element yet." The surrounding people widened their eyes, and they were a little surprised by this unusual situation. Luo Fei's heart sank, and the ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. Without giving Luo Fei time to ask questions, and without any intention of explaining, 3 more clusters of light appeared above his head. After these 3 clusters of light appeared, they rotated in a straight line, and the saint energy in Ganglan's body was constantly devoured by the 3 clusters of light, causing the 3 clusters of light to become brighter and more resplendent. Luo Fei felt a sense of danger, but he didn't feel any killing intent from Ganglan. This made him feel a little conflicted, and he didn't understand why his opponent would do this. Could it be that he had sensed his growth over the years, and deliberately wanted to aggravate his injuries so that he wouldn't be able to progress further? Third element, destruction. A low roar sounded from the sky, and the 3 clusters of light absorbed enough energy, and they rotated as they descended. The surrounding space was constantly twisted by the 3 clusters of light, and a wave visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Wherever the wave passed, the surrounding buildings were silently destroyed. Fortunately, the other cultivators had already retreated far away when they saw the formation's light shield being broken. Otherwise, in the face of this wave, they would have also silently disappeared like the buildings. In the face of such an attack, Luo Fei didn't dare to face it head-on, and could only choose to defend again. Boom! The 3 clusters of light fell and exploded. The destructive energy was much, much stronger than before, and Luo Fei's defense didn't even last for a moment. After the defense was destroyed, his entire body was enveloped by the terrifying energy. On the battle stage, there was another explosion, and the entire battle stage was torn apart. Luo Fei's figure on the battle stage flew directly to the ground. This time, his injuries were even more serious, and it was the most serious injury he had ever suffered. The energy dissipated, and the surroundings were silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Luo Fei, who moved his body and climbed up from the ground, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. He clutched his chest with one hand, and looked up at Ganglan. "Brother Gang, I lost." Ganglan nodded, his expression as calm as an ancient well. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth again, Luo Fei said, "Since the battle is over, I would like to invite Brother Geng to the Luo family for a chat." The people around felt very strange. The other party had seriously injured you, but you still wanted to show goodwill to the other party. Gang Lan shook his head and said, "No, I have something important to do. If there is a next time, I will go to the Luo family to find you." After that, Gang Lan nodded at Luo Fei, and his figure disappeared into thin air. The once-in-a-thousand-years great saint battle ended just like that. During the battle, Gang Lan attacked 3 times, and Luo Fei defended 3 times, resulting in serious injuries. The battle ended too quickly, but it was still very exciting. The surrounding people continued to talk, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Obviously, the show was over, and it was time to leave. Luo Fei frowned, thinking about what Gang Lan had just said. If there was a next time, there would be a next time. There would definitely be a next time. Unless there was someone who could deal with him now and kill him, then there would naturally be no next time. Thinking about Gang Lan's abnormality this time, Luo Fei always had a bad feeling in his heart, as if there was a shadow hanging over his heart that couldn't be removed. He didn't understand where this bad feeling came from, and he faintly felt that he had overlooked something. At this moment, a panicked voice suddenly sounded from the distance, and a figure quickly approached. "My lord, not good, not good." Hearing this voice, Luo Fei's heart sank. Sure enough, something had happened. When the people who had left earlier heard this panicked voice, they immediately stopped and turned around to look. "My lord, news just came, the Fort Gang Trading Center has been destroyed." That cultivator came and said in a panic. "What?" Once this was said, it caused an uproar. The Fort Gang Trading Center was the Luo family's second largest trading center, and its importance to the Luo family was second only to the Luo family. There were many Luo family cultivators guarding it, so how could it be destroyed? "Impossible, I just came from there the day before yesterday, and everything was fine." "Me too, it was only yesterday, how could it be destroyed? Is there a power that can destroy the Fort Gang Trading Center in one day? Was it destroyed yesterday? That saint was resting with his eyes closed yesterday, could it have something to do with this?" All kinds of discussions sounded. Of course, this couldn't be done by Gang Lan, because no outside power could destroy the Fort Gang Trading Center silently, not even a saint. But all of this had to be related to Gang Lan. Luo Fei's injuries were already very serious, and hearing the news of the Fort Gang Trading Center's destruction, he was furious and coughed up blood again. Chapter 21-28. Luo Fei was so angry that he coughed up blood one more time. His face paled as he asked, "Where are the others? Why didn't they report earlier?" That cultivator said with a sad face, "No. No one is alive. Everyone is dead." Even though the Battle of the Saints was going on, the Luo family didn't lower their guard. The Steel Fort Trading Center was still heavily guarded. Luo Fei's confidant, Luo Lin, was guarding there. Although the other was just a false saint, his competence was one of the best among the false saints. With Luo Lin overseeing the place, how could it be destroyed without a sound? Moreover, there were so many members of the Luo family guarding there. Now that they were all dead, it was a big loss to the Luo family. At least, the Luo family couldn't build another trading center like this one in dozens or even hundreds of years. Even if they could, where would they find so many experts to guard it? Their strongest forces weren't damaged, but the loss of the trading center was like cutting off one of the Luo family's arms. Moreover, it was an arm that couldn't be repaired easily. People were in an uproar. Apparently, the news of the Steel Fort Trading Center being destroyed in just one day had shocked them. For the time being, people were guessing who had done that. The first thought that popped into people's heads was Zi Chen. However, with Zi Chen's strength, it was unrealistic for him to want to destroy such a large trading ground in a short period of time. However, at this moment, someone walked over from behind. "Don't rush. Do you want to die? Get lost. You dare to squeeze in here. Mother **K, you're just a slave. Slave, die to the side." Angry voices echoed in the crowd. When they saw that it was a slave from a lifestar, they all cursed and scolded him. Buzz. As the light flickered, the outsiders who had cursed earlier all fell to the ground, their life force gone. Seeing the foreign race beings fall one after another, the faces of the other foreign race beings changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated in all directions. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear as they looked at the newcomer. Apparently, it was a one-hit kill. They had never seen such a powerful slave. Zi Chen. He is Zi Chen. Within the crowd, it was unknown who shouted. Immediately after, everyone completely retreated in fear. In the Rakshasa starfield, Zi Chen's reputation had spread far and wide. Almost everyone knew about him. For 8 years, he had specifically fought against the Luo family and destroyed many of the Luo family's trading sites. Now that they saw Zi Chen with their own eyes, the crowd was in an uproar, and their hearts were filled with deep confusion. They didn't understand why Zi Chen would appear here. Could it be that he was the one behind the incident at the Gunberg Trading Center? But in this kind of situation, shouldn't he leave as soon as possible? Why did he still dare to appear on the Rakshasa star, and in front of Luo Fei? In fact, some observant people had already noticed that not only had Zi Chen appeared here, but he was also heading in the direction of Luo Fei. Could it be? Some people vaguely guessed the reason in their hearts. Their eyes immediately widened, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Feeling the cold aura from Zi Chen, some people also noticed Zi Chen's intention. Their expressions became very interesting. As everyone knew, Zi Chen could fight above his level and kill a false saint. In the eyes of the crowd, this was already very incredible. But today, Zi Chen seemed to be challenging the historical impossible. The crowd parted, and Zi Chen walked forward until he reached Luo Fei, who was led by the Luo family. He stopped 30 meters away from Luo Fei and looked at him quietly. At this moment, many cultivators of the Luo family were surrounding Luo Fei. After sensing the change in aura behind them, they all turned around and saw Zi Chen. "You are Zi Chen." The cultivators of the Luo family stared at Zi Chen with cold expressions. They all stood up and took out their heavenly weapons. "You're the one who's been causing trouble. Damn it. We've been looking for you for so long and couldn't find you. I didn't expect you to send yourself to us. Kill him." Cold voices came out from the mouths of the heavenly state cultivators of the Luo family. Buzz. A misty light flashed beside Zi Chen, and the sword spirit flew around and returned. The heavenly state cultivators who had just taken out their weapons and showed hostility all lost their vitality at this moment and fell back. Seeing this, the other cultivators of the Luo family were shocked. Even Luo Fei's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He stood up and looked at Zi Chen. "You're the one who destroyed the Fort Gang Trading Center." "That's right." Zi Chen nodded and looked at Luo Fei. This was the first time he had really faced a saint. Even if the other party was seriously injured, Zi Chen still felt a lot of pressure. "You're brave." Luo Fei looked at Zi Chen. His expression became colder and colder. He looked around. "It's obviously unrealistic for you to destroy the Fort Gang Trading Center with your strength alone. You must have help. Let me guess, who is it?" "First, it must be a huge force with brilliant means and has some enmity with the Luo family." Zi Chen listened quietly. His expression didn't change much. "I only remember one such family. I guess your accomplice should be the Chen family." Hearing Luo Fei's words, the surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect the Chen family to be in cahoots with outsiders. Connecting the dots, Luo Fei had a rough idea of what had happened. First, you found Gang Lan. Then, you deliberately delayed the battle. After that, you diverted everyone's attention. Your target should only be those slaves. But the Chen family's target is the entire trading center. You two reached an agreement. That's why you stopped yesterday and Gang Lan's abnormal attack today. A faint smile appeared on Zi Chen's calm face. He said, as expected of a saint, "Your guess is completely correct. There were coincidences in the world, but there were not many of them." Chen Kuan thought that he had done it flawlessly without any evidence. But Luo Fei had seen through all his calculations. The Chen family didn't dare to come to Luo Chastar all these years. But they're willing to take the risk this time. They must have gotten some kind of promise from you. I guess this promise is for you to kill me when I'm seriously injured. Zichen nodded. That's right. Ignoring the uproar around him, Luo Fei looked at Zichen and said faintly, in fact, you don't have the confidence to kill me. Chen Kuan, that old thing, also knows this. But he still chose to cooperate with you because he has some confidence in you. This confidence is not that you can kill me, but that you can risk your life to injure me. Then, the Chen family will use real means to kill me. Zichen shrugged. The first part is very true. I really don't have the confidence to kill you. As for the second part, I don't know. Zichen, you're very honest. I don't want to deceive you. You're just being used by the Chen family this time. I can let you leave safely. My target is only the Chen family, Luo Fei said. There was a commotion in the crowd. The head of the Chen family, Chen Kuan, came with a group of pseudo-saints and semi-saints. He stopped at a relatively far place. He looked at Luo Fei and said sarcastically, "This kind of provocation is useless. My relationship with Zichen is indestructible. I believe that Zichen can definitely kill you." Ha ha. Luo Fei laughed loudly. Then he looked at Zichen and said, "Do you believe it?" Zichen shook his head and said, "Of course I don't believe you. Our relationship isn't solid at all. We've only met 3 times, and this time, we're just using each other to get what we need." Chen Kuan's expression changed greatly. Zichen, the expressions of the other existences also changed dramatically. If Zichen didn't act, the Chen family would be in big trouble this time. Luo Fei said with satisfaction, "So, you agree with my suggestion?" Zichen shook his head again and said, "I don't believe you. After dealing with the Chen family, you'll definitely deal with me. Even if what you said is true, I can't agree with you. Because I'm a man of my word. Even if it's a promise to an alien race, I'll still abide by it. It doesn't matter who schemed against me because I want to keep my promise to Chen Kuan." Chen Kuan was moved when he heard this. Luo Fei had made it very clear, and he believed that Luo Fei was not lying at this moment. He would definitely let Zichen go and deal with the Chen family. But Chen Kuan never would have thought that he would actually be able to hear such words from Zichen's mouth. Promise was a word that was even more forgettable than honesty. It had long disappeared in the star path. The others were also visibly moved. Normally, when they heard someone say these 2 words, they would perhaps mock them. However, today, when these 2 words came out of Zichen's mouth, everyone felt a heavy pressure. "I didn't expect there to be such a weirdo like you in this world. It seems that I've overestimated you. Since you want to use your life to protect the word promise, I'll fulfill your wish. Perhaps at the moment of your death, you'll know that the word promise means nothing," Luo Fei said coldly. "Please." Zichen waved his hand and motioned for Luo Fei to go to the fighting ring. Humph. Luo Fei snorted and flew toward the fighting ring. At this moment, the fighting ring had already been torn apart. The battle between the 2 could only be carried out in the sky. Everyone stepped back again and stared at the sky. Today's scene surprised them. They did not expect that after watching a battle between saints, they would witness a battle between Heaven Realm experts challenging saints. Standing in the air, Luo Fei looked at Zichen and said, "Come on, let me see where your confidence comes from." Zichen turned his hand and a big seal burning with golden flames appeared. It was the rosefinch seal. With a loud and clear cry of a bird, the golden seal turned into a huge rosefinch in the air. Rosefinch turned into a golden light and rushed toward Luo Fei. Swoosh. At the same time, Zichen unfolded the heavenly thunder wings and turned into a stream of light, rushing toward Luo Fei from below. Child's play. Looking at Zichen's attack, Luo Fei just smiled coldly. He clenched his right hand into a fist and pure saint force gathered on his fist. He punched at the diving rosefinch. The surging energy surged and the rosefinch flew back with a wail. It turned back into a golden square seal in the air. The golden light on the surface of its body dimmed and dissipated in the air. Then, Zichen rushed over. Luo Fei kicked out and the surrounding space twisted wildly. Layers of pressure shrouded Zichen. Swoosh. Quickly showing his power, Zichen dodged the attack and came to Luo Fei's side in an instant. He punched at his opponent's body. Chapter 21-29. Zichen's attack was completely out of Luo Fei's expectations, causing a look of surprise to appear in his eyes. But if he wanted to hit a saint so easily, even if it was a heavily injured one, such an attack was still not enough. Peng! Luo Fei blocked Zichen's fist with an attack that was even faster than Zichen's. As the vibration sounded, Zichen only felt a huge force coming from his right arm, and he felt pain in his right arm. He retracted his right arm and retreated. His physical strength dissolved the force in his right arm, and in a flash, Zichen disappeared again. The moment he disappeared, the void was torn apart by Luo Fei's foot, and a large area of space collapsed. Zichen's figure flashed again, and he appeared behind Luo Fei, and struck out again with a powerful attack. Interesting. With a faint smile, Luo Fei punched out without looking back. This punch directly sealed the space, and the saint's aura enveloped every corner. Peng! Energy vibrated, and saint power surged, and Zichen retreated again. At this moment, everyone stared blankly at the sky, watching the battle between Heaven Realm Zichen and Saint Luo Fei. Everyone's eyes were filled with uncontrollable shock. Under the saint's aura, this aura was enough to make it difficult for them to move, let alone launch an attack. But Zichen actually moved through the aura like a fish in water, and he was also constantly fighting back. During this period of time, the two types of energy collided. They were obviously not of the same level, but there was not much difference. In addition to the strength of Zichen's energy attack, the strength of his physical body also made everyone blush with shame. Terrifying, truly terrifying. At this moment, if one had to use words to describe Zichen, there was no doubt that it was terrifying. He was like a ray of light, wandering around Luo Fei, constantly attacking and attacking. Zichen's dodging surprised Luo Fei. The strength of his opponent's physical body was also very rare. If this continued, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage due to his heavy injuries. It's over. Luo Fei's eyes instantly turned cold, and an even stronger aura emerged. Zichen could only feel that the pressure around him had suddenly increased by several times. Before he could get used to this pressure, Luo Fei's fist, which was shining with holy power, was heading straight for his face. Damn it! His expression changed. Zichen had no choice but to gather all his strength into his fist. At this moment, he could only choose to meet Luo Fei's fist head-on. Boom! As the two fists collided, an energy shockwave erupted. The powerful force spread out, and Luo Fei's figure only swayed slightly. All of his efforts were easily neutralized, while Zichen's figure flew backwards. While he was flying backwards, the sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. With one punch, the bones in Zichen's right arm were shattered. Everyone was in an uproar. The difference between their realms was too great. A Heaven Realm cultivator fighting a Saint Realm cultivator was something that had never happened in history. Now it seemed that it was impossible for a Heaven Realm expert to defeat a Saint Realm expert. This is your strength. You're too weak. Looking at Zichen's arm, which had been completely shattered, Luo Fei shook his head and said disappointedly, I thought you would have some powerful means. Zichen remained silent. At this moment, his normally beating heart suddenly sped up. The god of heaven's energy, which had not appeared for a long time, emerged from his heart. Through his blood, traces of the god of heaven's energy flowed into Zichen's right arm. His injured right arm rapidly recovered under the god of heaven's energy. In a breath's time, Zichen's injury was completely healed. His right arm, which had already reached its limit, seemed to have become stronger again. Without pressure, the body will no longer grow. Now that my arm is shattered, after feeling the pressure, my heart will naturally repair the injury. A touch of joy flashed in his eyes. Zichen looked at Luo Fei again and said lightly, Is that so? Then let's try again. After saying that, Zichen clenched his fist. A powerful force surged in his fist. What's going on? Wasn't his arm completely shattered just now? His broken arm recovered in an instant. His vitality is too strong. Incredible, really incredible. Looking at Zichen, who was rushing towards Luo Fei again, exclamations sounded again. Your vitality is very strong, but the result will be the same even if you do it a few more times. After saying that, Luo Fei also punched back at Zi Chen. The sound of bones breaking was heard again. Zi Chen's body flew backwards again. However, this time, Zi Chen had just stabilized his body when he rushed forward again. This time, he clenched his left fist. "It's useless," Luo Fei shouted coldly. Another punch shattered Zi Chen's left arm. However, Zi Chen's right arm had already recovered. He clenched his fist and rushed forward again. Looking at Zi Chen, who was constantly rushing and retreating, everyone was speechless. It seemed that this was the first time they had seen such a way of fighting. It was also the first time they had seen such a strong vitality that could ignore the saint's might. I didn't expect that Luo Fei would still have such a strong combat strength even though he was seriously injured. A saint is indeed a saint. However, I don't know what Zi Chen is thinking. He hasn't used any powerful means. Chen Kuan's eyes flashed. Zi Chen continued to rush forward. Every time he was injured, his injuries would quickly recover. It seemed that there was no end to this fight. Enough, it's time to end it. Luo Fei obviously didn't want to continue like this. He was seriously injured and couldn't bear Zi Chen's endless consumption. He punched Zi Chen again and rushed forward. In an instant, he caught up with Zi Chen and hit his chest with his palm. Boom! Surging energy, with Zi Chen's chest as the center, shook in all directions. The sound of bones cracking could be heard continuously. Zi Chen's body was completely shattered by Luo Fei. If it were anyone else, such an injury would undoubtedly lead to death. However, as Zi Chen's body flew backwards, the Sky Celestial's heart continued to transmit energy to his body. Zi Chen's shattered bones started to reform thanks to the Sky Celestial's energy. After recondensing, Zi Chen's physical body was even stronger than before. Luo Fei stood in the sky, waiting for Zi Chen to die slowly. However, what he waited for was Zi Chen rushing forward again. How could this be? He knew very well how powerful his attack was. Not to mention a mere Heaven Realm expert, even a false saint expert's soul should have been annihilated if he was hit head-on. However, Zi Chen seemed to be unaffected. There was a hint of doubt on his gloomy face. Then, Luo Fei used all his strength and shattered Zi Chen's body twice again. However, he still couldn't extinguish Zi Chen's vitality. Immortal body, it must be the immortal body. This vitality is too strong. It can't be extinguished at all. The saint's might didn't work at all. I really didn't expect such a person to exist in this world. Exclamations continued to be heard. Luo Fei, who was in the sky, was coughing up blood at this moment. Is his injury serious again? Zi Chen looked at this scene indifferently. If he wanted to win this battle, he could only wait until Luo Fei's injury became more and more serious. There is no such thing as an immortal body in this world. Since your body is a little strange, I'll use other attacks to deal with you. Behind Luo Fei, the space distorted and the saint's might swept out. A soaring serpent exuding a saint's aura appeared. Obviously, Luo Fei didn't want to waste any more time and used the heavenly path technique. As soon as the soaring serpent exuding saint's might appeared, Zi Chen sensed a dangerous aura. His expression became serious. He knew that the battle with the saint had only just begun. Golden light shone around him and a blazing aura exuded from his body. At this moment, he was shining and dazzling. This is the aura. It's exactly the same as that person's aura back then. It's just a little weaker, but more violent. After feeling the change in Zi Chen's aura, Chen Kuan became excited. He knew that Zi Chen had used some tricks. Other people exclaimed in surprise. In the battle back then, there were many witnesses. Zi Chen's aura was very similar to that person's aura. It's indeed similar, but much weaker. Luo Fei's eyes flashed. He looked at Zi Chen and said coldly, "Didn't anyone tell you that I hate this aura?" Zi Chen didn't say anything. He felt great pressure from Luo Fei. He began to form a seal with both hands. The power of heaven-defying young thunder gathered in front of his chest. This is the power. I hate it. Luo Fei frowned as he looked at Zi Chen, who was in front of him forming a seal. He recalled that many years ago, that person had used the same method to kill one of his uncles in one move. Kill him. A cold light flashed in his eyes as Luo Fei's cold voice sounded. The soaring serpent's eyes flashed coldly, but it didn't spit out flames. Instead, it charged directly at Zichen. Extreme Yang. Zichen shouted and formed the last seal in his hand. With the aura of blazing thunder, he flew towards the soaring serpent. The soaring serpent opened its mouth, wanting to swallow the extreme Yang in one gulp. Explode. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. The energy contained in the extreme Yang suddenly exploded. The terrifying energy swept across the sky and spread continuously. In the air, the soaring serpent let out a painful hiss. Its body twisted in the air. Its huge head was completely shrouded by the extreme Yang energy. Swoosh. The serpent's tail swept towards Zichen with a destructive energy fluctuation. The latter tapped his foot and quickly dodged. When he retreated, a light flashed beside Zichen again. Zichen appeared again. At this moment, two Zichen stood in the sky. One of them was emitting golden light. His aura was blazing and violent. Golden thunder snakes were swimming around him. The other one was flashing with silver light. His aura was cold and violent. Silver thunder snakes were circling around his body. Looking at the two Zichen, Chen Kuan's expression became extremely excited. He couldn't help but say, "This is the aura. It's exactly the same as that person back then. That person, this Zichen is definitely related to that person." The surrounding people who weren't sure before were very sure. After seeing the two Zichen in the sky, they were very sure that Zichen was closely related to that person who single-handedly destroyed the Luo family. Damn it. Chapter 2130. He's very similar to that person back then. Indeed. Even their attacking methods are exactly the same. There's only a slight difference in their auras. Could he be that person's disciple or son? That person directly pushed the Luo family from the peak to the bottom. Is his descendant going to destroy the Saint Realm and completely destroy the Luo family? Looking at the two Zichen in the sky, there was an uproar in the surroundings. It was indeed unrealistic for a Heaven Realm expert to destroy a Saint Realm expert. However, it might be possible if he was that person's descendant. That person had become a taboo existence on the star path. He had fought from the beginning of the star path to the depths of the star path. The two Zichen, one gold and one silver, one yang and one yin, began to form hand seals after they appeared. Two types of extreme energy appeared from the two of them. Extreme yin and extreme yang. Luo Fei felt a sense of danger after the two completely different auras were released. He immediately signaled the soaring serpent to retreat. It's too late. A cold voice came from Zichen's mouth. The two techniques, extreme yin and extreme yang, turned into two rays of light and flew toward the soaring serpent. The soaring serpent obviously had spiritual intelligence. Its eyes flashed with anger after being underestimated by two weak beings. It opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of divine fire. The fire completely covered the two techniques. Under the scorching heat of the flames, this spell technique began to become unstable, but it still continued to move forward at high speed. The two techniques just now didn't cause any fatal damage to the soaring serpent. Now that the two techniques were being used at the same time, the soaring serpent, which wasn't very intelligent, thought that the attacks couldn't do anything to it. And so, it opened its mouth wide in an attempt to devour the two incoming spells. Explode. Zichen controlled the two techniques with his spiritual thoughts and sent them into the soaring serpent's body. He sank his mind into them and gave the order to attack. Extreme yin and extreme yang exploded in the soaring serpent's stomach. The two extreme forces created a second destruction when they collided. The soaring serpent's eyes immediately widened. His expression was one of extreme fear as he felt an intense pain coming from his body. In the next moment, two energy ripples emerged from his body, and a deafening explosion shook the world. Ting Shi's body suddenly exploded, and gold and silver energy surged out, releasing waves of destructive energy ripples. Under this energy fluctuation, the soaring serpent's body was instantly torn apart, and Luo Fei, who had rushed over, was also forced back by this energy. When Ouyou Yangming retreated, his injuries were triggered by the soaring serpent's explosion, and he coughed up blood. Swoosh. Luo Fei retreated, and the surrounding energy began to dissipate. Zi Chen, on the other hand, rushed forward toward the center. There, the soaring serpent was still alive. Only its soul was still struggling, but it was on the verge of death. Arriving in front of the soaring serpent's soul, Zi Chen forcefully sealed it with energy, and then put it into the cauldron of creation's origin. After doing this, Zi Chen retreated. During this time, the yin and yang energy that had completely gone out of control was destroying everything indiscriminately. Zi Chen, who had rushed out, was in a very sorry state. His aura had also weakened a little. He had also been attacked by the yin and yang energy. All the cultivators had already retreated far away, and the world was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, at the violent energy that had forced Luo Fei to retreat. Luo Fei did not step forward amidst the surging energy. His face became more and more gloomy. Just now, he had sensed the aura of the soaring serpent's soul disappearing. Damn it! With anger flashing in his eyes, Luo Fei stared at Zi Chen on the other side. He did not expect this guy to be so difficult to deal with. However, he was also glad that Zi Chen was only in the heaven realm. If he was stronger, he would probably be as strong as that person back then. The energy between heaven and earth dissipated, and the crowd could not see the soaring serpent's figure. They thought that it had been destroyed by the yin and yang energy, and were in an uproar again. This should be your strongest move, right? Very well, then let me see how you can use such a move to kill a saint, Yi Fuqian said. Luo Chen smiled coldly at Zi Chen. The saint energy on his body began to burn like flames. Zi Chen was very familiar with this scene. This was another powerful technique of the Luo family. It was said to be a fist technique that could destroy the world. As soon as this fist was unleashed, Saint Aura spread out and shrouded the Rakshasa star. On this planet, everyone who sensed this aura felt a sense of oppression in their hearts. Sensing that this might be the final battle, they retreated again, fearing that they would be affected by the energy. The fist of destruction appeared in front of Luo Fei. In front, Zi Chen was also forming seals. It was extreme yin and extreme yang. It was his strongest and trump card. The two seals of extreme yin and extreme yang appeared. They kept a certain distance and flew forward. At this moment, with the strength of Zi Chen's soul, he could not perfectly control these two techniques. He could only control one technique each with his doppelganger. The fist of destruction had taken shape. It burned with raging flames and rushed forward. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered silently. The surroundings were silent. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Everyone was looking up at the final battle. Extreme yin and extreme yang still kept a certain distance from each other. However, when they got close to the fist of destruction, the two energies were no longer stable. The energies became chaotic and were about to explode. Explode. With a thought, the two attacks quickly converged and then exploded. The energy from the explosion of extreme yin and extreme yang instantly drowned out the fist of destruction. A terrifying aura surged between heaven and earth. The violent energy vibrated and spread out, instantly drowning Zi Chen and Luo Fei. A dazzling light illuminated heaven and earth. The rumbling of energy reverberated between heaven and earth. It was a scene of destruction. The surrounding buildings were completely shattered. Even the shattered battle stage was turned into dust in the next moment. Everything was destroyed. The energy fluctuations were still spreading. It was unknown whether Luo Chen and Zi Chen were still alive. Is it going to end? Chen Kuan stood in the distance, looking at the violent energy in the sky. He was obviously looking forward to it. If Zi Chen really killed Luo Fei, then the Luo family would undoubtedly be destroyed. However, could a saint really die so easily? Chen Kuan was a little uneasy, and so were the others beside him. In the distance, everyone looked at the sky, waiting for the outcome to be revealed. The energy gradually dissipated, and Luo Fei's figure appeared. After sensing his weak aura, everyone was shocked. Luo Fei's aura had become weak, but it was obvious that Luo Fei was still alive. As for Zi Chen, swoosh. A bright saber light suddenly appeared from the violent energy and went straight for Luo Fei. This strike was completely out of his expectations. This attack was sharp and swift. Puff! The saber light swept past Luo Fei's body, and the latter's body dissipated. The saber light disappeared between heaven and earth. A figure walked out of the violent energy. It was Zi Chen, holding the scabbard. At this moment, his clothes were torn in many places, and there were wounds on his body caused by the energy. There were still remnants of the energy in these wounds, and the recovery of his injuries was somewhat slow. He held the scabbard tightly with his left hand, but his face was full of disappointment. He looked in another direction. Obviously, the unexpected attack had been blocked by the opponent. The saber drawing technique, which had always been successful, had also lost its effect at this moment. The crowd was in an uproar. No one expected that Zi Chen could survive such a terrifying attack. Zi Chen had no time to pay attention to the surroundings, because on the other side, Luo Fei had already walked out. At this moment, there was a saber mark on his chest, and blood was flowing from it. It was caused by the attack just now. Your attack surprised me, but you can't kill me with your current strength. I'll give you one more chance. Leave now, and I'll pretend that nothing happened. Holy light circulated on Luo Fei's body, and the wounds on the surface of his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zi Chen shook his head and said, "You seem strong now, but your injuries are getting worse." "I'm just doing what I promised." Luo Fei's eyes flashed coldly. "Then you want me to fulfill your wish?" Zi Chen said indifferently, "It's too early to say these words. I still have a move that I haven't used." As soon as he finished speaking, light flashed on Zi Chen's body, and another Zi Chen appeared. "You've already used this move before." Looking at the two Zi Chen, Luo Fei sneered. "It's not over yet." The light continued to flash around Zi Chen, and then another two Zi Chen appeared. At this moment, there were 4 Zi Chen in the field. 1 real body, 1 golden body, 1 young thunder doppelganger, and 1 yin thunder doppelganger. Seeing the 4 Zi Chen and feeling the changes in their auras, Luo Fei's pupils suddenly shrank. The power of the 2 attacks just now was already terrifying. Now that there were 4 of them, wouldn't the power be even stronger? Humph, so what if you still have this move? Do you think I'll give you time to use it? Luo Fei sneered and rushed forward. "I'm already prepared." The 4 Zi Chen instantly retreated, and Luo Fei continued to rush forward. At this moment, starlight flashed in the sky, and one by one, bright Xing Chen appeared. There were 7 Xing Chen in total, and they were emitting bright light. Below the 7 Xing Chen's figure appeared. He looked down at Luo Fei indifferently and shouted, "7 stars seal." In the sky, the 7 Xing Chen connected together, forming a 7-star pattern. Then, rays of starlight fell from the Xing Chen, turning into 7 rays of starlight that fell around Luo Fei. Luo Fei's advancing figure was hindered by the 7 rays of starlight. Seeing the 7-star pattern, Luo Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. He wanted to use his powerful strength to destroy it. At this moment, on the other side of the sky, a dazzling light suddenly appeared. In the light, a beautiful woman attacked Luo Fei from afar. A blazing energy attack flew from afar, heading straight for Luo Fei. After being hindered by this attack, Luo Fei's cold expression showed a trace of absent-mindedness. This attack was a soul attack. Chapter 2131. You think you can trap me like this? Dream on. Within the 7 stars seal, Luo Fei's expression returned to normal. Brilliant soul attack was broken, and his expression became extremely cold. Energy surged around him like a surging tide. The 7-star seal of the star constellation was shattered in a blink of an eye. After seeing this, Xing Chen and Brilliant's expressions didn't change much. Their figures flashed and disappeared. Their main purpose was to stall for time, and not to fight the saint. Now, it was enough. Just as the 2 disappeared, 2 of the 4 Zi Chen in front of them had already disappeared. At this moment, 2 extreme yin and 2 extreme yang had already condensed in a short period of time. The rest of the true body and the golden clone controlled the 4 magical techniques to appear around Luo Fei. This, seeing the 4 spells surrounding him in an instant, Luo Fei's expression changed greatly. His face was filled with deep fear. Explode. The true body and golden body shouted in a low voice, and the 4 spells exploded in an instant. There was only one explosion between heaven and earth. The energy of the 4 spells spread out, and after they met, an even more terrifying destructive force was produced. At the center of this force was where Luo Fei was. An angry roar was heard. In the center of the energy storm, Luo Fei's aura suddenly skyrocketed. A terrifying holy aura swept across the entire planet. In an instant, Luo Fei's aura became extremely terrifying. But this terrifying aura didn't last for long. It was drowned out by the energy of the yin and yang spells, and then there were shrill cries of alarm. After this last attack, Zichen's golden body became weak and dissipated into thin air. The yin and yang spells were Zichen's last resort, but because his soul power was too weak, and the spells were too powerful, Zichen couldn't perfectly control the power of the 2 spells. Even though the 4 great martial arts were extremely terrifying, they were nowhere close to their true strength. However, they were ultimately 2 extremes of energy. Even if their might was greatly reduced, it was definitely not something that a heavily injured saint could withstand. In Zichen's eyes, the battle was already over. In this battle, his injuries were not light. At the same time, he truly felt the strength of a saint. It was not at the same level as a false saint. With his current strength, he was barely able to fight a heavily injured saint. If it was a saint at his peak, then it was absolutely impossible for him to go against such a saint. Seeing such an existence, he could only turn around and run. Zichen heaved a sigh of relief. Is the battle over? The surrounding cultivators stared blankly at the scene. They stared at the energy that had spread out in all directions, capable of destroying everything. Luo Fei's voice had been completely drowned out by the energy. As expected of that person's disciple. His battle prowess is indeed terrifying. Chen Kuan praised, unable to suppress the joy on his face. The Luo family that had suppressed them for hundreds of thousands of years was finally going to be destroyed today. The surrounding cultivators all stared at Zichen in shock. If Luo Fei had really died, then Zichen would undoubtedly become the first person in history to truly kill a saint with the strength of a heaven realm cultivator. To be precise, there were several realms between a saint and a heaven realm cultivator. Each realm was equivalent to a chasm that could not be crossed. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that a heaven realm cultivator could kill a saint. The saint is dead. Has the Lord been killed? Looking at the energy fluctuations that were still filled with a destructive aura, the Luo family cultivators were dumbfounded. The most powerful existence of the Luo family had been killed just like that. What awaited the Luo family was definitely destruction. The Luo family cultivators stared at the violent energy. They did not believe that a saint would die, let alone be killed by a heaven realm cultivator. But their expressions clearly showed despair. That attack just now, perhaps a saint could have completely blocked it if he was at his peak. But in the case of a seriously injured saint, such an attack was undoubtedly fatal to him. Just like how no one thought that Zichen could win before the battle, now that Zichen had displayed a destructive energy that was completely beyond the heaven realm, no one believed that the seriously injured Luo Fei could still be alive in such an energy fluctuation. Even if he was still alive, what could he do in the face of Zichen, who was still strong? The death of a saint was a foregone conclusion. And without a saint, what would the Luo family's fate be? The answer was definitely destruction. All these years, when the Luo family was suppressed by the deep forces, they also suppressed other forces in order to obtain resources. Once Saint Luo Fei died, the Luo family would inevitably be besieged by other forces. There were still people in the field who did not give up, and stared at the energy fluctuation. Suddenly, one person's pupils shrank when he saw the fluctuation shake. Then, the fluctuation shook more violently and began to surge wildly. That's, a cry of surprise sounded, but he only had time to shout 2 words before a flame rushed out of the violent energy. This flame carried a powerful aura, and after rushing out of the energy, it went straight for Zichen. Swoosh! Seeing the flame, Zichen's pupils shrank suddenly, and the thunder wings on his back flapped as he tried to dodge. However, his speed was much slower than Hua Guang's. Bang! The flame hit him hard, and his body flew backward. In the process of flying backward, the energy entered Zi Chen's body and continued to wreak havoc on his body, and the sound of bones cracking like beans being fried could be heard. How can a saint be killed so easily? In the flame, Luo Fei's voice sounded. His aura was much more terrifying than before when he was injured, but it was not very stable, as if he had used some kind of secret technique. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be slightly stunned. Then, it caused an even greater uproar. The cultivators of the Luo family, who had been in despair, cheered loudly, and their expressions were very excited. The saint was still alive. As for the cultivators from the other forces, the murderous intent that they had previously revealed was replaced by panic. They never thought that Luo Fei would be able to survive such an attack, and it seemed that he was stronger than before. This scene surprised Chen Kuan, but he was not worried. He just shook his head and said, "Well, it seems that he used some kind of secret technique. This way, Zi Chen will definitely die, but Luo Fei will definitely be very weak afterwards, so he will definitely die. But it's a pity that Zi Chen is going to die." Chen Kuan's words were very regretful, but he had no intention of helping. The current Luo Fei was undoubtedly terrifying. Anyone who dared to step forward would die. Zi Chen's heart beat faster as he flew backwards. His life force protected his heart meridians and soul, and at the same time, his injuries were recovering. But before he could fully recover, Luo Fei came in front of him again and kicked out. Bang! Zi Chen's body flew backwards again. Now he was facing the crazy Luo Fei, and there was no room for him to fight back. "I told you to leave, but you didn't. You just had to court death. Today, I'll fulfill your wish." Luo Fei grinned maliciously. He approached Zi Chen again, and fiercely stomped on Zi Chen's chest. The powerful force caused Zi Chen's body to tremble in the air, and then he fell to the ground. "Didn't you keep your promise? Now I see your promise, but what's the use? Others are just standing there, watching you die from afar. You keep your promise, but others don't care if you die." Luo Fei followed Zi Chen to the ground, and stomped on Zi Chen's chest. The powerful force continued to shake, and Zi Chen's body sank down. In the distance, Chen Kuan was expressionless. This Luo Fei was crazy, because he would die soon, so he didn't want to take the risk now. As for Zi Chen's so-called promise, he was touched at first, but now he thought it was ridiculous. Ridiculous? Chen Kuan's heart was still somewhat complicated. He secretly made up his mind that after killing Chen Kuan, he would definitely send Zi Chen to his grave. Although the two sides had different standpoints, this was a person worthy of respect. "It's all because of your stubborn brain. It's all your fault." Luo Fei raised his foot again, and stomped on Zi Chen again. The terrifying energy shook, and Zi Chen coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His blood was golden, and it emitted a brilliant light. "Lord, let us out, let us out. Lord, let us out quickly. We will deal with this crazy old thing. He has lost his mind now. We will kill him even if we have to risk our lives. We will protect Lord." Roars resounded in Zi Chen's mind. Those voices came from the universal origin cauldron, from the slaves that Zi Chen had taken in. They saw Zi Chen in danger and roared, wanting to rush out. Unfortunately, the cauldron had its own laws, and they couldn't break through them. Zi Chen, quickly open the universal cauldron. Xing Chen's anxious voice sounded. "Zi Chen, you will die if this continues. Quickly open the universal cauldron. Let's go out and think of a solution together." Brilliant, who had always been aloof, also anxiously transmitted his voice. However, Zi Chen didn't respond, nor did he have any intention of opening the cauldron. "Universal cauldron, I know you must have a spirit. Now that Zi Chen is in danger, we must save him. Let us out, we must save Zi Chen." Xing Chen suddenly raised his head and shouted into the void. "Universal cauldron spirit, please let us out. Our lives were saved by Lord Zi Chen. We are not afraid of death. We must go out and save Lord Zi Chen." "That's right, Universal cauldron spirit, please hurry up and open this cauldron. Universal cauldron spirit, please let us out. If this continues, Lord Zi Chen will die. We are already people who deserve to die. We don't care if one more dies. Lord Zi Chen's future is limitless. How can he die here? Universal Cauldron Spirit, we call you Lord. Hurry up and let us out. These former slaves shouted loudly into the void. Some even knelt on the ground and begged. A low sigh sounded. Cauldron Spirit's figure appeared. He looked at these slaves and said, Zi Chen's will is very firm. He forbids me from opening the cauldron. Why? Lord Zi Chen is in danger, the slaves shouted. Cauldron Spirit sighed again and said, I have watched him grow up. I know him better than any of you. I am very touched that you are willing to give up your lives to save him. However, he also doesn't want you to throw away your lives for him. Everyone's lives are equal. He will feel guilty if he were to sacrifice hundreds or even thousands of lives in exchange for his life. Zi Chen heard the screams of the crowd clearly through his spiritual sense. His vision was blurry. Human lives are equal. If I am to sacrifice thousands of lives in exchange for my life, I would rather die. His mind was somewhat absent-minded. He recalled the scenes that had happened in the past. He recalled his friends and confidants. In his days, he seemed to see their worried and sorrowful faces. I'm sorry. It seems that I won't be able to return alive. The light in Zi Chen's eyes gradually dimmed, and his vitality seemed to be fading away. Suddenly, there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. There are so many people waiting for me to return. If I die like this, wouldn't it be too unjust? Even if I die, I should die with a bang. What's the big deal about being kicked to death like this? When the news gets back, people will laugh at me. Others may not laugh, but the monks will definitely laugh. I don't want to see that. 8,000. Chapter 2132. Many figures appeared in Zi Chen's mind. These figures were all familiar to him. When they heard the bad news about him, they would definitely be very sad. They would cry bitterly and even despair. Zi Chen's heart seemed to be faintly aching. But soon, another figure jumped out. He looked at him, but his expression was somewhat hateful. Zi Chen's heart began to twitch. He told himself that he couldn't die. Even if he died, he should fight vigorously until he died. If he was kicked to death like this, he would be laughed at by some bastards. In the heart, a steady supply of power was supplied, protecting Zi Chen's soul and heart. His eyes became bright again, and hope was rekindled in them. Heart, heal me. I need power. It seemed that Zi Chen's rekindled faith had stimulated the beating of his heart. A very pure heavenly God energy gushed out from his heart and passed through his blood to every corner of Zi Chen's body. The destructive energy that belonged to Luo Fei was instantly annihilated after encountering the heavenly God energy. Zi Chen's body was rapidly recovering. Until now, the energy in Zi Chen's world was still abundant. In Zi Chen's mind, scenes of the battle flashed. Now, he was facing the crazy Luo Fei. If he wanted to win, he needed a new kind of power to break the situation. The battles that he had experienced over the years flashed through his mind. Zi Chen's perfect spiritual sense was quickly thinking about some things. In the midst of this, scenes of yang and yin appeared continuously. The lightning of yin and yang was the foundation of Zi Chen. It was the source of Zi Chen's strength. If he wanted to break the situation, he had to understand the root of the source. He began to recall the scenes of the past. He recalled the scene when he obtained extreme yin and extreme yang. He recalled the use of these two kinds of energy along the way. He recalled the effect of these two kinds of energy on him time and time again when he faced enemies. I misunderstood. Yang and yin are not limited to extreme yin and extreme yang. I can't control these two powerful techniques, but it doesn't mean that I can't control these two kinds of energy. In this moment of life and death crisis, Zi Chen finally understood the foundation of yin and yang, the foundation of power. At this point, his body had already been stomped into the ground by Luo Fei. The surrounding cultivators couldn't bear to look at this. The Luo clan cultivators, on the other hand, were shouting loudly. Without a doubt, Luo Fei had won and Zi Chen was going to die. Die. The crazy Luo Fei raised his foot and prepared to stomp down again. However, right at that moment, Zi Chen's exposed hands suddenly moved and clenched into fists. He still has the power to fight back. Seeing this, Luo Fei sneered, then I'll crush your fist first. Let's see what you have to fight me. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Fei was about to step down. Zi Chen's fists suddenly emitted light. One was golden and the other was silver. Two completely different kinds of energy appeared on his hands. At the moment when the two kinds of energy appeared, Luo Fei felt a strong sense of crisis. His expression changed drastically and his body involuntarily retreated. He cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible? Two kinds of energy in one body." Such a scene was completely against common sense. Luo Fei was shocked and his crazy mood was somewhat reduced. The other cultivators who saw this scene were also shocked. It was recognized that a person should only have one kind of energy in his body. This was allowed by the rules. However, if there was another kind of energy, the rules would not allow it. For example, although Wuji was also divided into yin and yang, there was only one kind of energy in his body. He used two bodies. When Zi Chen showed the same method before, everyone thought that Zi Chen had two bodies and two kinds of energy like Wuji. However, at this moment, it seemed that there were two kinds of energy in Zi Chen's body. The ground shook and the energy went berserk. Zi Chen stood up. At this moment, half of his body was shining with golden light and the other half was shining with silver light. One side was hot and berserk. The other side was cold and berserk. They were two extremes, but they existed in one body. What's going on? Did he forcefully fuse two kinds of energy? Chen Kuan was also shocked by this scene. He looked at Zi Chen in disbelief. At this moment, there were two kinds of energy circulating in his body. Zi Chen was mysterious and powerful. His pair of black eyes were shining with gold and silver light. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He looked at Luo Fei in front of him and said indifferently, "My left hand is yang and my right hand is yin." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden ball of light appeared on his right hand. The ball of light surged with pure yang lightning. On his right hand, a silver ball of light appeared. Pure yang lightning circulated in it. This is the power of yin and yang. Zi Chen's eyes were emotionless. His hands slowly moved together. The two kinds of extreme energy were slowly approaching each other. A destructive aura was naturally released. "Idiot, are you trying to kill yourself?" Luo Fei cried out. Previously, Zi Chen's attacks were always far away from his body. This was because once the attacks met, they would naturally explode. It would become an indiscriminate attack that would not recognize anyone. At this moment, Zi Chen actually met the two kinds of energy in front of him. This was undoubtedly equivalent to suicide. "My left hand is yang and my right hand is yin. I am yin and yang." As the two kinds of energy approached each other, the scene of the battle between Geng Lan and Luo Fei appeared in Zi Chen's mind. At that moment, the two Yuan forces were revolving and maintaining a certain balance. In Zi Chen's hands, the ball of yin and yang light left his hands and met above. The scene of the two kinds of energy colliding and exploding as everyone imagined did not happen. Instead, the two kinds of energy began to rotate and maintain a balance. This scene was very similar to the two Yuan forces. This is the balance of yin and yang, but it's not the kind of attack I need. Zi Chen shook his head. In his sea of consciousness, the scenes rapidly changed. They were the details of the previous battle. The attacks of his enemies were displayed in almost fixed positions in Zi Chen's mind. Zi Chen examined, chose, and comprehended these attacks. Luo Fei did not dare to go forward. Under such circumstances, once the original yin and yang energy erupted, it would undoubtedly be terrifying. What I want isn't balance, but fusion. The last scene in Zi Chen's mind was a devil lotus. On the other side of the devil lotus stood a tall and sturdy figure. This kind of attack is the kind of attack I want. The instant the devil lotus appeared in his mind, Zi Chen's balls of yin and yang suddenly began to fuse. A terrifying aura transformed into fluctuations that spread in all directions. This fluctuation swept past Zi Chen's body. Peng 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 sounds came from his body. That was a sign that his body had suffered some kind of serious injury. Fortunately, the heart of God was still there, constantly repairing the damage to his body. At this moment, The fusion of the two kinds of energy was completely impossible. Because Zi Chen had not taken the final step, the repulsive force was extremely terrifying. His body was injured by the shock, and Luo Fei did not dare to approach. Since it can't be fused, then let's fuse. Zi Chen murmured. His body, which was emitting golden and silver light, suddenly began to change. The blazing heaven-defying yang lightning suddenly began to tilt. It was as if the heaven-defying yang lightning was drawing closer to the heaven-defying yin lightning. The latter also began to tilt. The fusion of yin and yang was a step that Zi Chen had already achieved when he reached the core origin realm. It was also a kind of balance. As a result, Zi Chen's entire body was filled with crisscrossing golden and silver lights. The energy contained within these lights was equivalent. They were balanced and interdependent, so they wouldn't explode. At the same time, the two balls of light in front of Zi Chen no longer forcefully fused together. Instead, they were like flowing water, intertwining with each other. They were like two colored ropes that were tied together, constantly changing. Gradually, as the energy changed, a lotus emitting golden and silver light appeared in front of Zi Chen. This two-colored lotus was dazzling, and its aura was constantly changing. It naturally revolved in front of him in order to maintain its balance. The two kinds of terrifying energies fused together, forming a two-colored lotus. Not a single trace of terrifying aura could be sensed from the lotus. It was as if it wasn't a body of energy, but a perfectly proportioned piece of art carved from gold and silver. Looking at the lotus in front of him that only emitted light but didn't have any dangerous aura, Zi Chen muttered, "This is the attack I want, the Yin-Yang Thunder Lotus." At this point, Zi Chen finally created his own heavenly Dao spell, the Yin-Yang Thunder Lotus, after the fusion of yin and yang. Under the control of Zi Chen's spiritual senses, the Yin-Yang Thunder Lotus spun forward. Wherever it passed, there was no energy fluctuation or any dangerous aura. No matter how one looked at it, it was just a pure piece of art. However, when Luo Fei saw the lotus flying towards him, his eyes were filled with fear. He wanted to retreat and dodge. Kai above the Yin-Yang Thunder Lotus, the two-colored light shone, and the void began to distort. An aura completely locked onto Luo Fei. Even though he was a saint and could quickly dodge the saber-drawing technique's aura, he couldn't dodge the tiny lotus. The lotus arrived in front of Luo Fei. It was the most primitive energy, and it was changing towards fusion. This kind of fusion didn't exist in the world. It was severely rejected by the laws of heaven and earth. Boom. Therefore, under the powerful intervention of the laws, there was a great repulsion, and the two types of energy exploded. In addition to the power of yin and yang, there was also the destructive energy formed by the repulsion of the laws. It was much more powerful than the pure energy of extreme yin and extreme yin explosion that Zi Chen displayed. When the tiny lotus exploded, the energy didn't spread too far. It only covered a range of a few hundred meters. Within this range of a few hundred meters, the void was completely filled with black holes. In the center of the black holes, Luo Fei's miserable scream sounded. After that, in everyone's perception, Luo Fei's aura was rapidly disappearing and melting until it completely disappeared. The energy formed by the Yin-Yang Thunder Lotus didn't last long and soon dissipated. This time, a miracle didn't happen. Luo Fei's aura completely disappeared, and there was an incomplete corpse on the battlefield. The corpse belonged to Luo Fei, and it still emitted the pressure of a saint. Chapter 2133. When his tense heart finally relaxed, Zi Chen opened the seal on the pill cauldron, and the brilliant light appeared to support Zi Chen. Xing Chen and the others appeared as well, and then they surrounded Zi Chen in layers to protect him. The rest of them took out their heavenly soldiers and guarded the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, thousands of servants appeared. Each of them was surrounded by a fiendish aura, and their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. At this moment, no matter who it was, if they dared to approach, they would definitely be surrounded and killed by these servants. The surroundings were quiet. Before the others could recover from their shock, Luo Fei had suddenly died. Thousands of servants occupied the surroundings. The battle was over, but everyone was still in a daze. Especially Chen Kuan. He felt like he was in a dream. The reversal of the battle was too sudden. Previously, he thought that Zi Chen would definitely die after forcefully fusing two types of energy. He didn't expect that Zi Chen would actually create his own heavenly Dao technique. That final attack had directly annihilated Luo Fei. That was a saint who had used a secret technique. His battle strength was incomparably powerful, but he was killed in an instant. He had been waiting for this moment for more than 100,000 years. Now, his dream had finally come true, but his mind was in a daze. The fiendish aura emitted by the servants woke him up. Looking at the fallen Zi Chen, and then at Luo Fei's corpse, Chen Kuan couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. When he turned around, his back became perfectly straight. That old and weathered heart of his seemed to have become young at this moment, and he became extremely heroic. Zi Chen's reversal and Luo Fei's death caused the Luo family cultivators, who had just seen hope, to sink back to the bottom of the valley. In addition to disbelief, their faces revealed even more despair. The other cultivators also recovered from their shock. While they were shocked by Zi Chen's strength, their gazes once again fell on the despairing Luo family cultivators. Now that Luo Fei is dead, the Luo family is bound to be destroyed. We must not let the Chen family monopolize such an advantage. The Chen family is such a big Luo family. You can't handle it. The cultivators from the other clans had other thoughts and were preparing to inform their clans as soon as possible. After Luo Fei's death, the Luo family had become a huge cake. Now, it was time to share this cake. No one was willing to give it up. Except for some rogue cultivators who were curiously watching Zi Chen's movements, the cultivators of the other families had already begun to take action. Thousands of servants stood there, their killing intent surging. In the crowd, there were many servants with numb expressions. When they looked at these people, their eyes were filled with envy. Zi Chen was half lying in Guang Yaro's arms. Xing Chen was checking his injuries, but strangely found that Zi Chen had almost no external injuries. His breathing was even and his face was ruddy. He didn't look like he was seriously injured at all. It shouldn't be a big deal. Xing Chen withdrew his spiritual sense from Zi Chen's body and shook his head. Hearing Xing Chen's words, the others also breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a terrifying saint aura suddenly emerged from the sky, followed by a faint laughter. Wonderful, really wonderful. I didn't expect to see such a wonderful battle. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. The cultivators who were about to leave also stopped and looked up at the sky. A middle-aged man in a blue robe stood there, releasing a saint aura. It's that saint from before. Didn't he leave? Why is he still here? This saint didn't leave. He was here to watch the show. Now there's a good show to watch. Many cultivators were stunned when they saw the saint who was supposed to have left appear again. Xing Chen and Guang Yaro looked at each other vigilantly, as if they were facing a great enemy. The saint is still here. Looks like Zi Chen is in trouble. That's right. After all, he's from the Life Star. He's not on the same side as us. I didn't expect such a genius to face another crisis after just surviving one. I think this time, he won't be able to save himself. Some whispers sounded. Everyone was shocked by Zi Chen's strength, but they also hoped that Zi Chen would be killed by this saint. After all, they weren't on the same side. Chen Kuan's expression changed slightly, but he wasn't surprised. He seemed to have expected this. Interesting, very interesting. Gang Lan looked down at Zi Chen with interest. The slaves looked up at the sky, murderous intent surging around them. They weren't afraid even in the face of a saint. He should be that person's descendant. I didn't expect that person to cause the Luo family to fall from the peak to the bottom, which indirectly resolved the crisis of the Gang family. This time, his descendant appeared and caused the destruction of the Luo family. It's a small help to me. At least I don't have to come here anymore. Gang Lan looked at Zi Chen, her eyes flashing. She was pondering in her heart. Although he is the descendant of that person, his potential is even higher than that person back then. At the very least, that person used two bodies, and not one person with two types of energy. He should have a lot of secrets on him. Once I bring him back and study him properly, I should be able to gain a lot. Yes, and her. Although I haven't seen her in person, from my energy perception, I shouldn't be wrong. I didn't expect to gain so much from this trip to the Rakshasa galaxy. Ganglan made up her mind. Her expression became natural again. She looked at Zi Chen and Brilliant and said, "It's fate that brought us together. Come with me." Hearing her words, Xing Chen's expression suddenly changed, and the aura around him surged. Around them, rays of light lit up. The eyes of thousands of slaves were filled with murderous intent toward a saint. Brilliant's expression dimmed. Obviously, he didn't expect this to happen. "You're just a bunch of ants. You want to stop me?" Glancing at Xing Chen and the others, Ganglan's face showed a hint of mockery. The saint aura around her began to surge, and a pressure several times stronger than that of Luo Fei appeared. The other alien races weren't surprised by this. Zi Chen's combat power was too strong, and his potential was too high. It was normal to bring him back as a slave. As for Brilliant, she was one of the most beautiful women in the world. Even a saint couldn't ignore her. She was also suitable to be a bed-warming maid. The surroundings were silent. No one spoke. Chen Kuan's expression changed, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, the situation was in their favor, and he didn't want to complicate things. Plus, with his status, he didn't have the right to talk to a saint. "Protect Zi Chen!" Xing Chen yelled. Star power surged around him, and a star map appeared in the sky. This star map didn't have 7 stars, but more Xing Chen. They formed a sword-shaped pattern in the sky. These patterns shone and connected with each other, forming the shape of a sword. Starlight surged, and a heavenly sword rushed out of the star map. "I heard that the star race has completely disappeared. I didn't expect you to be the only one left." Glancing at the heavenly sword, Ganglan smiled faintly. She waved her hand, and the heavenly sword exploded in the air. "Kill!" Shouts rang out, and the other heavenly realm slaves attacked. One after another, their attacks shot toward the sky. In the face of these attacks, Ganglan waved her hand again, and the attacks were destroyed. At the same time, this wave of her sleeve was accompanied by a gust of wind, blowing the surrounding heavenly realm slaves away. Even those false saints couldn't control their bodies. This was a saint. A truly powerful saint. Looking at Xing Chen, who was still standing in front of Zi Chen, Ganglan exclaimed. She waved her sleeve again, and a strong gust of wind appeared. "Star map, shield!" Xing Chen yelled. In the sky, the star map changed again. This time, it turned into a huge shield. This shield appeared in front of Xing Chen. It shone brightly with the star map in the sky, neutralizing the power of the gust of wind. The gust of wind disappeared. Xing Chen was still standing there, looking at Ganglan indifferently. "You know many kinds of star map attacks. Interesting. It seems that you're not a remnant of the star tribe, but an existence that controls the true power of the star tribe. It's a pity that your realm is too weak." Ganglan shook her head. This time, she was much more serious. She pointed a finger at Xing Chen. With one finger, the space was completely pierced. This fingerprint arrived in front of Xing Chen. Bang! The star map that Xing Chen summoned earlier shattered instantly after meeting the saint's finger. At the same time, the fingerprint rushed forward and pointed at Xing Chen's forehead. Xing Chen clenched his fists and crossed them in front of his forehead. Waves of saint power emerged from his body. Clang! This attack landed on Xing Chen's body. It was like hitting a weapon, and there was a clang. Xing Chen didn't take a step back. He blocked Ganglan's attack again. "A saint?" "No, it's the saint power derived from the body." Ganglan looked at Xing Chen with interest. Her eyes shone with light. Then, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She said, "It's pure physical saint power. Your body has already become a saint." "No, it's indeed a pure saint body. But you haven't fully adapted to it yet. You can't use this power." Ganglan's expression changed again. She exclaimed, "A saint body is the best clone in the world. I didn't expect to meet such a good thing. Haha, the heavens are kind to me." Ganglan took a step forward. Her eyes were full of greed. "Since the heavens let me meet you, I'll destroy your soul first. Then I'll refine your body and make it my saint body. As she spoke, Ganglan charged at Xing Chen. Her saint power surged wildly, suppressing Xing Chen so that he couldn't move. On the surface of Xing Chen's body, saint power also surged. But just as Ganglan said, his body was very strong. But for some reason, he couldn't use his strongest power yet. Seeing that Ganglan was already in front of him, Xing Chen could no longer withstand the pressure, and his body was sent flying backwards. As a saint, Ganglan was obviously much stronger than Luo Fei, who Zi Chen had killed. Sigh. Just as Ganglan was about to destroy Xing Chen's soul with a laugh, a soft sigh sounded between heaven and earth.